Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1 The NEET and the Spinning Wheel. Alaric dropped his phone onto the bed, rubbing his tired eyes. His tiny apartment smelled like instant noodles and sweat. Empty cans and wrappers covered the floor. The fan rattled in the corner, struggling to keep the room cool. 3 days. No sleep. No shower. Just web novels. His military pension had seemed like a golden ticket 6 months ago. Retire at 28. No more drills, no more longing for a home that never existed. Just endless novels, fantasy kingdoms, cultivation realms, and heroes who didn't need parents. He grabbed another energy drink, but his fingers slipped. The can tumbled to the floor, rolling under the bed. Pain spread up his spine, sharp and sudden. A sharp pain shot through his chest. His fingers clenched the sheets. Then his vision blurred. What? He crashed sideways off the bed. The floorboards punched the air from his lungs. His chest tightened as he struggled to breathe. Ambush? But there were no bullets here. No IEDs. Just weak flesh giving up. Pathetic. Damn it, am I dying from reading too much? Then everything faded away. Alaric opened his eyes to white. Not the sterile white of a hospital. Not the blinding white of the sun. Just, nothing. No walls. No ceiling. Not even a floor. Cozy, isn't it? An old man sat cross-legged in front of him, silver robes draped lazily over his shoulders. White hair, golden eyes, and an easygoing smirk. Took you long enough to wake up, the man said. Alaric sat up slowly. Who? Call me Cammy. The old man stretched, cracking his neck. You're dead, by the way. Dead? Yep, a heart failure, congrats, Cammy said, voice light-hearted. Honestly, dying from too much web novel reading. New record. Alaric stared. So, okay. I'm dead. 10 points to Gryffindor. A beat passed, then Alaric's fists clenched. Can't you just send me back? Nope. Your corpse is currently traumatizing EMTs. Cammy snapped his fingers. The void flickered, showing Alaric's body being zipped into a black bag. A medic stepped on a half-eaten bag of chips. Gross, right? Alaric turned away. TCH. So what now? Heaven? Hell? Neither. You're getting a redo. What do you mean a redo? New world. New life. Cammy waved a hand. A massive spinning wheel materialized, splitting into 3 sections: world, power, family. Gold lavish designs glowed. Spin once each. Whatever you land on becomes your reality. Alaric's brow furrowed. I didn't ask for this. You didn't ask to be born the first time either. Cheap philosophy. Accurate philosophy. Cammy tilted his head. Like how your parents left you at an orphanage because they thought you'd starve if they kept you. Noble intentions. Tragic execution. Alaric stiffened. Don't. They were addicts. Died in a ditch 2 months after ditching you. Stop. Sigh. Okay, spin the wheel, soldier. Alaric crossed his arms. And if I refuse? Cammy shrugged. Then you stay here. Forever. Alaric glared. The wheel began to shine, symbols swirling. Dragons, spaceships, a hooded figure leaping across rooftops. His fingers twitched. What's the point with all this? But the itch from years of military routine kicked in. At least there's some action, but my NEET life was already nice. He grabbed the wheel. It spun with a metallic hum. First spin, world. The needle slowed. Assassin's Creed, 1693. 1693. Pirates. Alaric grimaced. Cammy shrugged. Better than cockroach reincarnation. Second spin, power. The wheel whirred again. Symbols blurred, swords, magic staves, glowing eyes. System shop, Naruto universe. A shop. Really? Think of it like Walmart meets Ninja Magic, Cammy said. You'll trade reels, the local pirate cash, for jutsus, weapons, whatever. No freebies. No AI assistant. Capitalism at its finest. Alaric pinched the bridge of his nose. What's the catch? Grind or die. Standard rules. Third spin, family. The wheel spun a final time. Kenway family, cousin of Edward Kenway. Born poor. Stay poor unless you hustle. Cammy smirked. Good luck. White light engulfed Alaric. Oh, this is all too sudden, then, goodbye. Not goodbye, Cammy called. See you soon. Alaric's first breath was a scream, then a slap stung his backside. Alaric's body felt tiny and fragile. A firm hand patted his back, making his body jerk as a reaction. It was a new and unfamiliar sensation. Healthy lungs, a woman said tiredly. That's good. His vision was blurry, but he could make out figures above him. A tired woman with dark hair and gentle eyes. I'm guessing that's my mother. This is too awkward for me. A tall man stood beside her. Blonde hair, strong features. And the father, to be fair, for a farmer. He's handsome. What will you name him? The midwife asked. The man, Leonard Kenway, spoke. Alaric. Alaric Jonathan Kenway. Alaric Jonathan Kenway. His mother smiled softly. A strong name. Sounds like a scholar's. Alaric, now a newborn, could only stare. Great. Just great. Hunger twisted his stomach, making his mouth open instinctively. Then a cry escaped. Damn it. His mother rocked him gently. Warmth surrounded him. His eyelids were shutting down. Alaric closed his eyes. Time to grind. Wait. I don't feel the system. System shop. Shop system. Walmart. Fuck. 2 Chapter 2 A little time skip. 5 years later 1698. It was autumn in Swansea, and the wind was cold. Alaric's thin shirt did nothing to stop the chill. He shivered and tugged the worn fabric tighter to his chest as he stood partly hidden behind the village well. Night was coming, but there was still enough light for him to see a merchant haggling with an old man over a bunch of onions nearby. Over these 5 years, survival had taught him a few simple truths. Swansea's farmers hated paying taxes, no matter how little they earned. They worked hard, but the collectors always took their share. Edward Kenway's laugh was loud enough to make people flinch, easily breaking the quiet. Well, he's still young, but I wonder if his rash personality and decisions came from a very young age. For now, I'd better observe. And then there was poverty. When people had nothing, they did whatever they could to survive. Some borrowed, some begged, and some stole. Alaric traced patterns in the dirt with his fingers. In his mind, he kept a mental ledger of everything. Small observations were valuable in his world. His father, Leonard Kenway, was a hard-working farmer with no education and is the brother of Bernard Kenway. His mother, Eleanor Kenway, had a cough that never went away. Also, 4 years of failed crops had taught him that every detail matters. He had spent 5 years counting every loss and gain. I might need to buy a guide for crops from the system for this. But he wasn't a farming expert. Even in his past life, he knew nothing about crops. He had lived in the city, only existing as a consumer. That was his old life, though. In this one, he owed his parents. They raised him the best they could despite being poor, and he had to repay them somehow. They were his new family. They were poor but never had the thought of abandoning him. Suddenly, his day was interrupted when Edward, his lively cousin, sprinted past him. Edward was chasing a small green frog that had somehow captured his attention. Catch it, Alaric. You're wasting time, Alaric muttered under his breath, though he couldn't help but smile at Edward's antics. Edward was already knee-deep in mud, completely oblivious to anything other than his chase. Alaric slowly stood up and brushed the dirt off his worn trousers. His eyes drifted over to the old Kenway farmhouse, a wooden shack that creaked with every gust of wind. For 5 years, he had eaten meals with them, played the role of the child they wanted, and accepted being Edward's cousin. It wasn't perfect, but it was the only family he had, and they were good people. Still, as he sat there watching life go on, he could not help but remember how drastically everything had changed just last night. Flashback. That evening, dinner was once again potato soup. Simple, plain, and always served in the same worn-out bowl. Alaric stirred his soup, half listening as Leonard grumbled about another tax hike and the future of their small farm. The monotonous conversation kept on going when suddenly, a sharp ding rang in his ears. Alaric froze. In that moment, he saw translucent blue text flicker in front of his eyes. The words were simple and clear. System shop unlocked. Buy, sell. He choked on his soup. Leonard noticed immediately and thumped his back, saying, "Slow down, lad." Eleanor shot him a worried glance, but no one could really explain what was happening. Alaric blinked repeatedly, and though he tried to shake it off, the strange text remained on his vision. Present, Later, behind the barn, Alaric stared at the floating blue screen that now appeared in his vision. His heart raced as he whispered to himself, "Okay, it's really real. Of course it is. If I'm even in this world, then this is legit." Alaric looked around, then moved towards a sack of wheat leaning against the barn wall. Hesitantly, he reached out and touched it lightly. "Sell." With that, the sack vanished in a flash. On the screen, new text appeared. Plus 3R. Current balance, 3R. He quickly glanced around. No one had seen anything. Not even Edward, who would have snitched if he knew Alaric was swiping family property. With a small sigh of relief, he turned his attention back to the screen and scanned the shop's catalog. The list of available items read: Unlock Chakra 500R. Kunao X 1020R. Shadow Clone Jutsu 1000R. Sharingan 3000R. And so many more. He shook his head and scoffed quietly. Alaric scoffed. Cheap, my ass. He was already thinking ahead. The Caribbean was full of Spanish treasure, privateer gold, merchant chests, wealth buried in the sand. If only he could get to the coast. Before he could think any further, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Alaric. He quickly swiped the system screen away as Edward came skidding around the corner. Edward's hands were covered in mud, and like always, a small, squirming frog poked out of his pocket. "We're mendin' fences. De says you're better at knots," Edward said with a wide grin. Alaric raised an eyebrow. He said that. He didn't ask aloud. "Who's de?" Edward just laughed and ran off, leaving Alaric standing there, lost in thought. 2 months later. That evening, as dusk settled over Swansea, Alaric was busy working inside the cramped Kenway house. He scrubbed the fireplace, trying to clear years of soot and grease, while Edward snored on a torn rug in the corner. Through the thin walls, Leonard and Eleanor whispered about practical matters. "Needs a new coat before winter," Leonard murmured. "And maybe sell the goat while we can," Eleanor added. Alaric's jaw tightened. "If only I could help." He pulled up the system screen. Current balance, 397 R. 2 months of work, stealing laundry scraps, grabbing rotten apples, even pocketing a drunk's tarnished watch, and yet he was still short. "Though with this, I could buy a few months of food for the family." "Well, nah." His fingers hovered over chakra unlock. "Imagine if they freeze this winter. Because you wanted magic or chakra in my case, okay, bad joke." Later that night, Alaric stepped outside for fresh air. He was on the hills near the sea, just nearby the Kenway household. Leaning on the goat pen, he took a deep breath of salty air. It didn't help. He missed a lot from his old life: phones, web novels, and a real bed. Even with a system offering wealth and power, part of him still longed for what once was. Nah, system's better. Imagine the riches, the power, but no phone. Sigh. A pebble skittered under his boot as he shifted. "Hey," Alaric turned. Edward had flopped down beside him, a half-chewed, stolen carrot in hand. "I'm surprised you woke up," Alaric teased. "Thought you'd be in a deep slumber." Edward grinned. "I was pissin' in my dreams. Woke up panicked, thinkin' I pissed on your room." Alaric chuckled. "You okay?" Edward asked, watching his face. "Your mom spank ya?" "Peachy," Alaric said with a wry smile. "I'm good, thanks." Edward shook his head. "Liar. You always look like the when the crops rot." His teasing tone made Alaric chuckle despite everything. "It's the face God gave me," Alaric shot back. "Who's da, anyway?" "One of the kids we played with. I can't remember peasants." But Edward snorted. "If that's your face, then God's a right prick, then." They both laughed. "Can't get offended about that joke though, I'm more handsome than him." Later, as night deepened, Alaric retreated to his makeshift bed, a pile of hay wrapped in old burlap sheets inside the cramped room of the Kenway household. The hay poked at his neck. Edward chose to sleep on their house, so Alaric fortunately have the room to himself. Alaric couldn't help but wonder how a kid his age could snore so loudly, and whether it might mean something was wrong with him. "Come to think of it, it's been a while since I last saw Uncle Bernard and Aunt Lynette. I wonder how they're doing now. Have they been able to sell the latest crops?" Book 3, Chapter 3, Pickpocket. Alaric woke up early. It was still dawn, but the light would soon shine. He sat on the edge of his makeshift bed, rubbing his eyes. His bed was still a pile of hay wrapped in old burlap, but he had grown used to it over the past months. The room was quiet except for the gentle creak of the wooden floorboards. He left his room and made his way to the common area where his father, Leonard, was already up. Leonard was cleaning a chipped mug at the poorly made kitchen table. Eleanor, his mother, hummed softly as she folded worn clothes near the doorway. The atmosphere was calm and unhurried. "Morning, Alaric," Leonard greeted, glancing up with a small smile. "Sleep well?" Alaric shrugged. "As well as one can with hay and a cold breeze," he replied. In his mind, he noted that things were rough, but at least they had each other. Or maybe it's only me who's having it rough. This may be normal for them. Eleanor joined them at the table, her voice gentle. "Remember, lad, a good day starts with a good breakfast. Come, help me set the table." Her tone was light, and she tried to keep things simple and warm. Alaric picked up a clean bowl and set it beside hers. As they ate, Leonard asked, "Any plans for today, son?" His question was casual, nothing more than small talk. Alaric picked at his porridge, thinking about the day. In his mind, he planned how to use the few reals he had saved up from his recent shop sales. "I might head to town," he said after a pause. "See if there's work to be done or something I can pick up on the way." His voice was steady, though his thoughts raced with ideas of small jobs and opportunities to earn more reals. Leonard nodded. "Make sure you keep your head about you. The town can be busy, and not everyone is friendly." Eleanor added, "And be careful with strangers." Alaric smiled slightly. I know, I'll be careful." He felt a flicker of hope, a small sense of control in a world that still felt unpredictable. After breakfast, he helped around the house. He swept the floor and carried a bucket of water to the small garden behind the house. As he worked, he listened to his parents' quiet conversation. Leonard talked about the weather and how the crops might do this season, while Eleanor mentioned that she hoped for better days ahead. Their words were simple, honest, and filled with the rhythm of daily survival. As he finished his chores, Alaric glanced at the low-quality heirloom pocket watch that's used as a clock. It was time to head into town. He pulled on his patched trousers and a worn shirt, then stepped outside. In his mind, he rehearsed his plan for the day: steady work, watchful eyes, and a mind ready for any opportunity, as a kid no less. Sigh. The town center was a busy place. People moved about with purpose, and voices filled the streets. Alaric walked slowly, blending into the crowd, his eyes alert and his ears open to the hum of everyday life. He noticed a variety of merchants shouting their wares, children playing together and laughing, and elders discussing matters at the corner. As he walked, Alaric's thoughts traveled somewhere far away. He remembered his time at home, the conversations with his parents, and the small victories of each day. I think I'm becoming cheesy. He kept his eyes peeled for anything unusual or worth his while. Then, as he passed a busy square, he saw a man he hadn't noticed before. The man was in his 20s, with a neat brunette haircut and a confident air. He wore fine clothes that stood out among the common garb of town folk. His pockets seemed bulky, and his smile was easy as he flirted with a group of women near a fountain. Alaric slowed his pace to get a closer look. The man's cheeks were slightly flushed, hinting that he might have been drinking a bit too much. His laugh was loud and free, and he moved with a swagger that made him seem both charming and careless. His clothes are neatly pressed and his boots are shiny, but he's new here, Alaric noted. Looks like he doesn't care much for subtlety. And his pockets? He's clearly carrying more than he should. This one's an easy target. Alaric's mind went through the details, calculating the risk and reward of a quick pickpocket. He moved closer to the man, merging with the crowd so that he wouldn't draw attention. The man was too occupied with his flirting and his own enjoyment to notice the subtle approach of a quiet observer. Alaric's hand slipped inside the man's jacket pocket with practiced ease. His heartbeat stayed calm as he felt around, searching for something valuable. For a brief moment, Alaric's thoughts were entirely focused on the task. Easy money. Just a quick grab and I'm out. The man's distracted demeanor made it simple. Alaric didn't linger, he simply withdrew his hand and merged back into the crowd. He didn't care much for details, his main interest was to add to his meager funds, so he quickly put what he got in his pocket and left. After walking a few more blocks, Alaric found a quieter corner of town, a narrow alley away from the crowd. He slowed down and stopped at a spot where there were few people around. He sat on a low wall and pulled out what he had picked. Carefully, he opened the small pouch he had taken from the man. Inside, he found 70 reals and a folded letter. Alaric's mind immediately began to process the value of the cash. He counted it quickly, noting that 70 reals was a good sum for a quick pickpocket. Without overthinking, he reached into his system interface on his portable screen and placed 70 reals into it. Plus 70 R. Current balance, 467 R. Alaric let out a quiet sigh of satisfaction. The extra money was welcome, and every reel brought him closer to the items and powers he dreamed of unlocking. Chakra, I'm coming baby, just sit tight and wait. He then turned his attention to the letter. The paper was a bit worn, and the handwriting was sharp and to the point. He unfolded the letter and read it carefully. To Mr. Doris Wilson. I trust ye have readied the amount we agreed upon. We have been accommodated by Mr. David Powell at the Powell Manor, to which will be our rendezvous. Let us meet at midnight. Burn this letter once ye have read it. Howard Vaughn. The message was short and secretive. Alaric read it twice, making sure he caught every detail. Doris Wilson. I don't think the game introduced someone like that, but then again, I'm in Swansea at the moment. The meeting was set for midnight at Powell Manor. He wondered if this was an opportunity, a job, a chance to make reels, maybe even something bigger. Or it could be a trap, something that would put him and his family at risk. Let's go back and try following him for the meantime, perhaps he has some goods I can borrow. Chapter 4, Unlock Chakra. Alaric walked back toward the spot where he had last seen Doris Wilson. He expected to see the drunk man who had flirted with women in broad daylight, but when he arrived, there was no sign of him. The women were gone too. He looked around the square, scanning the faces and the empty spaces. There was no trace of Doris Wilson. With a slight frown, Alaric turned away and began to wander the streets. The town square had so many people going about their daily business, each lost in their own tasks. Then, his eyes caught a familiar face near one of the market stalls. A merchant, known for selling spices that came from the Malabar coast, was arranging his goods. The man's name was Nathaniel Graves, and was a bit overweight but had a friendly look. Ah, Alaric. Fancy seeing you here, Nathaniel called as he organized his stall. Alaric walked over with a nod. Hey Nathaniel, have you seen a guy who looks rich but is clearly drunk in the middle of the day? Nathaniel squinted slightly and shook his head. I haven't, but I did hear someone causing a ruckus at Malroy's tavern just a minute ago. I heard that one of the goons there scammed a drunk lad in there. Alaric gave a short hum. Thanks. Alaric, come by tomorrow. I've some cargoes that's needed to be arranged. Nodding to the chubby man, he left Nathaniel's stall and started walking north from the town square. His steps quickened as he approached a wooden plaque that had the words, Malroy's Tavern. Stepping inside, Alaric immediately sensed the rough atmosphere. The tavern was dim and noisy. In one corner, a man with a few bruises on his face glared at him and shouted, Oi kid, this place is not for the likes of ye. Before Alaric could reply, another voice called out, By the devil's bones. It's just a kid, Malo. Stop shouting. Alaric paused, studying the man who had shouted. Malo was short, bald, and dressed in rough, worn clothing typical of a local goon. What a weird name, Malo. Malo barked, I don't fucking care, scram, boy. And slammed his hand on the table. Alaric didn't reply. Instead, he looked around. The tavern showed clear signs of recent fights. Tables were crooked and there were marks on the walls. There's clearly signs of fighting in here. Stepping back out into the street, Alaric thought, how the hell am I going to find that guy? He stood for a moment, lost in thought. Then he heard someone step outside the tavern, the same man who had shouted at him earlier. It was Malo. Standing outside, Malo listened as another person, coming from behind him, said, I'm going home, Malo. Stop scamming people already, that's going to be the death of ye. Malo grumbled, it was a game of 9 men's Morris, ye lubber-brained. The second person snorted, bah, can't be bothered with ye. And walked away, leaving Malo alone. Malo touched his bruised face and then muttered under his breath, Doris Wilson. I'll make sure you die, you scurvy dog. Alaric raised an eyebrow at the comment. He must have had a fight with that Doris guy, and a game of 9 men's Morris, too. He must have won the lottery with that. But Malo started to walk away from the entrance of the tavern, tending to his wounds as he moved. Alaric quickly decided to follow him. Keeping a safe distance, Alaric tailed Malo through the busy streets. The crowd made it easier to blend in. As they reached the town square, the density of people increased. Seeing his chance, Alaric closed the gap and smoothly bumped into Malo. In that moment, with practiced skill, he snatched a small pouch from Malo's jacket. Malo immediately shouted, hey, watch where you're going, you darn brat. Alaric froze for a split second, the pouch already hidden in his hand. He then said quickly, I'm sorry, mister, I'm playing hide and seek with my mates. Malo's bruised face twisted into an expression that was almost funny, but Alaric kept a straight face. Malo grumbled, get the hell out of here before I send you to hell. Alaric simply replied, well then. And took off running. Malo stopped for a moment, glaring after Alaric. Then he patted his pockets, his eyes widening as he realized something was missing. That brat. He shouted, but Alaric was already long gone. After slipping away from the crowded square, Alaric found a quiet corner behind a crumbling wall near an empty spot. He sat down on a low brick, taking a moment to catch his breath. In his hand, he held the small pouch he had snatched from Malo earlier. He grinned at his luck. He activated his system. The screen flickered, and he deposited the contents of the pouch into it. Plus 240R. Current balance, 707R. Damn. Alaric muttered, surprised by the extra money. 240 reals, more than I expected, he thought, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Buy, sell. Without wasting a second, he tapped the buy option in the system. The list of items were seen across the screen. His eyes zeroed in on what he needed most. Unlock chakra 500R. His fingers moved with purpose as he mentally confirmed the purchase. Almost instantly, the system updated. Dash 500R. Current balance, 207R. A warm feeling spread in his stomach as the transaction finished. Alaric paused, set his pouch aside, and sat cross-legged on the cool stone wall. Closing his eyes, he focused on the strange new energy inside him. At first, it was just a faint warmth, like a small torch glowing in the dark. Then, in his mind's eye, he saw it, a soft light gathering in his core, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. It felt natural, like something that had always been there, just waiting to be awakened. This was chakra, a power he had only known from the anime, now his to control. The warmth spread, steady and calm, like a flower slowly blooming. It wasn't a raging fire, but a quiet strength. After a few long seconds, he opened his eyes. The inner glow had dimmed, leaving him with a lingering heat in his core. Standing up slowly, he decided to test his newfound power. He moved toward a nearby wall. He set his foot on the wall and took a deep breath, recalling vague lessons of the tree climbing technique from the anime. Time to try something new, he thought, pushing a small amount of chakra upward to give his muscles extra strength as he attempted a climb. Then, suddenly, there was a sharp jolt. The wall gave way with a loud crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air and hurling him backward several meters. Alaric landed hard on the ground, a grunt escaping him. Damn! He exclaimed, rubbing his side as he tried to catch his breath. He lay there for a moment, shaking his head. I used too much chakra all at once, he realized. That's why they always talk about chakra control exercises. He sat up slowly and looked at the wall's remains, a few loose bricks and shattered mortar scattered across the ground. Wait, what about? He concentrated hard on controlling his chakra output. He closed his eyes once more, feeling that steady warmth in his stomach. He carefully sent just the smallest pulse of chakra upward, imagining it traveling along a precise path to his fingertips. When he opened his eyes, the world around him was different. The world turned blue, as if a filter had washed over everything. Buildings, streets, and people stood out in a clear, glowing outline. Nothing was hidden, every movement, every shape was sharp and easy to track. With a thought, certain things changed color. A target glowed gold. Paths and hiding spots lit up in white, guiding him forward. Eagle vision, he thought, marveling at the change. It was not overwhelming, it simply made everything easier to see. He could make out the texture of stone, the faint heat left by a recent fire, and even the hidden details in the crowd. Yet, a new thought quickly nagged at him. Damn, I needed chakra to unlock eagle vision. He mused. How do the other assassins do it though? They don't seem to have chakra. Is it just innate talent? So, maybe I'm not that talented. He paused, shaking his head. Not to worry, he told himself firmly. I've got a system full of overpowered abilities from the Naruto world. Just need enough reels to fuel it. Yes, money is the way. The vision faded as he relaxed his focus, and the ordinary view of the town returned. It was nearly dusk by the time he decided to leave his safe spot. Alaric walked away from the alley, his mind was filled with possibilities. He moved quickly, blending into the crowd as he headed back toward the town center. He hadn't planned on staying in one place for too long, not with opportunities showing up at every corner. As he made his way through the streets, he caught sight of 3 women emerging from a small tavern. Their laughter rang out despite being covered by their hands. Wait, isn't that the same group that Doris was flirting with earlier? He wondered. Curiosity piqued, Alaric moved closer to listen. Their voices were low but were easy to hear. Was too small. Only lasted a minute. Alaric snickered quietly. After a few minutes, the women parted ways, still giggling as they walked in separate directions. Alaric's gaze drifted toward the tavern they had just left. A wooden plaque on the door caught his eye. Swan Tavern. His mind immediately connected the dots. So you're here, huh, Mr. Doris? 5, Chapter 5, I'm so fucking rich. Alaric opened the tavern doors and looked around. The tavern was quite empty, to say the least. The floor creaked under his steps as he moved further inside. The tavern keeper noticed him immediately. Are you lost, kid? He asked. Alaric, not knowing what to say, blurted out, me and my mom are new in town, she sent me here to rent a room. The tavern keeper stared at him for a moment before nodding. Do you have the money, lad? That worked. Not even noticing my peasant clothes. Damn, must be my handsome face. Alaric nodded and walked closer. Yes, how much? He asked. Ain't cheap in this tavern, the tavern keeper replied. 5 reals. That is expensive, but it's fine. Alaric pretended to grab something out of his pocket and withdrew 5 reals from his system. -5R. Current balance, 202R. He handed the money to the tavern keeper. The keeper nodded and said, follow me. Alaric followed him upstairs. The tavern keeper stopped at a door, opened it, and said, you and your mother will stay here. Do you have anything you want to order for tonight's dinner? Alaric replied, I don't have any more reals in me, I'll wait for my mum to decide. Okay then, said the tavern keeper. If you have anything you need, I'm right by the bar. Thank you, Alaric said. Soon after, the tavern keeper went down to the ground floor. Alaric began checking every room. He walked from door to door until he reached the last door near a window. He pressed his ear against it and heard loud snoring. Jackpot, he thought. He tried to open the door slowly, and it opened with little resistance. I'm surprised, but maybe he's just too drunk to care about security, he mused. Inside, he found Doris sleeping on the bed. Doris was completely naked and reeking of booze, snoring loudly. He really does have it small, poor guy, Alaric thought, a wry smile forming on his lips. Not wanting to waste time, Alaric continued his self-made mission. He looked around the room and noticed a cabinet in the corner. There were no clothes scattered on the floor, so it seemed the room was tidied up before any fooling around began. As Alaric approached the cabinet, he saw that it had a lock. How the hell am I supposed to find the key? Of course, stupid me. He recalled the feeling when he had used his chakra in a controlled way before. He closed his eyes briefly, and applied minimal use of chakra to his very eyes. When he opened them, his eagle vision activated. He scanned the room and spotted something shining with a gold hue. It was the key, hidden beneath the bed. Alaric picked it up and immediately used it to unlock the cabinet. Inside, there were many items. A neat stack of clothes, several small pouches, and a wooden box. This is the fucking lottery, he thought, unable to hide a grin. Without wasting another second, he reached for the pouches and started checking their contents. These were all reals, he then deposited them in the system. He opened the wooden box and found more reals inside. He fed the contents into his system. +2,505R. Current balance, 2,707R. Yes babe I. Alaric whispered, excitement bubbling in his chest. After looking at his balance, his eyes widened as he saw something that caught his attention even more. A fucking ruby. It's so red. It has to be at least 10 carats. Who the fuck is this guy? He thought in disbelief. Not wasting a moment, Alaric opened the system interface again. Buy, sell. He mentally pressed the sell button, and the system changed format. Items. Ruby, blood red pigeon, 10.2 carats, 1x. He proceeded to sell the ruby. +80,000R. Current balance, 82,707R. Shit, he muttered aloud. Oh my god. I'm fucking rich. I'm so fucking rich. Alaric closed the cabinet and locked it back, then placed the key carefully beneath the bed. He slowly stepped out of the room and looked around. Fortunately, there was no one in sight. Satisfied, he returned to his room and shuringly locked the door. Sitting on his makeshift bed, Alaric opened his system interface. Buy, sell. He mentally clicked, buy, then a list of items appeared on the screen. Konoha Hitaiate 100R. Konoha Flak Jacket 15R. Kakashi's Mask 5R. Kumo Hitaiate 100R. How is there no search button? He thought, scratching his head. Transformation Jutsus. Immediately, another list popped up. Henge no Jutsu Basic Jutsu for Disguises. 500R. Jiangu grants immense power and extends life by transforming the body with additional organs. 5000R. Face Copying Jutsu Upgraded version of Henge no Jutsu that even keen eyes cannot detect. 1000R. Shadow Mirror Body Changing Method Permanent Henge. 7000R. There's a lot of them, but I only need Henge though, Alaric mused. He mentally clicked, Henge no Jutsu, and the system updated his balance. 500R. Current balance, 82,207R. Nice, let's try, he thought. He pictured Edward's appearance as he performed hand seals, then mimicked the 3 hand signs and applied a small burst of chakra. With a little puff, he looked into a nearby mirror. There, he saw his reflection shift slightly, as if his features morphed into a familiar face. Of course it's me. He admitted silently. Not much change really, since Alaric and Edward were cousins. This will be really useful, he thought. After deactivating the henge, Alaric browsed the system for items related to farming. Another list appeared. Would release Kekii Genkai combining earth and water. Grants wood style. Senjutsu item prices decrease once purchased. 30,000R. Noragakure crop cultivation grants immense knowledge of Noragakure's crop cultivation method, refined for centuries. 1,500R. Wood release. Why wood? Of course, it's nature related. Nah, that's too expensive for now. Noragakure crop cultivation is tempting, though. It's cheap and effective, Alaric thought, folding his arms. Although I don't know anything about Noragakure, he added quietly, was that even in Naruto? Maybe. He mentally clicked, Noragakure crop cultivation. 500R. Current balance, 80,707R. Okay, still rich, he grinned. Then he bought few items that might prove useful. Shadow Clone Jutsu 1000R. Healing Palm Jutsu 1200R. Madara Uchiha's Taijutsu 15,000R. Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo, 16,000R. Hashirama Senju's Chakra Reserve 30,000R. Hashirama Senju's Physique 17,000R. Chakra Paper 2R. After selecting all these items, his balance finally read. 80,202R. Current balance, 505R. Suddenly, a surge of information was implanted in Alaric's mind. The system confirmed his purchase of all the selected items in one go. Changes began immediately within him. He felt a burning sensation in his eyes as the mutation of the Sharingan took hold. His body ached sharply from the sudden shift in muscle and structure as Hashirama Senju's physique was forced upon him. The heat built up inside, so intense that he felt as if he were being torched alive. Hashirama's chakra reserve was being forcefully injected into his chakra reserves, expanding it at an alarming rate. I feel like I'm gonna die. The transformation process lasted a full hour. Throughout that time, Alaric didn't scream. He only grunted in pain, a series of low, guttural sounds that, if heard from outside, might have been mistaken for men having sex. After what felt like an eternity, Alaric finally opened his eyes and gasped, "Fuck, that hurts." He looked around the room, expecting to see the typical dark residue that sometimes followed a transformation, but there was nothing of the sort. Of course, this ain't no cultivation Miran shit. He thought, relieved yet still in pain. So according to the information that was hammered in my brain, despite receiving Madara's Taijutsu, there's limitations due to my body being 5. Yes, I have Hashirama's physique, but Madara's Taijutsu worked for his height, but I did gain so much from that alone. Alaric hummed while thinking about it. When I use my Mangekyo, my left eye can use arrows, it can restore my body to its peak using 10% of my chakra, fuck that's cool. My right eye uses Vulcan, it makes me able to control and manipulate metal within a meter for the moment, although I can't create metal, that's still up. And there's no Susanoo, though I can stop time for 10 seconds, Chronos. Change Susanoo for time stop. I'll never complain. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Slowly, Alaric stood up and moved to a mirror. He sees a handsome lad with a grin that stretched ear to ear. He then examined his reflection carefully. He noticed that he had grown an inch or two in height, and his muscles looked slightly more defined, even if only a little. Thankfully, I don't have that much muscle yet. It would look weird on a 5-year-old kid, he mused wryly. Now, to get out of here without being caught. 6, Chapter 6, A Sack of Wheat's 3 Reels. Alaric cupped his face with his hand and thought, well I could just jump right out the window, nah, that's too old-fashioned, let's use chakra instead. With a slight puff, he activated Henge. Instantly, his body shrank noticeably. His face became uglier, fatter, and his features were rougher, even his hair turned a little brownish. He did this, hoping the change would fool the tavern keeper. I hope so. He opened the door to his rented room and headed downstairs. There were more people now. Now that I think about it, this tavern ain't like Malroy's tavern with all those goons. This one has quiet people in it, he observed silently. Good, they don't even bother looking at me. Alaric walked toward the tavern keeper until the man noticed him. Anything you need, young lad? The tavern keeper asked while handing a mug of booze to a customer. Alaric replied, I found some loose change in my pocket. Got anything worth eatin'? The tavern keeper grinned and said, I've got mutton, pottage, gruel, fish, eggs. Can't serve you booze though, you're still fresh from your mother's womb. Alaric shook his head and smiled. I'll get a mutton and an egg, and since I can't drink booze yet, a fine water's enough. Mutton and egg it is, that'll be a reel, said the tavern keeper. A reel. Alaric widened his eyes. A sack of wheat's 3 reels. The tavern keeper just laughed. What, can't afford? I told you, nothing's cheap in this tavern. I'll take it, damn. Alaric said, pretending to fumble in his pocket. He withdrew 1 reel from the system. 1 reel. Current balance, 504 R. I'll be back, lad, the tavern keeper grinned. I'll be back before you know it. I'm never going back to this tavern again. I don't care if I'm cheap. An hour later, Alaric wandered the village square with his henge deactivated. He was looking for someone to help with anything, he felt so poor now. Although 500 reals is a lot for his age, even for his family. With no one to help, Alaric walked home with a happy mood after buying some meat from a butcher and spices from Nathaniel's stall. 3 R. Current balance, 501 R. After arriving at the house with the things he bought, Alaric saw his father had an enraged look, and his mother's eyes were swollen. He immediately went to their side and asked, Hey guys, anything happened? Leonard's face shifted from fuming to mixed emotions as he fell silent for a while. Alaric dropped the things he had bought on a nearby table and asked again, What happened? I didn't return that late. It's not you. Leonard grumbled. The sacks o' wheat and barley in the shed, gone stolen. Damn. Alaric exclaimed, widening his eyes. Last I counted, there were 24 sacks of both wheat and barley. That would have been like 240 reals in the market. That's 4 years' worth of food for the Kenway household, considering we eat peasant food here. We kept M for days, so when your Uncle Bernard returned, he'd have enough to set sail again, Leonard said, looking down and clenching his fist. We wanted to get a teacher for you and Edward. And now, till Bernard and Lynette come back, what in the devil's name are we gonna eat? Damn it. I didn't want to make my money decrease more, fuck, Alaric thought. And a teacher? I don't need that, I'm smarter than most of them in this era. He sighed and said, the things I bought were food and spices, so let's start with that. And here. He reached for his pocket and withdrew 6 reals, handing them to his father. A merchant gave me these for helping him store his cargo today. 6 R. Current balance, 495 R. This'll help, but no. Keep it for yourself, lad, Leonard gritted his teeth. Use it for meals instead, you've got to eat. Ain't no trouble, just take it. I'll figure the rest myself, Alaric replied. Just take it man, you wanna die. With or without you, I'm gonna live. Leonard watched the reels in his hand and gripped them tightly. I promise. Alaric observed as his father looked down at the ground, clutching the few reels. I promise, we, Kenways, will get rich, no matter what, Leonard said. Alaric smiled at his dad, nodded, and then hugged his mom. Until when am I going to pretend I'm their kid though? Well, I am, but I'm also a man from the modern age. Night time. After dinner with his family, including Edward, Alaric stepped outside to get some fresh air. He left the house without delay and headed toward the shed. The shed's so far from the house, of course they won't notice the goods being stolen, he thought. He gathered a little chakra in his eyes and activated his eagle vision. Through the enhanced sight, he scanned the shed that once held sacks of wheat and barley. Amongst the shadows, he noticed something small glowing in a gold hue. Curious, he walked toward the spot and squatted down. As he deactivated his eagle vision, he picked up the object. Metal, he mused. He studied it for a moment, then bit it to test its hardness. This is definitely metal. Alaric looked around until he noticed several footprints few meters away from the shed. Not just a few, many. That's weird, even if the whole Kenway household walked this path, this is too many, he thought. He turned on his eagle vision again to mark the footprints, which now appeared in a gold hue. Deciding to follow them, he quickened his pace. Minutes passed until he finally entered a forest, where he saw a bonfire and a group of men eating. So these are the people who stole our wares. Alaric clenched his jaw. His eagle vision marked all the men in red. After a moment, he turned off the eagle vision, but the markings remained. Bandits, huh? He scanned the group and calculated in his head. Okay, how do I do this? There are 14 grown men and I'm still in a 5-year-old body. He added, but I've received Hashirama's physique and Madara's taijutsu. Still, I'm limited by my body. One of the bandits finished his drink and stood up. He walked away from the group and shouted, I'm off for a piss, follow me, and I'll gut ye. The others laughed and continued their meal. Alaric didn't waste time. He moved closer, keeping a safe distance from the departing bandit. Good, he's pretty far from the others. In the dark, with bushes providing cover, Alaric opened his system interface. He purchased Kunao X1020R and a Kunao Pouch 10R-30R. Current balance 465R. He inspected the items briefly. Okay, 10 kunaos and a pouch. I can do this, 10 years of military experience and Madara's taijutsu, he reasoned. Although I haven't trained with this small body yet, let's try this. As the bandit went off to relieve himself, Alaric dropped all his kunaos and the pouch on the ground for the moment. Then he picked up one kunao and silently approached the bandit while crouching. The bandit glanced upward at the moon. Chance. Alaric dashed forward and stabbed the bandit's temples. The bandit didn't even have time to react as he collapsed, dead. Without pause, Alaric dragged the body into the bushes. He searched the man's belongings. Sword, clothes, even his briefs, and sold everything on the spot. A few reals found in the pockets were also added to his system. Plus 85R. Current balance, 550R. TCH, cheap fuck. Alaric muttered under his breath. He left a single real coin right where he had killed the bandit, then went back to his kunaos and pouch. Carefully, he arranged the kunaos in the pouch and strapped it on. -1R. Current balance, 549R. Next, he parkoured, climbing up to a tree branch just above the spot where the coin lay. Soon, I won't be parkouring shit, I'll make chakra my best friend if I have to. A few minutes later, 2 bandits appeared, searching for the one who had been taking a piss. Where's that sod lard? Said he was talking a piss, been long enough to drain the whole damn ocean. One bandit complained. Hey, lucky coin mate, the other remarked, stepping forward while his companion's attention drifted elsewhere. Alaric dropped down silently. He moved swiftly and stabbed the neck of the bandit who had stepped forward, killing him instantly. In midair, he turned around, using the kunao lodged in the victim's neck as a pivot. In less than a second, he fired another kunao toward the other bandit's neck, ending his life as well. Good, 3 down. But this body wants to throw up already. Damn. I may have been in the military, but this is a new body. Is that how physics work? Is it even physics? No matter. Without wasting time, Alaric retrieved his scattered kunaos and searched the fallen bandits for valuables, selling everything they had, leaving them naked like the first one. Current balance, 714R. Good, it's nice earning money by killing these kinds of people, he mused, then shook his head. It's never nice to kill people, Alaric. He calculated. Okay, there are 11 bandits left. As he approached the nearest bushes toward the group, they're all gathered around the bonfire. Perfect. Inhale, exhale. Alaric dashed toward them. The moment one bandit noticed him, Alaric pushed chakra to both of his eyes. Chronos, he commanded internally. Everything around him slowed and the surroundings turned black and white. Despite the unfamiliar yet exciting scene, Alaric didn't hesitate and immediately tossed all his kunaos upward. Vulcan. The kunaos froze midair for a brief second before all of them swiftly flew toward the throats of 10 bandits, leaving only one behind, the obvious leader. Alaric identified the leader easily. He was the one in a little bit fancier clothes, sitting in the most comfortable seat. Okay, still 7 seconds left, Alaric calculated, then sighed. My body feels achy, is it too much for a 5-year-old? I do have Hashirama's physique, but my small body can't fully utilize it. Maybe when I grow up. As time finally continued, the bandit's leader widened his eyes when he saw Alaric. Huh, a kid. Yep, this kid sent your buddies to the other side, Alaric replied calmly, like a kid. The leader looked around, eyes wide at the sight of his comrades lying on the ground. Shiver me timbers. He exclaimed. Shiver me timbers? It's night, so I guess it's cold, Alaric replied with a smirk. Did you kill them? You, a child? The leader sputtered, disbelief evident in his voice. Alaric sighed, letting his chakra flare for a moment. His Sharingan spun as he softly said, Genjutsu, Sharingan. Tell me if you have anything that's worth a lot. I have lots of gold rings and jewelry from raiding several houses, the leader answered monotonously. I've hidden them in a secret compartment beneath my seat. Without another word, Alaric walked straight toward the leader and stabbed his throat. Well, they move fast. I can't see any sacks of wheat or barley here, Alaric thought as he looked around. Well, in any case, time to remove their clothes and sell everything here. I'm guessing it's currently 8:30 p.m. Alaric thought as he walked the trail back toward the Kenway household. It feels nice to give justice to all those who have been robbed. Plus 4, 515R. Current balance, 5064R. Are there any more bandits around here? 7, Chapter 7, We're going to Bristol. A month had passed since that memorable night, and in that time, Alaric had made exercise a daily habit. Every morning and night, he jogged through the streets, ran over town roofs, and practiced jumping drills, squats, lunges, push-ups, planks, stretching, and yoga-like exercises for balance. He spent extra time on his chakra control exercises too. Tree climbing technique, water walking, martial arts training, and even simulated situational combat in his mind. His exercises were intense, for a 5-year-old. However, using the healing palm jutsu to whatever aches in his body proved to be useful as it accelerates the natural healing abilities to an absurd rate. Well, not the same as Tsunade's jutsus, but this has been very helpful for me. Indeed it was helpful for him. He was exercising in a way a 5-year-old should never do. If not for the healing palm jutsu, he would have stunted his body from developing the optimal results for progress. Edward and his parents often watched him doing these strange positions and activities. His parents never questioned him after all, he had been sending them money every day. Edward on the other hand, once tried to copy him, but his body ached too much, and now he just shakes his head at Alaric's seemingly unnecessary routines. It also came to a point where his parents finally asked about his weapon pouch. Alaric only replied with a grin, "I have to protect myself, can't have you crying over my dead ass." And his money? Well, it was okay. Current balance, 5,214 R. Alright, fine, it's not great, but I haven't seen any bandits in a while. And I keep giving 3 reals every day, it's like I'm the adult in this house, he thought. After finishing his morning exercise, Alaric returned to the Kenway household and sat down for breakfast with his parents. It was a quiet meal. No one talked much, and Alaric didn't mind the silence. Then suddenly, "We're moving to Bristol." Alaric, who was drinking water, spat it out in shock. He looked at his father and said, "Bristol. Bristol, England." Leonard nodded and then looked to Eleanor before addressing Alaric again. "We had a chat with your Uncle Bernard and Aunt Lynette, Heron, about their days in Bristol. Your aunt mentioned life looked more vibrant there than here," Eleanor added softly, smiling. "We can't have our precious son be the one making a living in this household." "Sure." Alaric smiled and nodded. In his mind, I could be rich again there. But Alaric internally sighed, "If only I could rob everyone in this town, I would have done so, too bad." Alaric made a personal pact with himself. Ever since the bandit incident, he had decided that he would only steal or kill from people proven to be guilty by his modern standards and beliefs. The grief of the Kenway household over the stolen goods had made an impact on him, so he kept giving 3 reals every single day for their meals. Fortunately, it fits their budget even when including Edward, and that's 4 mouths to feed. 2 meals a day too. He limited to giving 3 reals per day since giving more would arouse suspicion from his parents. Procuring 3 reals a day as a kid who helped anyone here, and there was no easy feat, any more than that, it would close to impossible. Though I would have been okay with giving them 4 or 5 reals per day. Anyways, speaking of mouths to feed, 2 figures from Bristol arrived within the month, his uncle and aunt, Bernard and Lynette Kenway. Their voices grew louder as they approached the house. When the door opened, a man who looked much like his father and a woman with a kind smile stepped inside. "Alaric, lad, ye done with them strange antics? Oh, yours outside?" Bernard asked. Alaric chuckled and replied simply, "Yes." Bernard smiled warmly, then turned to Leonard. "We'll have to get ready today, the ship will sail at dusk." Leonard nodded at both Eleanor and Alaric. "We'll be ready by then." Bernard grinned. "Remember, we gotta get on this one. Ain't no other ship sailing to England for the next month." "All right mate," Leonard replied, immediately rising to gather his belongings. As everyone prepared to leave, Alaric finished his meal while quietly watching them busy themselves with packing. Damn, it's not like we own many things for them to get so busy, he thought. Not wanting to miss an opportunity, he stayed seated and rested his elbow on the table. He then opened his system. "Okay, let's search some specific items," he thought, considering what to buy. "Boots." He typed in the search, but nothing loaded. There must be something wrong with the system today. He tried again. "Okay, how about shoes?" Still nothing. "Footwear." After a moment, a list appeared. Open-toed sandals, black, 20 R. Open-toed sandals, blue, 20 R. Open-toed sandals, green, 20 R. Alaric stared at the list in disbelief. Did no one wear anything other than open-toed sandals in the anime? What a freak show, he thought. He mentally clicked, open-toed sandals, black, 20 R. "I don't know how to style these, but these sandals are better than my current ones," he grumbled, and immediately switched to the new pair. "And I was right," he mused. Next, he proceeded to buy umbu pants, black, 20 R. 40 R. Current balance, 5,174 R. The pants came with an extra strap. "This is so that I can strap my kunao pouch, right?" he thought. He changed into the new pants right there. Not to worry, his parents were busy packing, and he was wearing his briefs. They don't have boxers in this period. I don't even think they even have briefs. I just can't bear right about someone not having briefs. He then strapped his kunao pouch to his leg. "Good job," Alaric congratulated himself, folding his old pants and setting them aside. Later that day, Alaric wandered through the town square one last time, admiring the busy streets. He approached a specific chubby man mending his goods and said, "Hey Nathaniel." "Ah, mornin' to ya, Laric." Nathaniel replied with a smile. "Got some wares in the storeroom need sortin'. Mind watchin' the stall fare a bit?" "Sure," Alaric answered. "Can't hurt to earn a few extra reals." Chapter 8, Merchant Ship. Current balance, 5,176 R. Nice, not bad. Alaric thought as he gazed at the sky. It's already dusk. Turning to Nathaniel, who had just finished thanking a customer, Alaric said, "Me and my family are moving to Bristol, so I wouldn't be able to help you from now on." Nathaniel looked up, surprised but then smiled. What? Well, good luck to you then. Thanks for helping me these past couple o' months. Alaric just nodded and said his goodbyes. I better hurry or they're gonna leave me here. Minutes later, Alaric arrived at the port. Only one ship was in sight with people boarding, so he naturally made his way there. The entire Kenway household was present, each carrying makeshift bags on their backs. People were talking and busy loading cargo, while others helped with last-minute details. Alaric. Edward called out, peeking over as he saw Alaric. A bit later, and we'd have left ye behind. Leonard and Eleanor turned their heads to see Alaric walking towards them, making them sigh in relief. Bernard Kenway then looked at Alaric and smiled. What kept ye? Been makin' some reels, have ye? Alaric nodded, and just then a purser carrying a paper and quill approached them. How many passengers? He asked. 6, Bernard replied, retrieving his pouch. That will be 60 reels, mate, the purser stated. Bernard's eyes widened as he heard this. What happened? Weren't it 5 reels per passenger? That's double the price. Pirates, that's what. We hired seasoned crew since last month, the purser explained with a sigh. The seas be gettin' deadlier these days. Bernard looked down and clenched his fist. Bloody hell, I'm 20 reels short. Before Bernard could say another word, Alaric sighed and pretended to grab something out of his pocket. He withdrew some money from the system. 25R. Current balance, 5,151R. Here, Nathaniel from the town square gave me 15 reels, and I've saved up the rest for the past few months, Alaric said calmly, handing the money to Bernard. Bernard was silent for a moment before nodding. Don't fret, Alaric. Life's better in Bristol, I swear it. And I'll repay ye for all ye've done for our kin. Yeah, just get on with it, Alaric thought, smiling at his uncle. I feel like I'm the one making money in this family. Bernard then handed the 60 reels to the purser. Help in, your family earn coin. The purser grinned and looked at Alaric. Ye got a knack for it, lad. Anyway, the 6 of ye, aboard with ye. The accommodation on board was, okay. They were assigned the lower deck of the ship, which meant shared quarters. With so many people in a confined space, the smell grew unbearable. Alaric decided to leave the lower deck and head to the upper deck. The winds were light, so the journey was slow. It's not like the ship's powered by an engine, but, he mused. So you're that young lad with a knack for makin' coin. The purser called out as Alaric made his way along the deck. Alaric turned around to see the purser accompanied by another man. Hello. He greeted. The purser smiled and said, Come, let me introduce ye to the captain. He gestured to a man approaching in a striking coat that looked like a captain's uniform, except it was pink. Very pink. Van Gogh. The purser announced. Van Gogh. Alaric widened his eyes. That's fucking impossible, it's 1697, he thought. The captain laughed and folded his arms on his chest. Ye recognize me, lad? I guess I'm quite famous. Impossible, right? Yeah, definitely, Alaric mused, then chuckled sheepishly. I noticed you before at the docks last year, please work. Last year? Van Gogh questioned. I've been to Swansea plenty o' times. It worked, Alaric thought. How gullible. Good to meet ye. Anyhow, roam about as ye like, the captain said, before adding with a wink, but keep clear o' the captain's cabin. Aye, Alaric replied as the captain disappeared inside his cabin. I'll be leavin' ye to it, lad. Night's upon us, the purser said, ruffling Alaric's hair before heading to the quarters. Next time you do that, I'm gonna stab your throat, kidding. It was now midnight. Alaric was absorbing the atmosphere of a sailing ship at sea. It was a first, even in his previous life. He wandered toward the helmsman in the poop deck, drawn to the large wooden wheel at the ship's helm. You curious, lad? The helmsman asked. Yeah, Alaric replied. Understandable. The helmsman said, I'd be curious at your age, too. They fell silent as Alaric wandered behind the helmsman, his eyes scanning the horizon. Suddenly, he peered over the side and his eyes widened. Left side of the back. A small boat was attached to the merchant ship. On that boat, 25 people were gathered. One man at the front raised a hand, shushing the group into silence. A gunboat? How come no one noticed them? Well, I guess they've used the fog for their advantage, Alaric thought. Pirates. They must have also hijacked that gunboat. But, he added silently, a smirk creeping over his face. At least I can make some money off this. But, Alaric quickly opened his system interface and searched for something useful. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness 1500 reels. He mentally pressed the buy button. -1, 500R. Current balance, 3651R. Information about the jutsu immediately injected into his mind, and he smirked. Looking at the people below, one of them suddenly seemed to notice him. Hey, look. Someone called out. Damn. Alaric cursed, then immediately went through a series of hand seals as all around him, people began to notice his presence. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness, he commanded in his thoughts. What? Mother, I can't see. Alaric smirked and quickly jumped onto the rail, launching himself toward the gunboat. Thud. Without hesitation, he stabbed the throat of the person closest to him. He then threw 2 kunais at another 2 pirates. One at the throat, one at the forehead, causing 3 of them to drop dead. Well, I was unsure about the forehead, but nice, he thought. What in the nine hell's happening? Someone shouted. Damn, what sorcery is this? Another cried out. Alaric dashed forward, stabbing another pirate's throat, then grabbed a sword from the now-dead pirate's hand and slashed the neck of another. Now, he thought, smirking as he gathered chakra on his eyes. Chronos. Everything turned black and white, and the waves of the ocean stopped to 0 decibels, and even the wind stopped. This is too up, he mused. Alaric dashed once more, stabbing throats left and right. 2 bandits remained when Chronos' duration ended, along with the bringer of darkness. Ah, a kid. 1 bandit gasped. Yep, now die. Alaric thought and swiftly threw 2 kunais at their throats as fast as he could. Thud. Bodies dropped dead on the wooden floorboard of the gunboat. The pumping adrenaline faded, and Alaric finally panted. Yet he continued to smirk, gathering a bit of chakra on his left eye, Aeros. Suddenly, the chakra from his eyes used a small fraction of his reserves to restore his body. I can no longer feel any tiredness, nice. Although I might not need this too much since I have Hashirama's physique, meaning the regeneration too. Without delay, Alaric began to loot every bit of money from the fallen pirates. He sold everything. Their clothes, a smoothbore cannon, cannonballs, gunpowder, flintlock pistols, swords, daggers. Plus 3, 480R. Current balance, 7,131 reals. What? Only 3,000? Those guns were expensive though. Alaric widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn, this system's stingy as fuck. Seeing nothing left to sell, Alaric applied a little chakra to attach his feet to the merchant ship's wooden body. He then looked at the gunboat and smirked at the thought of what he accomplished. Even Edward in the Assassin's Creed video couldn't do what he did. I wonder. He thought. He touched the gunboat and mentally clicked the sell button. Plus 4, 500R. Current balance, 11,634 reals. Pretty cheap, maybe because it's really used. Anyways, that was a good harvest. Clinging to the merchant ship's side at a 180-degree angle, Alaric applied another burst of chakra to his feet and jumped toward the ship's railing. Did anyone notice? He wondered. But the moment he landed on the railing, there was nothing, only the helmsman looking straight ahead. Okay, good. The air must have muffled their voices. It was now dawn, and Alaric now had bags covering his eyes. He hadn't gotten a wink of sleep, expecting more pirates to show up. Damn, I should have just slept. 9, Chapter 9, Bristol. Current balance, 11,634 reals. Dawn came and Alaric sighed while leaning on the poop deck's railings. If I was hoping for more pirates to come, would have made so much money. He shook his head and continued to look forward, just feeling the wind. At this point, he didn't feel like sleeping anymore. Buy, sell. Alaric opened the system interface and mentally clicked, buy. An endless list of items popped up on the screen, but one thing came to his mind. Soldier pills. Soldier pills, 5x, temporarily boost physical strength and chakra levels. Doesn't replace sleep 3R. Oh, never mind then. He sighed and switched his attention from the system to a person coming up to the poop deck. Whoa, it's that Captain Van Gogh, unbelievable. Oh, aren't you? Captain Van Gogh stopped beside the helmsman and asked, you didn't sleep? Alaric didn't reply and just smiled. I have to make a living, you know. I get it, Van Gogh said, placing his hand on the helmsman's shoulder as he took over the helm. Is your first time outside Swansea, EY. You must be excited. I'm excited, yes, Alaric replied as he walked toward the captain's side, admiring the nautical twilight. But it's alright, new place, new life, that's completely normal. Yes, Van Gogh murmured while gripping the wheel softly, then added, you're right. Of course. Alaric smirked and raised his brows as he spotted land. Would that be Bristol? Aye. Alaric turned his head and saw a tall man replying to his question. That's Bristol, my motherland, the man said as he moved forward and extended his hand. Thomas Brown, first mate. Ah. The young Kenway shook his hand. Alaric Kenway. Thomas nodded while glancing at Van Gogh. We're near Captain. Van Gogh nodded and continued looking forward. The ship glided smoothly toward Bristol's harbor with the wind pushing it forward, and the waves tapped rhythmically against the hull. Captain Van Gogh stood at the helm, eyes locked on the approaching dock. It was time to dock. Mr. Brown. Captain Van Gogh called, his steady voice carrying across the deck. Get the crew ready to secure the lines. Aye, Captain. First Mate Thomas Brown responded without hesitation, turning to the waiting crew. Lines. Get the lines ready, all hands. Brown shouted. The crew sprang into action, some grabbing heavy ropes while others set up the fenders. Mr. Brown, how's the tide? Captain Van Gogh asked, keeping a firm grip on the wheel. The tide's flowing nicely, Captain. We'll be able to dock without issue, Brown called back, eyes scanning the water ahead. Good, Van Gogh replied, eyes fixed on the quay. We don't want any delays. The cargo's got to be unloaded, for the midday bells ring. Brown nodded. Aye, Captain. We'll have her secure in no time. Van Gogh turned to the crew. All hands on deck, ready to drop anchor when I give the word. The crew moved quickly, pulling ropes and getting the anchor ready. The dock came closer, and the harbor buildings came into view. Mr. Brown. Van Gogh called. Tell the dockmaster we're approaching. Aye, Captain. Brown signaled a nearby crew member, who grabbed a flag and ran toward the shore. Van Gogh looked at the dock ahead. Mr. Brown, I'll handle the lines. Get the crew to lower the anchor once we're close enough. Aye, Captain. Brown replied. They'll be ready. Good. Keep her steady, Van Gogh said. The ship moved forward slowly, the crew standing by. As they got close, Van Gogh spoke again. Prepare for docking. Keep the ropes tight and watch the fenders. Aye, Captain. The crew answered together. The ship touched the dock lightly. Crew members threw the ropes to the dockworkers, who caught them and pulled the ship in. Easy now, Van Gogh said, adjusting the wheel slightly. Keep those ropes tight. The crew secured the ship, making sure everything was fastened properly. Good work, men, Van Gogh said. He nodded toward Brown. Mr. Brown, start unloading the cargo. We need to be quick. Aye, Captain, Brown replied with a small nod. Alaric took a step back and checked the work. Everything was set. They had arrived in Bristol. Alaric then went down to the lower deck and saw that all the Kenways, except Bernard and Leonard, were still asleep. He was about to approach them when he heard. You don't get it, brother. Enough, Bernard, I don't want to hear it. Your son's clearly special. We just need to ask. No, but, please, I can't bear the embarrassment. What use is that if we're all going to starve? You said our lives will change in Bristol. What the hell are they talking about? Special? Me? Alaric thought, folding his arms. I know that already. Anyways, he shook his head and opened the system interface. A screen popped up, and he mentally clicked, buy. Come to think of it, this is the first time I'll buy any consumables. Food. The screen changed, showing an endless list of meals. This will do. Akimika barbecue, 6x, 6R, dash 6R. Current balance, 11,628R. Alaric opened his arm instinctively and 6 large barbecues materialized in his hand, still sizzling. I hope it's edible. He then walked and approached the 2 brothers who had woken up. Oh, the 2 of you already woke up. Laric. Leonard turned his head toward his son. I was going to find you, but I couldn't leave your mother. Where were you? And what's that? Ha, you should have looked for your kid then. I can protect my love, Eddie and Eleanor myself, ye bastard. Bernard grunted. I'm stronger than you, twig. Edward's nickname's hilarious. Alaric thought while looking at them. Leonard didn't even look at Bernard and just smirked. Alaric looked at them and sighed internally. He sat beside them. I was at the poop deck talking to the helmsman and the captain. You needn't worry. And these are smoked meat, try them, Alaric said, handing over the barbecues. The rest are for these 3 when they wake up. The Kenway brothers looked at the food. The aroma had already tempted their noses when Alaric was approaching them. Leonard was the first to bite. Bernard exclaimed as he saw the sparkle in Leonard's eyes. He then took a bite of the smoked meat. Blimey. Alaric smiled while watching them, but then a thought hit him. They were now his family. He shouldn't see them as just poor people. They've cared for him ever since he got reborn. But it's hard, he hadn't experienced having a family in his first life. For the past month, Alaric had done the hard work, giving them 3 reals a day. Although it wasn't their fault, their goods were stolen. Well, it worked out for the better. We're now in Bristol. Few minutes passed. Eleanor, Lynette, and Edward had already woken up and eaten their barbecues. Edward wanted more, but Alaric made up some bullshit reason. They began checking their makeshift bags to see if anything had been stolen. I mean, are there even things to steal? Alaric shook his head and helped them however he could, while Edward just stared at the wall. Understandable, it's only been a few minutes since he woke up. A crew member from the merchant ship went inside the lower deck and proclaimed loudly, all right, you lot can get off the ship now. Bernard and Leonard nodded at each other as passengers stood up one by one. Let's go, Bernard said while holding Edward's hand. Leonard saw this and looked at Alaric, then forward. Alaric noticed this and internally sighed. The fuck. But despite his thoughts, he grabbed Leonard's hand as they started to walk, making his father's eyes widen. Alaric looked at Leonard and smiled. It's not so bad after all. As soon as they got off the ship, Edward immediately exclaimed, wow, this place is amazing. Even Leonard and Eleanor were surprised by the size of the city. Darling, the city has changed. Eleanor gasped. Right. Leonard agreed, it's been 8 years since we last came here, it's certainly changed a lot. Alaric had seen modern architecture in his previous life in the medieval town square of Swansea, but this city was active. A true depiction of a video game world, filled with adventurers, scholars, and many more. If there are many types of people here, there should be ultra-rich people too, right? But of course, this is Bristol after all, he. The moment Alaric jumped from the ship onto the wooden dock, the system made a ding sound. System currency updated. Chapter 10, Stop being a fucking bitch. Bitch. Current balance, 11,634 System currency updated. Reals converted to pounds sterling. Conversion fee, 18 11,616 363. Instantly, the reals he had in his system disappeared, and the format changed to current balance, 363 zeros. 0D. Pound sterling, S. Shillings, D. Pence. Pound sterling conversion, 120s. 1s. 12D. So. The other Kenways were walking, but Alaric stayed in a thinking position. Okay. Pound sterling is valued 32 times higher than the Spanish real, 1 pound is 20 shillings, and 1 shilling is 12 pence. Got it. Alaric nodded and ran forward, catching up with the others. Let's try checking the list of items in the buy section. Buy, sell, buy. Konoha flak jacket, 1x, granted to Konoha ninjas of Chunin rank and above. 7D. 1R. Shinobi sandals, blue, sandals commonly used by ninjas, 7D. 1R. Hyuga clan secret ointment, 1x, 1s. 3D, 2R. One-tailed beast Jinkriki seal, 3,125, 100,000 R. Mangekyo, Amaterasu, 312 tens. 12D, 10,000 R. Okay, I get it, Alaric thought as he mentally closed the system interface. I think. Eleanor and I know a friend here, Bernard stated as they all walked. We can stay at their house for the meantime. They're really accommodating, you lot won't have to worry, Lynette added while holding Edward's hand. Edward, stop dawdling, we have somewhere to be. Edward was silent but looked around in amazement. That's really understandable, he's Fiv. Alaric's thoughts were cut off. He widened his eyes as he saw something that filled him with disgust, making him grit his teeth. Black-skinned men were walking with their hands behind their backs. Their ankles were shackled so they couldn't run. Guards followed them, each with a small sword at the waist and a flintlock pistol at the side. Alaric then looked at his father, mother, uncle, aunt, and even Edward. They're not even reacting. Fucking slave traders, I forgot I'm in 1697, Alaric fumed. This is all normal for them. He looked further and activated his eagle vision. The guards turned red in his view, but one of them appeared with a gold hue. You must be the officer. Alaric deactivated his eagle vision and continued walking toward their destination. He took one last look at the slaves and the officer. I'll remember that face. And we have arrived. They arrived at a humble-looking house that was pretty good. Exteriors in good condition, Alaric checked. Not bad. Bernard turned towards Leonard and the others while Lynette smiled and just continued towards the door and knocked. There was silence for a couple of seconds, and finally, the door opened slowly and silently. Mornin'. Lynette grinned at the person inside. Lynette. A female voice could be heard followed by a loud masculine laugh. Ha 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 mornin', Lynette, where's Bernard? A bald man that seemed to be out of place in this city asked loudly. Right here, mate. Bernard announced himself. Him and the bald man shook hands. Is the spare room still available? For you lot. Of course. Anyways, the bald man got out of the door and showed himself to the Kenway family and smiled. This must be the Kenways. Oh, this guy looks Middle Eastern. Iranian maybe. Alaric thought, trying to figure where the guy came from. Sure as hell he can't be Chinese. Damn, stop it, Laric. Oh my, Bernard chuckled. Forgive me. Everyone, this is Solomon. Bernard started while motioning his hand towards the now named Solomon. Suleiman al-Rashidi, he proudly stated his name, or as Bernard said, you can call me Solomon. Excluding Alaric, all of them looked at him in awe, as it was their first seeing someone like Solomon, caramel skin, thick eyebrows and lashes. Suleiman al-Rashidi. I like that name, Alaric stated at Suleiman's eyes. Now, what's an assassin doing in this place? Why does Alaric think so? Well, he was wearing an Ottoman outfit, and the belt sash he had. It was a very specific symbol every Assassin's Creed players knew. He could be a hidden one, Alaric thought while smiling at Solomon. Bah, hidden ones, assassins, they're all the same. Oh. Solomon raised his eyebrows while looking at Alaric. Who might you be, young lad? Allah dash, forgive me sire. Leonard, who's silent all the time, came forward, and cut Alaric off. He's my son, he's a little bit haughty especially now that he's new in this city. I'm not being haughty though. Alaric rebutted calmly. I like his name and am having a cordial conversation, that's not being haughty. Silence. Leonard hissed at Alaric. However, everyone could see the calmness and confidence in Alaric's eyes. It's like he wasn't afraid of his own father. Excuse us for a moment, Leonard said and threw a quick glance at Bernard while dragging Alaric away. Anything wrong? Solomon asked, unsure of what happened. Bernard sheepishly laughed. We don't quite understand either, this was a first for us. All of them looked at Eleanor, who were worried. Lynette placed a hand on Eleanor's shoulder. Don't worry, that kid's quite matured. Why don't you all come inside? Solomon offered. I'll make you all some chamomile tea, to welcome you here. Alaric allowed Leonard to drag him toward a cemented fence by the sea, amused by the situation. Okay, that's enough. Alaric yanked his hand from Leonard's grip and flicked it multiple times. Damn, good grip, son. You. Leonard fumed, glaring at Alaric. He then slammed his fist against the cemented fence. What in the blazes made ye say that? Say what exactly? Alaric replied, crossing his arms. That I liked his name. What's wrong with that? Leonard looked at Alaric, closed his eyes for a few seconds, then looked back. Behave yourself, Leonard stated. We're no longer at our own house. This is not Swansea where you go anywhere and fool around however you want. Wah, okay, fuck this shit. The fuck you're talking about, you fucking old coot. Leonard widened his eyes and glared. Excuse me. You are excused, Alaric spat. Are you fucking listening to yourself? How da dash. Leonard didn't even finish his sentence as. Boom. Wah dash. Leonard held his breath, unable to believe his eyes as the cemented fence shattered under Alaric's fist. Good lord. Alaric fell silent for a moment while he wiped the mortar from his knuckles. Leonard could only stare in shock. I've been fooling around. That shit's crazy. What about you then, huh? What have you been doing? Mopping around, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile your 5-year-old son is off making coin for your family. Alaric spat. Who gave you money for food when you were busy being depressed? Who brought literal food to the table every night? Who gave Uncle Bernard the money when he couldn't afford your ticket to board? You have the gall to say I'm fooling around? For having a cordial conversation. Fucking bullshit, and you know it. You know, I didn't really mind giving you all those reals, being the one to provide, be it the father or mother or even the children. I believed family is family. But fooling around? Come on. A single tear dropped from Leonard's eyes. Why the fuck are you even gonna cry? Huh. Damn, you're not fucking fair, Leonard. You're being a fucking bitch. Leonard couldn't talk as he wiped more tears from his eyes. Hey. Alaric went near Leonard. Stop being a bitch. Damn this, I want sock his jaw, but he's too pitiful of a man. But I can't just let things go just because he's my father. Yeah. Too. I apologize, son, Leonard exhaled. Guess all that's happened got me feelin', nodded up. I wanted to lead our family, but after them crops got stolen, I've been thinkin' about giving them up. Your Uncle Bernard's got thoughts on it too. Huh? Alaric asked, confused. Thoughts on what, exactly? If ye got ideas that could help our family, Leonard began, not meeting Alaric's eyes, like the purser said, that ye got a sharp hand for coin. Your Uncle Bernard figured ye'd be a special one, with something up your sleeve to pull us out of the muck. Huh? Alaric widened his eyes. I ain't no special child. Whatever do you mean? Of course you are. Leonard looked straight into Alaric's eyes and said, you're the most special child in the world. What in the world? 11, Chapter 11, Slave. Current balance, 363 zeros. 0D. A week went by ever since they arrived at Bristol. Everything was so awkward. After arriving at the house following the heat of the fight, Alaric's mother immediately went to him and asked if he was okay, giving Leonard a stern look, a look that said, we'll talk later. The awkwardness was bizarre. Alaric was used to silence, but silence with people just watching him, waiting for him to speak something, was weird. Fortunately, Solomon, or Suleiman, knew how to break the ice. Flashback. All of them gathered in the great hall or living room in the modern era. Bernard was at a loss for how to break the ice, so he asked for help. Solomon stood tall, his voice steady and calm as he addressed the group. All right then, let's get started. I believe it helps to know a little about where we come from, so we can understand where we're headed. He paused briefly, then continued in a reflective tone. I was born in Alexandria, Egypt, to a wealthy family. My father was a merchant, we had fine silks, spices, you name it. But one terrible sandstorm swept through in a day and took everything. My family, they didn't make it. I was left with nothing but the clothes on my back. Solomon's voice grew a little softer as he eyed Bernard and signaled early. I turned to selling silks and goods to survive, but a few months before I met Bernard and Lynette, I was robbed. I was ready to give up on life, but Lynette, she gave me some advice that made me never give up. If you no longer have any reason to live, make one. He nodded slowly. That's why I'm still here. Now, enough about me. Edward, why don't you share something? Flashback end. After that, although Leonard still avoided direct conversation with Alaric, the awkwardness subsided somewhat. I'd be embarrassed too, but don't take too long, old coot, Alaric thought. We gotta start a farming business soon. Alaric was sitting on the roof of Solomon's house, or maybe it was the woman's. Come to think of it, the last time I saw that woman was during the first day we arrived. After Dad and I came back to the house, I never saw her again. Is she part of the Assassin Brotherhood? Or maybe she's just a busy woman. Shaking his head, Alaric opened the system interface and pressed buy. He browsed through several items. The amount of things listed in here never fails to amaze me. Swords. He muttered. Immediately, the items disappeared, replaced by the category he searched for. Cubic regenerating cleaver that absorbs iron from the blood of those it kills. 612 tens. 0D. 19, 600R. Nah. Too big, and expensive, damn. That's like a modest house in this city. Same Hada a sentient, chakra-eating sword that bonds with its wielder, granting immense power boosts. 1875 zeros. 0D. 60,000R. Nope, no human chakra to absorb around here. It costs a mansion too. Orochimaru's Kuzenagi, a legendary sword that can extend and retract, cut through nearly anything, and be controlled telekinetically. Manga version. 781 5s. 0D. 25,000R. Sasuke's Kuzenagi, a durable chocut that becomes faster and can cut through anything when infused with chakra. Length can be modified using chakra. 468 15ths. 0D. 15,000R. Sword of Tatsuka, a mythical ethereal sword that seals anything it pierces in eternal genjutsu. 4,687 tens. 0D. 150,000. Sword of Tostuka. Why would, of course, well, it is a sword, hehe, stupid me. White Fang, a legendary tanto wielded by Heitake Sakumo, feared throughout the ninja world. 312 tens. 0D. 10,000R. Tenge, a katana used by the FMA clan, ideal for high-speed combat. 250 zeros. 0D. 8,000R. Alaric found several good swords, but one caught his eye. Sasuke's Kuzenagi, 468 15ths. 0D. 15,000R. The stats on Orochimaru's Kuzenagi is godlike, but it looks awful and I can manipulate metals using my Mangekyo. Alaric grinned as he scratched the back of his hand. Sasuke's Kuzenagi suits me better as chocuts are sleek and it can still cut anything using chakra. Why's my hand so itchy today? Alaric was about to get up from his seat on the roof when he sensed something beside the house. A burglar at this time of day. That's kinda weird, he thought. He walked around the edge of the roof to find the person lurking. He didn't want to rely on his sharing in too much. Where's the fun in that? It didn't even take 3 seconds before he saw someone sitting against the wall of the 2-story house. Is that what I think it is? He casually leaned over and allowed himself to fall with a thud, surprising the person now in front of him. "Yes sir, no. Please." The burglar stuttered, trying not to trigger anything. "They kill me, please, sir. I was right, a slave." Seeing the young slave's plea, Alaric's heart tightened. He had once been one of the Blue Helmets, sent to conflict zones to protect civilians, secure humanitarian aid, and sometimes even escort and protect aid workers like doctors. Seeing what's in front of him now made him remember the harsh times of his military service in his old life. "How old are you?" Alaric asked softly. The boy hesitated before answering. 7. Fucking bastards. Alaric thought, but he forced the anger aside and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, making him flinch slightly. "Come, let's get you treated." Alaric walked right away, signaling that he was no threat to the slave. Not having much choice, the young slave followed Alaric inside through the back door. Inside, Alaric walked with the boy. "Are you hungry?" he asked. The young slave didn't know what to reply, so he just went with his primal instinct, yes. Alaric didn't reply as he continued to walk forward with the young slave behind him. He then opened the system interface and proceeded to buy 2 sticks of barbecue. Akimika barbecue, 2x, 01s, 3D, 2R-01s, 3D. Current balance, 362/19, 10D, 11,615R. Alaric then turned around, making the young slave widen his eyes. How? The young slave asked, bewildered. "How, food? Secret," Alaric smirked, handing both barbecue sticks over. "Yours." "Nagode." Nagyd. The young slave repeated, sniffing the aroma. Tears immediately came crashing down. Thank you." Seeing him cry, Alaric's heart quenched even more. Maybe it's due to my experience in modern times that I'm like this. Still, I don't despise it, the empathy I have for him. The young slave was eating while his tears still flowed. He must have had it hard, at such a young age, with all that built-up stress, fear, and crying for mercy in his heart. Alaric thought as he walked towards a clay pot and poured some water into a wooden cup. No one should ever feel like that. Alaric walked back toward the slave and extended his hand. "Here, water." It was perfect timing as the young slave finished the barbecue. As he reached for the wooden cup, Alaric internally sighed. Perfect timing, indeed. Alaric, what in the bloody hell? The young slave, who was about to grab the cup, retracted his arms immediately and widened his eyes. He got nervous and started to back away slowly, preparing to run to the back door. It was Bernard Kenway, his uncle, who was so shocked to see what was in front of him. Alaric took his time and calmly turned around to see his uncle, whose expression was a mix of shock, fear, and dread. "Uncle, how are you?" Alaric smiled. "Fancy seeing you round here. What madness be this? Someone tell me what the fuck's happening." Bernard shouted as the young slave trembled. "Relax, uncle, he's just a slave." Alaric tried to defuse the situation. "Let's not escalate things further and calm down. Just a slave. You're gonna get us killed." Bernard sneered, immediately dashing toward the young slave. "I'm going to take that boy to the oof." Alaric blocked his uncle by the stomach while applying a little chakra. "Relax, uncle, you're gonna scare my friend away." "What friend?" Bernard tried to push Alaric away but couldn't, no matter how hard he struggled. What the hell have you been eating? Why are you so strong? Move. I didn't want to do this, uncle, Alaric sighed, then let go of Bernard and weaved sideways. His movement caused Bernard to lose his balance and lunge forward, widening his eyes. Sorry, UNC. Alaric swiftly chopped the back of Bernard's neck and caught his body. Damn, you're heavy. The young slave couldn't believe his eyes. How, you, strong. Alaric chuckled as he gently made his uncle sit on the ground and lean against the wall. Secret. Uncle, you're better than that, Alaric said quietly, or so I thought, can't blame him though. 12, Chapter 12, Brotherhood, Hidden Ones, Current Balance, 362/19, 10d, 11, 6:15 An hour had passed since Alaric knocked Bernard out. Now the entire Kenway household aside from Edward sat in the grand hall of Solomon's house, with the slave hidden in a room. Everyone was quiet except for two people. P.S. Living rooms during the 1700s were referred to as Grand Hall, although it doesn't necessarily mean it's grandiose. I can't believe it, Lynette muttered as she massaged her temples. We can't be doing this. Why, Aunt? Alaric asked calmly from his wooden stool, facing them all. Is it hard for you to be under the same roof as someone with a different skin color? What? I am not like that, Alaric. Lynette glared at him. I'm only thinking about the well-being of our family. Alaric mused. He understood her point, even if he did not agree. Why am I even arguing with a kid? And this is not even our house to decide anything, Lynette continued, turning to Leonard. Why have you been so quiet? Aren't you gonna scold your son? Leonard said nothing. He stared out the window while Eleanor listened to the whole story. We keep that slave here and we are bound to meet our end, Lynette declared as she stood. What about it, can't you understand? Alaric stayed silent a moment longer. He wanted to speak but then he noticed a movement. Oh. Ugh, came a grumble. All eyes turned toward Bernard Kenway. What in God's name happened? All I remembered was. Bernard's eyes widened as he looked around and then locked onto Alaric. The slave, where did he go? Go. Alaric chuckled. He didn't go anywhere, uncle. He's in one of the rooms upstairs. Saints preserve us. Bernard leaned back against his seat and shook his head. This is the end of our kin. We are done for. Oh, come on, uncle, Alaric said with a smile as he waved his hands. Think about it. The slave could help us. We need extra manpower. We cannot just leave him out there. With some training, he might help us earn more when we start our farm. Manpower? Farm? What farm? Bernard sneered bitterly. The city has eyes everywhere. One whisper from outside these walls and we are finished before we can make a farm. Damn, is there really no other way to save one person? Alaric cursed silently as the main door opened. Everyone turned their attention to it. Hey everyone, I just got back from the market. Solomon said as he entered in his usual Ottoman clothes. Solomon. Hello there, Solomon replied, but when he saw their faces, his curiosity piqued. Is everything all right? Bernard stood, and Eleanor stepped forward. We have a problem. Problem? Solomon asked as he moved to an empty seat after setting his things down. Of what kind? There was a heavy silence. Then Solomon pressed, don't tell me you broke something in the house. Ah, no, it is not that, Bernard began, massaging the back of his neck. Little Alaric over here has taken in a slave. Solomon's eyes widened for a moment before he hid his surprise, although Alaric noticed it immediately with his heightened perception. A slave, eh? Solomon folded his arms and asked, where is this slave? Alaric rose from his stool and walked toward the stairs. Follow me. Solomon raised an eyebrow and followed. The other didn't follow as they've already seen the young slave. Bernard and Eleanor stayed with the others in the grand hall, striking a conversation with Alaric's parents. Brother, Bernard said, grabbing Leonard's attention as he slumped back into his seat. What, are you a mute? Are you just letting your 5-year-old lad do whatever he pleases? Bernard sighed, rubbing his neck. It hasn't even been a month, and this happens. If this continues, I don't even want to think about what is going to happen. Alaric, Leonard finally spoke. He's something else. Silence fell again. Bernard looked at Leonard. This is absurd. Yes, he is absurdly strong, Leonard said. You have seen him move. Tell me it is not madness to think a 5-year-old like Alaric is that strong and quick. Bernard could only nod. Yes. When he knocked me out, it was unbelievable. All eyes turned to Bernard as he explained what had happened. When I went to drag the slave to the guards myself, Alaric would not budge no matter how hard I tried to shove him aside, Bernard said while still rubbing his neck. He is fast too. Next thing I know, bam. I wake up here. Impossible, Eleanor whispered. She could not wrap her head around it. It is possible, Leonard said as he rose and headed for the door. I saw him punch a stone fence clean to splinters. Where are you going, love? Eleanor asked, following him. Leonard grabbed the door handle and sighed. Then he looked back with a small smile. I just need a moment to breathe. After Leonard and Eleanor left, Lynette sighed as she massaged her temples. I am stressed at this very moment. Alaric walked while Solomon followed him. I used one of your spare rooms, he announced as he opened the door where he had hidden the young slave. Here. The door opened to reveal a black-skinned boy sitting on the floor. The boy hugged his knees and looked cautious. His eyes were wary as he observed the newcomers. Solomon stepped closer and studied the boy. Poor kid, he said quietly. Alaric knelt in front of the boy and then glanced back at Solomon. Can we hide him here for a while? He asked in a plain tone. Hide. Interesting. Solomon looked from the boy to Alaric. How long do you plan to keep him hidden? He asked but paused, considering the situation carefully. I think we should keep him safe until we figure out a way to help him, Alaric replied. He might be useful to us in the long run. We need to take care of our own selves too, however, if he learns a few things, he might be of help when my family starts a farm business. Solomon nodded carefully slowly and stepped closer again. He noticed a small wound on the boy's arm. This wound does not look healthy, we cannot leave him like this. Alaric activated his system interface. He focused and selected an item. Buy, sell. He mentally clicked the Buy button and chose Hyuga Clan Secret Ointment, 1s, 3D-1s, 3D, 2R, current balance 362/18, 7D, 11,613R. Pretending to reach into his pocket, Alaric pulled out the ointment. He extended his hand and said, Give me your hand. The boy slowly extended his right hand. Alaric unscrewed the lead and used his finger to scoop a small amount of ointment. This will hurt a bit, but it will help the wound heal. The boy nodded and clenched his hand. As Alaric applied the ointment, the boy winced briefly as his wounds that were treated sizzles and a white smoke rose from his skin. He did not cry, but his face showed the pain while the wound closed immediately. Amazing, Solomon watched the scene carefully. I don't recognize such item. Where did you get such salve, Alaric? Well, I made it, Alaric replied with a slight smile. You can use it on any of your wounds if needed. The boy looked up at Alaric with a mix of relief and curiosity. Solomon observed them for a long moment before speaking again. That's some talent you have right there, lad. But this situation is serious. It's dangerous to house a slave here in Bristol, especially a runaway slave. Solomon then looks toward the slave and asks, Tell me, who's the slave trader that enslaved you? The room was silent as the young slave thought hard of the name. The young slave's eyes were everywhere trying to think of the name. Colton. Solomon raised an eyebrow. You mean Colston? The slave's eyes widened and nodded his head. Why yes, Colston. That's difficult. Solomon folded his arms over his chest. Edward Colston, he's a very wealthy slave trader here in Bristol. I'm surprised this young one managed to escape somehow. Edward Colston, huh? Alaric looked at the boy, then back at Solomon. We can keep him hidden for now and find a way to get him proper care. If he is willing, I can teach him a few things here and there and see if he can be of help to us. Teach him? You? Solomon questioned while looking at Alaric's small body. You're 5 years old, how would you do that? Alaric sighed as he could understand how Solomon could question his words. How would I convince him? What if? I'll say something that will convince you, no matter what. Alaric grins while stating, making Solomon raise his eyebrows. No matter what. The Egyptian merchant unfolded his arms and placed his hands on the side of his waist. And what are you gonna say, young lad? Alaric could only continue his grin, although he was prepared to jump backwards if everything turns upside down. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. You. Solomon widened his eyes and glared at Alaric. Has the Brotherhood gone insane, taking in a child like you? Nope. I'm not an assassin like you, although I know a lot of things of your Brotherhood, Alaric stated then his became cold. I'm surprised that the Hidden Ones are still active in Egypt. I thought the organization declined in Middle East after Basim's disappearance. Solomon widened his eyes once more. Alaric's words were disorganizing him. A 5-year-old child from Swansea knows of the Brotherhood despite us not having any movements there? How does he know about us? Especially the Hidden Ones, and how does he know about my ancestor Basim ibn Ishaq? This is baffling. Solomon considered the words carefully. The room was quiet as the weight of Alaric's words sank into the Egyptian. Finally, Solomon said, Who are you? I'm Alaric, duh. Alaric raised an eyebrow while walking towards a window, scanning the outside perimeter. Jokes aside, all I can tell you is that I've encountered a fragment of the ISU legacy in Swansea. Other than that, I can fight, and I can kill, that's all you need to know. Alaric's words ringed once more on Solomon's ears as the Egyptian widened his eyes at the realization, so it was because of an ISU fragment. It makes perfect sense, no one knows the power of ISU, even us high-ranking members of the Brotherhood. He could have encountered an ISU fragment that displayed memories of our old ancestors. In any case, I'll do what I can to make sure this kid right here will be safe, Alaric claimed as he turned to look at Solomon. Give me a week, and the boy will be gone to a much safer place than here. Silence. It seems he's still processing the entire thing. Damn, that was a perfect lie. Alaric thought proudly at what he did. It's a perfect excuse too. I can do whatever the hell I want now that he thinks I side with him. Okay, 1 week. Solomon sighed and stared at Alaric. The boy needs to be out of here by then. I'm having a hard time taking all of this in. but I'll take your word for it, for now. Alaric nodded. Good. I'll make sure to make it happen, Suleiman al-Rashidi. Solomon could only chuckle slightly. This is baffling yet interesting at the same time. I wonder what he meant when he said he can fight and kill. Has he killed already? For a moment, the room was still as they all processed the situation. Then Alaric spoke again with clear intent and sat on a stool in the room. You do merchandising on the side, right? Help me, will ya? I'll pay you. 13, Chapter 13, Business. Current balance, 362/19. 10D. 11, 615R. You do merchandising on the side, right? Help me, will ya? I'll pay you. Solomon nodded slowly. We should move to another room to talk in private. The boy needs rest and privacy. Alaric rose from his stool and led Solomon down a narrow corridor. Their footsteps echoed on worn wooden floors. The corridor opened into a small, sparsely furnished room. A table sat in the center, and a couple of chairs were arranged around it. Sit, Solomon said as he gestured to a chair and Alaric sat across from him. The atmosphere was calm and businesslike. So, I want my ointment sold on the market, Alaric began, his voice steady despite his young age. That ointment I use on the wounds of that young slave. Ointment, huh? Solomon leaned forward. How much are you asking for each unit? Alaric met Solomon's gaze and replied, 10 shillings. 16 reals. Solomon frowned. 10 shillings is a steep price for a small salve. That price might scare off buyers. Alaric's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered Solomon's words. It may seem high, but you have to consider what it does. A small cut closes in seconds. A larger wound, if treated with it, heals at a fast rate. And it is not a one-use item if one uses it correctly. Solomon crossed his arms and tapped a finger on the table. I see, but what is the name of this product? You need a name that sells. Alaric smiled, a confident glint in his eye. Celestial salve, he said clearly. It has a ring to it, doesn't it? Solomon nodded slowly. Celestial salve. It sounds good, but if I am to handle this merchandise, I need some assurance. Business has its risks here in Bristol. For every unit sold, you'll earn 2 shillings, Alaric stated firmly. Solomon considered this proposal, then said, 2 shillings commission per unit sold. That is acceptable, though I worry the high price might limit demand. Still, quality often comes at a premium. I should know, I've seen the effects of this. Celestial salve. Alaric grasped Solomon's big hand firmly. The handshake was brief but carried weight. Once their hands separated, Solomon asked, do you need me to purchase any ingredients for the celestial salve? We might have to restock or modify the recipe. Alaric gave a slight nod. Quality has its cost. When you see how quickly it works, customers will understand its value. Solomon took a deep breath and then said, let us put our agreement in writing. Reaching into a leather satchel he kept by his side, Solomon withdrew a clean parchment and a quill pen. He spread the parchment on the low table and began to write. After a few careful strokes, Solomon read aloud, Celestial Salve Agreement. The product, Celestial Salve, shall be sold at a price of 10 shillings per vial. For every unit sold, the merchant, Solomon al-Rashidi, shall receive a commission of 2 shillings. The seller, Alaric Kenway, agrees to supply the vials. All transactions will be recorded in a ledger. He handed the parchment to Alaric. The young boy studied the simple text with clear, focused eyes. After a moment, he nodded and, with a careful hand, signed his name on the document. Solomon then added his own signature below. They sealed the agreement with a handshake afterward, small hands clasping to a calloused hand firmly, signifying that the deal is officially made. Do you require me to purchase any ingredients or equipment for your production? Solomon asked as he carefully rolled up the parchment. Alaric shook his head, his expression resolute. Don't worry about the supply. I'll give you 10 pieces of the celestial salve by tomorrow. Focus on selling it. I have the ingredients and the method under control. Solomon nodded slowly, still studying the boy. Very well. I will begin contacting my vendor friends immediately. I have several contacts among the apothecaries and local taverns. I will introduce celestial salve at the next market day. A faint smile crept over Alaric's face. Good. When people see the results, they will come back for more. Solomon leaned back, tapping his quill against the table. I must say, Alaric, you have a clear head and a strong will for someone your age. I have rarely seen such determination. It is not common to see a child set up a business deal in a harsh city like Bristol. Alaric's tone was steady as he replied, I have my strengths. I learn quickly and I make sure to work smart. I know what works and what does not. My focus is on making sure my family is safe and that even those who have been oppressed, like the slave here, have a chance at a better life. Solomon's eyes softened slightly at the mention of the slave. It is a bold plan, boy. Celestial salve may be just the beginning. If we manage to build a reputation for it, you could expand your line of products. But for now, our priority is establishing your offer in this market. The conversation carried on in a measured tone. Solomon detailed his plan for the market stall, a small setup near the busy square of Bristol where foot traffic was high. He explained how he would approach vendors and arrange for a demonstration of the product. Alaric listened intently. That is exactly what I had in mind. Once people see the salve in action, word will spread quickly. I want it be shown to them that a wound can close in seconds. Imagine a cut sealing before you even have time to worry about it. Solomon paused and then asked, do you have any samples prepared for demonstration? Buy, sell. Hyaga Clan Secret Ointment, 1s. 3D-1s. 3D. Current balance, 362/17. 4D. Alaric reached into a small pouch at his side and withdrew the now-named celestial salve. Here, just use this as the sample, he said, holding it out. Watch. Alaric takes out a kunao from his kunao pouch and immediately cuts a small wound on his finger. He carefully unscrewed the cap and applied a tiny amount to his wound. Within seconds, the cut closed, and the skin smoothed over. Solomon's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Remarkable. I have never seen anything like that in all my years. It works almost instantly. Alaric nodded, his voice even. That is why it is valuable. It is a premium product, and the price reflects its quality. The effect is not temporary, you can reapply it as needed during the healing process. Solomon scribbled a few notes on a scrap of paper. I will craft an advertisement. Something straightforward, celestial salve close wounds in seconds. Heal faster with nature's remedy. Only 10 shillings. Alaric smiled, pleased with the simplicity. No exaggeration, just the facts. People appreciate plain talk. After finalizing their plans for marketing, Solomon leaned forward again. I will contact my vendors immediately. I have several contacts who might be interested in carrying celestial salve. I will arrange for a stall at the next market day, which is in 3 days. There's at least 1,000 people that would gather there, that should give us time to prepare enough samples. Alaric checked his internal plans and nodded. 3 days is fine. I will ensure that 10 celestial salves are ready for you by tomorrow, use all of them as samples if needed. You must record every sale carefully, as we have agreed. I want a detailed ledger of the transactions. Solomon gave a small nod. I will maintain a ledger just as I always have. I know the importance of keeping a proper record. Alaric smiles and nods. They then walked out of the room and headed downstairs. Bernard, Lynette, Leonard, and Eleanor had been waiting in the grand hall for almost an hour for Alaric and Solomon to arrive. They quietly argued about what to do with the young slave, their voices tense with concern. No one knew how Solomon would handle it. The final choice was his, as it was his house. Bernard and Lynette kept pushing for the slave to be sent away, worried he'd put the Kenway family in danger. Their whispers and uneasy looks showed how strongly they felt about the risk. Leonard and Eleanor stayed mostly quiet. They'd chosen to let Alaric handle things on his own by now. Their silence was a mix of acceptance and cautious hope that Alaric's plan would succeed. When Alaric and Solomon finally came downstairs, Bernard blurted, well, what's the decision? Solomon paused. I'll let the slave stay here for a week. If Alaric can't find a safer spot by then, he leaves. Alaric nodded. The room relaxed slightly, some relieved, others still uneasy. Then Alaric spoke calmly, I won't argue about this anymore. He hesitated before adding, sorry, Lynette. Sorry, uncle, for being stubborn. Glancing down, he said, and sorry again for hitting you, Bernard. Bernard sighed, sharing a look with Lynette. With a faint grin, he said, can't stay angry at you, kid. Just don't knock me out again, my neck hurts. Alaric gave a small laugh. No promises. 14, Chapter 14, Fat Guy. The night came as Alaric went stargazing. He was alone while leaning on the roof with his hands supporting the back of his head. The recent events made him wonder how the current era became like this. When did slavery against African even exist? Why did it exist? Well, Alaric knew the answer to that question. It was a fairly easy question actually. They don't think of them as people, they're just properties that only needed to do what were told. Alaric closed his as he enjoyed the cold breeze of the wind. Nights this chilly makes me appreciate how I had air conditioning in my apartment back then. The young Kenway was finally about to sleep. Until he opened his eyes coldly. He then got up from his lying position and walked towards the edge of roof, the same spot as to where he found the young slave. There were 2 men silently sneaking beside the walls of the house. One man was fat and was filled with gold accessories, and the other was wearing red blouse. I'll wait, a Templar? It was right here, sir, the Templar soldier said as he sticks by walls and peeks his head to look behind the house. Shush. Shut up. The fat man punched the Templar's arm while urging him to stay silent, the slave might run away. Oh, yes. I apologize. The fat man also peeks his head, imitating the Templar. Are you sure he's here? If he's not, my father will have your head for this. I think so, the Templar soldier said as he scratched his head. I'm certain I saw something black heading in here a while ago. Alaric sighed while shaking his head. Poor guy, he got dragged into this mess. Deciding not to wait any longer, Alaric grabs a kunao and jumps down. He adjusted his body mid-air and lands his feet on the fat man's neck. Thud. Ugh. Sir. The Templar soldier looked behind him only to see a small boy standing on top of the fat guy, who was unconscious. Huh. Was his only reaction as a kunao plunged itself to his throat. Blood gushed as his body fell down. Alaric took a look at his art and nods in satisfaction. Now, to loot this bitches up. Deciding on the fat guy first, Alaric decided to check the pockets and found a scroll but just kept it first. He then touched the fat man's clothes and proceeds to use sell, and he did that for every clothes he touched. Plus 2 ones. 1D. Current balance 364/18. 5D. 11,677 R. His clothes were that expensive. It was just a plain garb though. Alaric thought but shook his head and proceeds to touch each jewelries and sold them immediately. Gold necklace, 12 grams, 30/14. 9D. Gold necklace, 11 grams, 29/11. 4D. Gold bracelet, 25. Diamond ring, 1 carat, 70 zeros. 0D. Plus 19 nines. 7D. Current balance, 524s. 6D. 16,647 R. Not bad, Alaric thought as he proceeded with Templar Soldier. Plus 2 19ths. 11D. Current balance, 523 fours. 5D. 16,743 R. 2 pounds for the flintlock pistol? Well, that's fine, considering it's a mass-produced product. Alaric then proceeded to grab the wrist of the fat guy and Templar and drag them behind the house. He then let go of their wrists and then looks up to the second floor while murmuring, "Thankfully, that guy has a balcony." Alaric applied a little chakra to his lower body and jumped towards the balcony, grabbing the fence and vaulted, landing inside the balcony, just like a pure assassin, bleg. Walking towards the balcony doors, Alaric went ahead to knock until Solomon had an eventful day. Morning to lunch, he was at the marketplace. The next thing he knew, the son of his friend's brother brought in a slave and started citing the motto of their creed. If that wasn't already enough, Alaric mentioned about the history of their organization. Not just any history, the kid talked about the hidden ones, the pioneers of the what they now call the Assassin Order. Again, if that wasn't enough, the kid made a business deal with him. What an eventful day, indeed. Solomon chuckled as he removed his shirt and was about to start performing a martial art routine until knock knock knock. Solomon turned his head towards the balcony doors quickly, readying himself for any intruders. However, it only turned out to be the Alaric. Alaric stated something while doors muffled his voice, but despite the muffle, he could clearly hear what Alaric said. "I understand if you want to sleep butt naked, but you should probably come outside." Solomon could only stare blankly and sigh while walking towards the balcony door. The doors opened and Solomon immediately questions Alaric. "Of course you would climb instead of just walking inside the house, you're an assassin after all." Solomon mused and shakes his head. "So, did you need anything? And that smell, blood? Are you hurt? Hurt? Are you blind? Do you see any wounds on my handsome face?" Alaric sighed and walked towards the fence of the balcony. "Let me borrow your time, just a sec." With that, Alaric jumped down the balcony with his small body, impressing Solomon. What could he need? Solomon jogs towards the fence and vaults towards the 3-meter drop, making him roll his body to avoid impact damage. As soon as he got up, his eyes widened in surprise. "By all the damned seas, what have ye done?" 15, Chapter 15, Assassin or a Bloody Madman? "By all the damned seas, what have ye done?" "Damn," Alaric cursed while turning his head towards Solomon. "Keep your voice down, will ya?" Solomon was surprised to witness 2 naked bodies on the floor behind his house. One was a Templar soldier and one was someone he recognized. Where did their clothes go? "This is Edmund Colston." Solomon neared the fat guy who was now known as Edmund. "I reckon they all know where the young slave is. By Ra's name, he can kill all right." Targeted the Templar's throat too. "Edmund EY. So this is the son of that Edward Colston guy?" Alaric asked, earning him a nod in return. He then nudged the dead Templar's body using his foot. "And no, far as I heard, this stunt's tipped off that guy first, likely hopin' for extra coin from this fat sack o' shit." Solomon would only sigh at the situation. He then placed his index and middle finger below the side of Edmund's jaw. "Why'd you leave him breathin'? To crucify him? What? Too gory for you?" The Egyptian shook his head and stood up. "That is not the way of the Brotherhood. You did fine talking out these bastards, but let's not sink to such savagery. Relax, will ya?" Alaric smirked while throwing a scroll towards Solomon. "Read that, it's an interesting one." "Oh." Solomon catched it and stared at Alaric. "You know how to read. What's up with that question?" "My family's poor but I ain't dumb," Alaric mentioned while putting his hands on his waist. "And I signed our contract, remember? I wouldn't sign anything I don't understand." Solomon chuckles and nods. He then reads the contents of the scroll seriously. "To Master Edmund Colston. I take up my pen with all due haste to impart tidings of a most regrettable nature. It has come to our attention that a slave, scarcely of 7 years, hath fled the confines of the warehouse by the docks. Such an event hath set your venerable father into a state of no small agitation, and in his mounting ire, hath directed you to pursue the matter with utmost urgency. In his wisdom, Sire Edward hath decreed that you, with resolute determination, secure the return of the aforementioned youth, whether by force or otherwise, though all must be conducted with strict secrecy. It is imperative that no murmur of these proceedings escape, so as not to besmirch his good name and reputation. I therefore urge you to proceed with caution and diligence. May Providence guide your every step in this delicate endeavor. Godspeed, Albert. I'm not surprised. Solomon furled the scroll and tossed it back to Alaric. They probably don't know that Edmund had a lead on the slave. It's fortunate they're trying to be discreet about it. Alaric nods and reaches for his kunau pouch. We don't need him then. What do you dash? Solomon could only widen his eyes as some sort of small dagger flung towards Edmund's throat. The Egyptian didn't even get to see Alaric throwing it. Mean. Oh. Alaric looked at Solomon nonchalantly. I figured to just kill him, we're not gonna use him anyway. Are you an assassin or just a bloody madman? Neither, you son of a bitch. After burning the scroll, Alaric went inside the house and walked towards the second floor. Akinike Barbecue, 3x, 01s, 10d, 01s, 10d. Current balance, 523 2s, 7d, 16, 740r. Alaric knocked on a certain door and opened it, barbecues on his other hand. The young slave was still on the floor, hugging both his knees while cowering. He no longer had wounds on his body but there were still scars from old healed wounds. I can't imagine how much torture he received from whips used by slave traders, Alaric thought as he announced his presence. Hey! The young slave then looked up to see 2 barbecues being handed to him. Alaric, thank. I thank. Alaric nods and just sits on the floor beside the slave. They proceeded to eat without talking. Alaric finished first as he only ate 1 stick. What's your name? The young Kenway asked, not looking at the slave. I'm Alaric. Alaric Jonathan Kenway. He then looked at the slave who listened while eating. You must have some name, right? The slave continued eating and after a minute, he wanted to say something but he choked and coughed. Ah, you should have eaten slowly. Glass of water, 2x, 2d, 2d. Current balance, 523 2s, 5d, 16, 739r. The young slave was focused on coughing so Alaric didn't bother hiding his hands as 2 glasses of water spawned on his hands from thin air. Here, Alaric hands 1 glass to the slave while drinking the other. Grabbing the glass, the slave immediately drank it like in one go. HAAA. I haven't experienced what he went through but I understand why he ate like there's no tomorrow. You don't get to it leisurely when you're a slave, Alaric thought as he looked at the young slave. With me around, you won't ever starve and I will make sure you're safe, so relax a bit. Thulani. Alaric smirks as he got up from the floor and extends his towards the runaway slave. Thulani it's nice to finally get a disciple. 16, Chapter 16 Another disciple. The night finally passed as Alaric and Edward walked through the streets of Bristol in broad daylight. Edward, you better not roam around this huge city, Alaric warned as they continued walking towards an alleyway. If you get lost, I will not find you and just return to the house immediately. Young Edward only rolled his eyes. Yeah. As they walked into an alley, kids around their age could be seen talking to one another. They had tattered clothes, making Edward hide behind Alaric a little bit. What the? Alaric thought as he noticed how Edward hid. Aren't you supposed to be the older one? Internally sighing, the youngest Kenway just continued to walk towards the kids. Are they beggars? Hey, Alaric stopped walking and called them, making their heads turn towards him. Name's Alaric, is there some kind of beggar sect round here? Beggar sect? Did he just call us beggars? What's a sect? Alas, no one knows the power of Wuxia during this era. Alaric chuckled slightly, however, this made one of the kids frown. Hey, did you just laugh at us? A kid that had a bald haircut walked towards Alaric and folded his arms. Do you think we're dumb, cause we don't know some word you came up? Nah kid, Alaric smirked and placed his hands on his waist. Anyways, do you know who's the richest man here in the city? Kid. The bald kid furiously raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a kid yourself? You even look younger than me, don't talk like an old man. Edward, who was listening, began to slowly walk backward but stopped when he saw Alaric reach into his pouch. His eyes widened, and he decided to run away. What a pussy. Sighing at Edward's cowardice, Alaric couldn't blame him, he was just a child. He then takes something from his pouch and flicked it towards the bald boy. Ones. Current balance, 523 ones. 7d. 16, 738r. The bald kid catches it and identified what it was. He then stared at Alaric and snorts. Follow me. Alaric smirks as he followed. Few minutes went by as Alaric could now see a suspicious-looking dark wooden building, making him activate his eagle vision but turned it off after. By the way, Alaric said as they walked up the stairs of the building's ground terrace, the name's Sam. Sam The bald kid took a glance at Alaric's face and then continued to walk. You shouldn't give your name carelessly. I know, Alaric replies nonchalantly while scanning the area. It's corny for you to say that when you're leading me into a thieves' den. When Alaric activated his eagle vision, everyone inside the building were red. Alaric never considers just anyone to be an enemy, only thieves, bandits, slave traders, and etc. The boy's eyes widened and immediately turned around quickly but Alaric stepped back a little to avoid a horizontal slash on the face. Oh my, you could have damaged the face that could match Apollo's or Hermes. See curses. The boy grit his teeth and immediately turned around to run towards the doors but the collar of his tattered clothes was grabbed Alaric and was yanked away from the doors. You intended to tell your smelly-ass mates that I have information of your base. Alaric grinned as he walked towards the boy who was gasping for air due to the impact of his back to the ground. I thought we were friends. I even gave you 1 shilling. Despite desperate for air, the boy slowly stood up, holding his knife tightly. Seeing the boy's bravery, Alaric walks towards him and disarms the boy immediately, kicking the knife from his hand. It seems I've found my second disciple. Wah dash. Before the boy could even ask, Alaric appeared by his side and chopped the back his neck, making him pass out on the ground. Alaric sighed dramatically as he took a look at the bald kid. It's so hard to discipline a disciple. He then grabbed the boy's foot and dragged him towards the door, his head hitting every single step of the stairs. Opening the doors, Alaric was greeted of the sight of broody people who were busy with their shady jobs. 1 man was counting his coins, 3 were talking with a small layout on the table, another was brandishing his dagger. A kid. Wait, one of the 3 men that were focusing on the table looked up to see Alaric, and, hey, ain't that Reuben? What? All of them got alerted when they saw Alaric, who was dragging the now named Reuben's feet. Hey kid, why don't you drop that boy's foot and tell us what happened? The man who was brandishing his dagger stopped his work and walked towards Alaric, leaving his dagger behind. As the man neared them, he crouched to Alaric's eye level and glares at him, trying to scare him. Did you do this? Hey Edgar, just get rid of the kid, will ya? The man that was counting coins stated and continued to his counting, and go to some apothecary to patch that kid Reuben up. Hey Edgar, quit fooling around. The man stopped counting his coins and got up, walking towards Edgar. Every step he took made the others grow confused, but the moment the man approached Edgar and placed a hand on his shoulder, Edgar's body suddenly dropped backwards, revealing an unfamiliar type of blade, plunged on Edgar's neck. What? Fuck. Edgar. The man shouted as he glared towards Alaric, who only smiled like a kid. You. He proceeded to unsheath a dagger out from his belt, but could only stop as he looked down. He widened his eyes as the weapon that was the same as the one that was plunged to Edgar's neck was stabbed in his abdomen. He grunts but found it difficult as his abdomen was fully stabbed by the kunai that Alaric threw. Wallace. Damn that kid. They immediately took out their weapons as soon as they saw Wallace's abdomen, but they didn't immediately jump towards the kid as they somehow got cold feet. The kid took down 2 people in less than a minute. They could only look as Alaric kicked the dagger that was falling from Wallace's hand towards the middle of the 3, making the one in the middle choke while the dagger dug deep in his throat. Damn you kid. One immediately dashed towards Alaric with his own dagger aiming for the kid's face. However, Alaric was faster, immediately applying chakra and kicked the thief's shin. Crack. The thief's shin fractured from the force of Alaric's kick, making him scream in pain. Seeing the thief falling towards him, Alaric swiftly grabs the thief's dagger from his hand and stabbed it behind the chin upwards, killing him immediately. He then unsheathes another kunai as the last thief decided to run towards a window. Alaric applied chakra to his hand and the kunai, and threw it towards the thief's calves, only to hit a more vital spot, the Achilles heel. Fortunately, but damn, I need practice. The thief didn't bother trying to tend to his heel and began to crawl as fast as he could and try to open the window. Alaric dashed behind the thief and immediately applied some chakra and slapped the thief's right ear so hard that he could see the thief's reflection on the window. Blood came out of his eyes and nose as he fell to the floor. Madara's taijutsu is fucking awesome, Alaric thought as he recreated the scenario on his mind. I haven't even practiced the taijutsu that much yet, but the badassery of it is starting to show. Let's fucking go. Due to the lingering red hues, there were more people upstairs, about 10 of them. That's more like it. How about no mangekyo this time? You can stop acting now. Alaric then turned around to see the bald kid flinching. Gather all their items and wait for me. Alaric walked towards the bald kid and devilishly grinned. You know what will happen if you run away, right? Why yes. Reuben exclaimed and immediately gathered the items of the thieves' dead bodies. The young Kenway then walks up the stairs and looks at Reuben once again. He woke up fast. I used the same amount of power when I chopped Uncle's neck, as expected of my disciple. Oh, remove their clothes too and pile them up in one place. 17, Chapter 17, Farrago. A loud laughter was shared within a dimmed light room as men were having the time of their life. Wahaha. We've done it, boss. Yeah boss, we've finally secured a big contract. Of course we have. Do you know who you're talking to? This was Farrago, the boss of the Thieves' Den. He had created this group for months now and today has been their big break. Boss, we have to mobilize everyone by tonight, a man nearby Farrago stated as he took a seat. Edward Colston's a big shot, he even gave us the full payment up front. Because he is desperate, Farrago smirked and placed his 2 feet on the desk while folded his arms. But yes, you're right. The man near Farrago nodded and also folds his arms. The son, Edmund Colston, too. I'll also send some of our men to search for him tonight. Sure, start with taverns first, Farrago ordered as he sighed, or the brothels. I've seen the guy a couple times in different brothels within this year. Let's find him too so that we can get our bond dash. Everyone turned their heads towards the door that lead downstairs. What was that? By the devil's own beard. Some then turned their heads toward Farrago as he made a confused face, then yelled, "What? Go and check it out." One man near the door grabbed his dagger while others grabbed their weapons, daggers, cutlasses, flintlocks. As he walked towards the door, he could feel his heart beating really loud. The hand reaching towards the knob was getting colder and colder. However, he grit his teeth and opened the door, only to be met by the sight of a boy. The boy then lifts his feet, cocking it back, then, bam! With a powerful kick, the man got sent towards Farrago, making the boss of the thieves' den gasp as he got hit by the body. "Boss. Hello boys." Alaric grinned as many people were looking at him. "Some are armed too. A kid. What the hell?" Alaric used this confusion as his opportunity to flick his two hands, throwing two kunaus towards two men that had flintlocks in their hands. "Dead, good. I mean, not good. I mean, let's just get on with it. Ah shite." As they were about to get ready, Alaric sprinted towards the left, kicking a man's balls while reaching for his kunau pouch. The man dropped his dagger as Alaric caught it and stabbed his throat. D-damn. One person aimed his gun towards Alaric, but the young Kenway only used the man he killed as the shield. He then tilted his head sideways to dodge a slash from behind and turned his body fast, aiming to horizontally slash the man who was behind him but couldn't reach. "Damn, my spatial awareness is off." Gathering little chakra on his eyes, a fully matured Sharingan came to life. Sharingan Genjutsu. The man now in front of Alaric widened his eyes and then it became dull, making Alaric move and slit his throat. "Damn, 3 guys dead. What in God's teeth are you fools doing?" Farrago, who got hit by the body of one of his men, managed to crawl out. "It's just a kid, for fuck's sake." Alaric, who had his Sharingan out, dashed towards the nearest thief and applied chakra on his fist, punching the thief's stomach. The thief gasped for air and dropped his weapon while Alaric ducked a slash from behind and catched the cutlass. He then applied chakra to the blade and spun while cutting both legs of the other thief. "By all that's unholy." Alaric then sidestepped to a vertical slash and proceeds to just slash another thief's throat. Turning around, the thief who finished gasping widened his eyes in horror as Alaric just stabbed him. "This is weird," Alaric thought as he dodged another cutlass from behind. "Why am I getting tired?" Getting 2 kunaus from his pouch, he then stabs the thief who he dodged from on the temple and flicks the other one to another thief. "Okay, that's nice, all that's left is..." As Alaric turned around, he heard a click. Bang! Hug! A bullet lodged through Alaric's shoulder, knocking back his small body. "Ah fuck. This fucking shite." Farrago grit his teeth and walked forward to take a look at Alaric. I don't know what kind of kid you are, who the fuck are you?" Feeling his body regenerating on its own, pushing the bullet away from within, Alaric mentally thanked himself as to why he bought Hashirama's physique. Another click from the flintlock pistol could be heard as Alaric stared at Farrago. "I'll ask again, this time, if you don't answer." Farrago now aimed it towards Alaric's head. "Another bullet will fly, but to your head." Alaric could only look down and sigh. "My name's Maximilian, I was sent to dash." The bullet lodged to his shoulder could now be seen falling down. "What the hell?" Farrago exclaimed and wanted to pull the trigger, but Alaric was faster. Sharingan Genjutsu. Farrago's eyes dulled as Alaric sighed and stood up, feeling his shoulder. "Man, I should really train." Stealing the flintlock pistol from Farrago's hand, Alaric analyzed it, then aimed it to the thieves' den's boss head. Bang! Farrago's body slumped down, while Alaric nodded his eyes at the power of the flintlock pistol. Using these kinds of pistols is actually entertaining. Alaric sighed as he replayed what happened on his head, but he shook it off and proceeded to sell every item they had on their bodies, and all the money in their pockets were deposited in the system without a thought. Weapons were sold too, all that remained were their briefs. Plus 44/18. 4D. Current balance, 568 zeros. 11D. 177R. He then walked towards the desk and found a man groaning. "Oh, this one's still alive." Taking his last kunau from his pouch, Alaric stabbed the man's temple. "Be thankful I'm granting you guys an easy death." How does he sit in his chair with this kind of desk? There was a giant safe below the desk that had a padlock tied to it, which makes it basically weird to sit behind on. He shook his head and didn't waste time, using chakra on his hands, and just yanked the lock away. Opening the safe, Alaric could see bags of coins within it. He touched bags that proceeded to deposit all the money to his system. Plus 450. Current balance, 1018 zeros. 11D. 32,577R. What? 450 just to find a slave. Alaric thought at the amount of money he got from depositing. It can't be, some of these coins must have come from their savings. Shaking his head, Alaric turned off his Sharingan and activating his eagle vision. "I must take everything I can get." He looked around but didn't see anything. He sighed but turned his head immediately. A bookshelf turning into a golden hue. "I knew it, there should be a reason why a bookshelf is behind his desk." Alaric nudged the bookshelf, making it move a little. Seeing as his eagle vision didn't see any book to pull meant that the lock to this hidden door was connected to some kind of mechanism that was hidden away. "I'm not going to be bothered by mecha-fuckingism." Alaric sighed and just proceeds to open the system interface and press the sell button. He touched the bookshelf once more, Cell, nice. The bookshelf disappeared into thin air, making Alaric grin. The system's really useful. Entering the hidden room, Alaric could only grin once more as shiny colors of gold were to be seen. He approached them and sold every single one, depositing all the pound sterling coins and bank notes to the system. Plus 400. Current balance, 1,418 zeros. 11D. 45, 377R. Sell. Items. Fine gold pocket watch, 100, 1x. Silver pocket watch, 30, 3x. Noble bracelet, 50, 1x. Gold bracelet, 25, 6x. Gold stud earring, 0.7 CT. Diamond, 50, 16x. Gold chalice, 250. Plus 1,440. Current balance, 2,858 zeros. 11D. 91, 457R. Damn, that's a lot, Alaric whistled as he looked at the system. He must have kept some money on his desk to fool anyone and not find this room. Can't fool me though. Seeing as there was nothing left in the second floor, Alaric bought a random shirt from the system and wore it, then headed downstairs. Cheap old linen shirt, off-white, SIXS. 3D. Current balance, 2,857 14ths. 8D. 91, 447R. 18, Chapter 18, Future Master Assassin, a crybaby. Reuben was just an orphan kid, he never knew his parents. He ran from the orphanage 2 years ago when he was 4 since older orphans tend to pick on him. He was brave and courageous, and was willing to grit his teeth to survive. Because of this, Farrago from the thieves' den saw a potential in him and decided to take him in. The bald kid never saw any of the thieves as his family. Yes, they took him in, but sooner or later, he was going to ditch them when he grows up a tiny bit. Today though, he had a rough and weird time. He was just lurking with the other kids in the alleys, trying to find a rich victim to nab some coin from their purses. However, just as he was going to set off towards the streets, he saw 2 blonde boys younger than him. One seemed to be easily scared, and the other one gave off a confidence vibe. They're probably rich trying to look poor. But they did look poor, aside from the black pants and black sandals the boy in the front was wearing, their upperwear were tattered. Still, I can probably make coin or 2 from these dimwits. The other one was scared so he ran off, the boy in the front though, flicking a coin like nothing. Let's bring him to the den, we can probably ransom him. Minutes later as they arrived at the front of the den, they had a small conversation that made Reuben hostile. Reuben said and then continued to walk, "You shouldn't give your name carelessly." "I know," the blonde boy replied, "it's corny for you to say that when you're leading me into a thieves' den." Reuben's eyes widened making him unsheath his dagger fast and twirled, aiming to slash the blonde's face. "Oh my, you could have damaged the face that could match Apollo's or Hermes. See curses." Reuben gritted his teeth as he immediately turned around and decided to run towards the door. "This blonde's dangerous." He dashed towards the door but he could only grit his teeth as his collar got yanked away, throwing him from the elevated ground terrace towards the ground. Shite, I can't breathe. You intended to tell your smelly-ass mates that I have information of your base." The blonde boy walked towards Reuben as he was trying to gather his breath. "I thought we were friends. I even gave you 1 shilling. Finally being able to breathe albeit a little, Reuben grit his teeth and courageously held his dagger/knife. "And no, I can't be beaten by some tiny punk." The blonde boy then walked towards Reuben and disarms him, kicking the knife away. "What? How the he dash? It seems I've found my second disciple." "Wah dash," was the only thing that Reuben could master before everything went black. Groaning from the pain on his shoulder, Reuben woke up to a bunch of scream. Deciding not to alert anybody, Reuben opened his eyes slowly. What the? He could see the men within the thieves' den dead, their bodies scattered around as the blonde boy threw what seemed to be a blade towards the last thief's heel. The thief didn't bother trying to tend to his heel and began to crawl as fast as he could and try to open the window. The blonde boy dashed behind the thief and immediately slapped the thief's right ear. From Reuben's perspective, he could see the thief's ears leaking blood. What in the 9 hells is happening? But Reuben could only gasp internally, then pretending to be asleep. "I should get out of here, alive. You can stop acting now." "Ah shite. Gather all their items and wait for me." Eternal damnation. Reuben thought as he opened his eyes to see a cold piercing blue eyes staring at him. "You know what will happen if you run away, right?" "Why yes." Reuben exclaimed and immediately gathered the items of the thieves' dead bodies. Minutes passed as Reuben gathered every item he could see. He heard a bunch of screaming from upstairs. The screams consisted of grown men, then a loud bang could be heard. Regardless, Reuben could only think something that was screaming in his head. Who in the world is that blonde kid? I've been roaming around Bristol, mastering the alleyways and got information on most people. I've never seen that kid from anywhere. As Reuben was lost in his own thoughts, he widened his eyes as he saw the blonde kid from his peripheral vision. I didn't even notice him. Quickly turning his head, the coldness emitting from the blonde's eyes was now gone. Turn around. Why yes. Reuben didn't even question nor hesitate and just did what he was told. The name's Alaric, the blonde boy talked making Reuben sigh. So he lied about his name, of course. You're Reuben, right? Alaric questioned as he immediately walked towards the front door. I heard it from these guys. Yes, Reuben nodded as he turned to see Alaric walking. He then glanced on his left to see that all the cloths, weapons, and coins disappeared. Where did they go? Good, now then, Alaric replied and turned his head to look at Reuben. Follow me, my disciple. Plus 56 fours. 1D. Current balance, 2,913/18. 9D. 93, 246R. Alaric and Reuben were now walking towards the alleys as the latter had questions in his head. Disciple? What does he mean? Well, better not make him angry or he'll kill me like how killed Farrago and his men. Alaric didn't need to look to see Reuben's face that was filled with curiosity. You can ask me anything, don't be afraid. Treating this as a green light, Reuben fired away. What do you mean by disciple? Are you some kind of priest from a local church? That seems to be impossible, you're a child. Are you rich? How did you do it? How were you able to move so fast? Aren't you afraid of killing? Alaric couldn't help but chuckle. However, they were good questions to ask, especially if one is so young. Slow down, what I mean by disciple is just that, I'll teach you to move like me, how to fight. And no, I'm not a priest. Are you blind? As you said, it's impossible. I'm just someone who wants to get rich and strong, just like you. Rich and strong. Reuben repeated, yes. I could get rich and strong if I'm able to fight like you. Yes and no. Alaric made a left in the alley with Reuben still following him. Just because I'm able to fight like I do, doesn't necessarily mean I'll get rich. Confused, Reuben's eyebrow raised. What do you mean? You'll get it soon enough, Alaric replied as he smirked, and I'm going to be rich, I just need few disciples like you to leave my legacy upon. Nah, I just need someone to do the menial tasks if need be. Oh, speaking of disciples. Reuben then saw another blonde kid trying to navigate the alleys, looking lost. Isn't that your brother? Brother? Brat, he ain't my brother, Alaric chuckled as he approached Edward, that's my cousin. Edward was looking everywhere, scared that he's lost and wouldn't be able to go back to the house they crashed in. Man, you look lost. Looking behind, his eyes began to redden as he saw his cousin Alaric. Laric. Edward's tears were now threatening to fall. Alaric could only sigh while Reuben who was behind him raised a brow. Damn, what a sight, future master assassin, a crybaby. 19, Chapter 19, What the fking bricks. Remember, just pretend you're a friend of mine. Yeah, okay. Alaric, Edward and Reuben were now in front of Solomon's house. Alaric wanted Reuben to pretend like they're friends and Reuben needs somewhere to crash for the night. As Edward opened the front door, everybody got in. There was no one in the grand hall, confusing Edward and Alaric. Edward was naturally confused since his parents, uncle and auntie and sometimes Solomon would gather at the grand hall to talk. Alaric, however, was confused as to why he could feel their signatures upstairs. Wait, signatures? Alaric immediately activated his Sharingan and saw 7 chakra signatures upstairs. I was right, how? Hashirama's chakra and physique? I should harness this. What about chakra? How come they have it? Does this mean everyone has chakra? I mean, there's ISU in this world, why not chakra, right? Or maybe chakra is innate and it's just called differently by other people. Deactivating the dojutsu, Alaric then led the way upstairs with Edward and Reuben following. As they reached the second floor, Alaric could hear people talking from the distance. It seems they're talking to Thulani. Of course, Alaric and the others reached the room where Thulani currently stayed in and saw Solomon, the woman who hugged Lynette last time, Bernard, Lynette and his parents talking to the dark-skinned boy. I figured they'd be curious. Hello. Ah. Blimey. Stop appearing out of nowhere, kid. Bernard comically placed his hand on his heart, feeling his heartbeat. I apologize to thee, Alaric grinned while nudging Reuben from his back. I came to introduce y'all to someone. Introduce. Someone. Edward could only sheepishly laugh as Reuben got dragged by Alaric inside the room. This is Reuben, a friend of ours. Alaric stated as Edward awkwardly nodded. A friend. The adults were surprised to see a bald kid a little bit taller than Alaric and Edward. A friend EY. Bernard smirked as he elbowed his wife Lynette. Ye sure he ain't just another slave ye fancy talking in? A slave? Reuben thought as he widened his eyes, finally seeing the dark-skinned boy. Damn, what am I getting myself into? True, I want to take him in, but he's not a slave, hee. Alaric eyes Solomon while the adults of the Kenway family got shocked. What? Ye bringin' in another child? Are ye mad, Laric? Ye plannin' to take in all the runts o' Bristol? Alaric could only laugh slightly as Solomon kept a calm gaze and looked at the woman beside him. Laric, this here's Helena, Solomon calmly introduced her. You never did learn her name, I. The youngest Kenway nodded and Solomon nodded in return. Helena's got words for you, let's move quarters, Solomon said as the adults of the Kenway family became silent. Lead the way, Alaric smiled as he placed a hand on Reuben's shoulder. Introduce yourself to them, and try to be friends with Thulani, him. Reuben looked the person whom Alaric pointed his fingers to. The slave. Does that mean that slave's the first disciple? The bald-headed kid could only reluctantly nod as Alaric, Solomon and Helena moved to another room. Alaric and the other two now sat on the chairs of another room and stared at each other. So, you're Alaric EY. Helena started as she eyed the blonde. Solomon's told me plenty about you. Oh. Alaric's eyebrows raised as soon as she heard her talking. Did he also tell you that I know you guys are assassins? Helena then took a look at Solomon, then back at Alaric as she smiled. So it's really true. Solomon said you got these memories from an ISU fragment, is that true? Yes. I also know that there are assassins operating in lots of countries, Alaric replied as he placed a hand on the table. See, I can't quite believe this. Helena sighed as she unfolded a hand fan and fanned herself slowly. Let's say this is all one big coincidence. Coincidence? Alaric questioned, raising a brow. Knowing about the Brotherhood, and the history of the Hidden Ones? That's all one big coincidence to you? Maybe. We don't even know if the Templars sent you. Helena replied, continuing to fan herself. This world's got plenty o' roads to take, but I ain't fool enough to drop me guard. I can be a witness. Solomon finally said something, making both Alaric and Helena look at him. He offed a Templar in, well, let's call it an interesting fashion. Oh, tell me. Helena inquired with curiosity. A blade from the Far East, right through a Templar's throat, last night. Eastern part of the world, you say? Helena mused as Alaric grabbed a kunao from his pouch and spun it in the air, catching it, making Helena's eyes glimmer. From that catch alone, I can see you're skilled. Alaric only nodded his head while Helena continued. This is interesting, really interesting. She narrows her eyes, making Alaric sigh. You done questioning the boy, Helena? Solomon asked the female assassin as she nodded her head in return. There is another thing I wanted to tell you, Alaric. Alaric only turned his head to look at the Egyptian, giving his attention to him. I've been contacted by the Brotherhood in Egypt, Solomon started then sighed. Unfortunately I can no longer help you with your business as I'm needed there. Damn. I apologize. What about the house? Will it get transferred to Helena? It is my house, however. Helena shook her head. I'm going to be sailin' for New England. My mentor set a meetin' there. Can't also be leavin' this house to your family. Got a crazy buyer lined up waitin' to take it off my hands. Sorry, lad, but I need the coin too. Gotta pay my way across the seas. I could just give you the money you need. Alaric got his hopes up a little bit and prepared to withdraw from the system, but saw Helena shaking her head. As I said, crazy buyer. Helena held her hands in a quotation mark sign. If I don't give him the house, I'm pretty sure he'll do anything he wants to have it. He's rich too, so he'll hire people to come here. Pretty sure you don't want anyone finding out about your little business with your dark-skinned friend over there. I could just sigh. You could what? You know, kill him. Damn it, kid. Helena sighed as she fanned her hand fan a little harder this time. He's a civilian. You can't go round killin' folk like him. Damn. Sorry. And when will you guys leave? Alaric questioned gloomingly. What the fucking shit bricks? Sunrise. The both of you? Yes. I'm sorry, kid. Fuck. 20, Chapter 20. They're all fking poor. Night had fallen, and Alaric was on his usual rooftop. Is there some way I could maybe buy a house? I mean, I'm practically very rich. Alaric mused while gazing at the clear stars, admiring the beauty. I need to do something, I can't just lay around like this. With that, he leaped off the rooftop and landed on the ground, startling Solomon, who was loading cargo at the back of the house. Blimey. Solomon gasped as Alaric landed just beside him. Where'd you come from? Who knows? Alaric grinned, then walked away. Damn, what the fuck am I gonna do now? Alaric was walking east, or at least that's what the stars indicated. Hours had passed since he slipped past the city gates, and he still wandered along the road with no clear destination. I need to train. When I fought against the thieves, I was only alive due to Hashirama's physique. Alaric thought as he continued walking in the dark. But how the hell am I supposed to have some free time if our family can't even have a fucking place to live? The youngest Kenway kicked a pebble hard, throwing a slight tantrum. I mean, who's going to believe a child that he has so much money? I know for sure, if I go up to my family and just tell them, hey, I have thousands of pounds, they'd view me crazy or get horrified. Wait, I could just use henge. How could I have been so stu-dash? Before he could finish his thoughts, something caught his eye. A wagon. He thought as he dashed towards it and began to inspect it. This is definitely a rich man's wagon, especially with these intricate designs. Was he robbed? Alaric looked around for footprints or any clues but found nothing. They're good at covering their tracks, he murmured. He then closed his eyes and began to remember the feeling of being able to sense his family back in Helena's house. Seconds, until few minutes passed as he failed. Alaric hummed as he opened the system interface. Since I'm not talented in these types of things, let's just buy one. Sensory abilities. Mind's Eye of the Kagura, Karen Uzumaki, grants chakra sense of 20 kilometers, distinguish chakra types and track specific individuals, detect lies, analyze one's mental state, hide one's own chakra, instant battlefield awareness. 2500. Godspeed reflex sensing, Tobirama Senju, grants chakra sense of 15 kilometers, predicts enemy actions based on subtle chakra fluctuations, can track multiple fast-moving targets at once, 1875. Eagle's Horizon Perception, C, Kimo Sensor, grants chakra sense of 10 kilometers, detection on incoming attacks, can detect genjutsu presence, 312 tens, 12D. Foresight Pulse, Fu Yamanaka, grants chakra sense of 8 kilometers, detect hostile intent before an attack is launched, track chakra patterns to predict an opponent's next move, instant detection of genjutsu, 234 sevens, 5D. Can't do Karen's Mind's Eye since it's too expensive. Tobirama's Godspeed reflex is awesome but is too expensive either. Wait. Alaric thought as his eyes widen a little bit. Why's the Foresight Pulse cheaper than the Eagle's Horizon? I get that it has shorter range, but to detect hostile intent and track chakra patterns. That's gold, he thought, smiling as he clicked buy. And another set of kunaus too, these ones are rusty. Foresight Pulse, 312 tens, 12D. Kunau, 10x, 12s, 5D. Current balance, 2,605s, 2D. 83, 208R. Alaric felt goosebumps all over his body as he used a little bit of his chakra. His first chakra pulse. A few seconds later, the pulse returned, carrying with it the sensation of mapping the entire area it had passed through. Alaric smirked as he looked southeast. So you're there, huh? He fired another pulse, watching it expand and return even faster. After a few more tests, the pulse became nearly instantaneous. Good, the only downside is that I have to keep firing it to sense anything, he noted as he channeled chakra into his feet and dashed toward the robbers. But that's more than enough. One thing about Hashirama's chakra was that the more he uses it, the more control he had. Obviously, but at this rate, it won't take long before I can control this chakra like Hashirama's. When using chakra, it was still wasteful since he couldn't control it that much. This actually made him want to buy something for chakra control in the system interface. But I shouldn't rely in the system too much. Wasting money on something I can eventually learn to do isn't smart, especially since I'm only 5. This is already impossible for anyone in this world. Shaking off the thought, Alaric leaped onto a tree branch overlooking a camp below. There were a few bandits/robbers, 8 of them. So the coachman's dead, this means these rich captives cannot escape. There were another 2 people, but they were tied, an old man and a teenager. They were wearing fancy clothing while eyes were covered by bandanas. So these bandits hit the jackpot, he muttered. Alaric scanned the camp with his foresight pulse, mapping the terrain and noting every guard's line of sight. Gripping 4 worn kunaus, he leaped toward the nearest bandit while simultaneously throwing kunaus at the others. As the kunaus sped toward their targets, Alaric quickly drew 2 more from his pouch and drove one into the temple of the bandit below him. Ugh. 5x. Shite. Blimey. Dan's dead. Everyone was now alerted as the nearest bandit to the captives looked everywhere, but the bonfire in the middle of the camp didn't burn that bright since they didn't fuel it as they were going to leave soon. Everyone, to the center. What's going on? The old man in fancy clothing fearfully asked, not able to see. Dad. I'm scared, the teenager couldn't help but confess to his father. I don't know what's happening, but I'm sorry for being a rude son, father. Shut the fuck up. One of the bandits exclaimed as he looked everywhere. Where the hell are you, you son of a bitch? Alaric grinned as he was now back standing on the branch. I should finish this fast. I can't risk them hurting the victims, or worse, killing them. He channeled more chakra into his feet and leaped toward the bandit closest to the captives. I'm here, dumbass. Wadash. The bandit couldn't even mutter one word as Alaric drove a kunau into his neck, using the body to break his fall. There. One of the 2 bandits remaining grit his teeth and ran towards Alaric but stopped midway as he finally saw the Kenway's appearance. W8, a kid. Yes. Alaric grinned and he pulled out the lodged kunau, infused it with a bit of chakra, and hurled it at the stunned bandit. The throw was powerful enough to drive the kunau through the bandit's skull. Damn. Alaric grinned yet again as the last bandit dropped on the ground, terrified. Before the remaining bandit could cry out, Alaric activated his dojutsu, genjutsu, Sharingan. The young Kenway's eyes turned bright red with 3 tomos spinning swiftly, making the man's eyes dull and immediately using his own weapon to stab his throat, killing himself. I should have asked him if they hid any treasure or something, got too excited. Not wasting another moment, he looted the bodies and sold the bandits' clothes and weapons. Plus 12 5s. 3D. Current balance, 2,612 tens. 5D. 83, 600R. What the fuck? Alaric muttered, raising his eyebrows. They're all fucking poor. He sighed as he finally went towards the captives. Well, 12 is actually a lot, not for me though. 21, Chapter 21, William Penn. Current balance, 2,612 tens. 5D. 83, 600R. What the fuck? Alaric muttered, raising his eyebrows. They're all fucking poor. He sighed as he finally went towards the captives. Well, 12 is actually a lot, not for me though. Hey, Alaric called out as the captives squirmed against their ropes. His small hands worked quickly, untying the knots. Stop wiggling. I'll get the blindfold off first. The middle-aged man froze. A child? Please help us. I'll reward you. Relax, I'm helping, Alaric muttered. He yanked off the man's blindfold, revealing a face slick with sweat. The campfire light made the man squint. Father. The younger captive, a teenager, hiccuped through his tears. We're alive. Alaric side-eyed the crying boy. Older than me but crying like a toddler. Can't blame him, though. Bandits suck. He sliced the ropes binding the older man with his kunai. You're truly just a child. The middle-aged man's eyes widened a little. Father. The younger captive gasped, rubbing his wrists. His eyes watered. We're alive. I thought we were done for. Calm yourself, William, the older man said sharply. He turned to Alaric, studying him. You killed these men. Alaric nodded as he looked at the middle-aged man. His outfit looks normal, however, he reeks of money. The bandits' bodies lay sprawled around the fire, their throats slit or stabbed. They weren't friendly. The man stared at him. You're just a boy. How? Luck. Alaric pocketed his dagger. What's your name? William Penn, the man said. This is my son, William Penn Jr. We're indebted to you. Name your reward. Gold, land, His Majesty will hear of your service. William Penn, that William Penn. Alaric froze. Wait, William Penn, the guy who founded Pennsylvania. No way, my history teacher's gonna lose it. Penn's eyebrows shot up. You know of my colony. Bristol's got books, Alaric lied, kicking dirt over the campfire. Why were you here? Shouldn't you be in America? Penn frowned. I'm here at King William's request. A matter of trade. But our guards were killed by these bandits on the way here. He gestured at the bodies. Alaric nodded. Sucks. Let's find your horses. Horses. William Jr. wiped his nose. The bandits took them. Nah, bandits are lazy. They'll stash horses nearby to sell later. Alaric adjusted the straps of his sandals. Follow me. And quiet. Unless you want to meet more of these guys. There are none of these guys left. I just want them quiet. Penn hurried to keep up with Alaric's brisk pace. How do you know so much about bandits? I pay attention. Alaric ducked under a branch. You're a Quaker, right? Why'd the king send a peace preacher to do dirty work? Penn stiffened. The crown and I share mutual interests. Stability in the colonies benefits all. Stability, huh? Alaric smirked. Translation: the king's using you. Must be fun compromising your principles. Principles mean little if my people starve, Penn said coldly. William Jr. piped up, still sniffling. Father's a great man. You wouldn't understand. Sure. Alaric spotted horse tracks in the mud. Over here. They found the horses tied to a tree a half-mile from the road. Alaric sliced the ropes with his kunai. Thank God, Penn breathed. But our wagon was left further ahead. Can you? Obviously, I found it in the main road. Alaric hopped onto a horse's back, his small legs dangling. Keep up, old man. The wagon sat where Alaric had found it earlier, broken, horseless, and stripped of valuables. Penn frowned. The axle's damaged. We'll need repairs. Duh. Alaric tossed him a rope. Tie the horses. I'll fix the wheel. You know carpentry? William Jr. asked, skeptical. I know how to survive. Alaric jammed a kunai into the broken wheel spokes to wedge it steady. Your dad's got money. Why'd he travel with just 10 guards? Penn tightened the horse harness. I believed Bristol's road safe. A miscalculation. A dumb miscalculation, Alaric said. Rich guys like you are targets. Bet the king didn't warn you, huh? Penn's jaw twitched. The crown assured me of protection. And you believed them? Alaric snorted. You're like weirdly naive for a grown-up. William Jr. stepped forward, fists clenched. Stop talking to my father like that. Or what? Alaric tilted his head. You'll cry at me. Enough, Penn snapped. He turned to Alaric. You mentioned my principles earlier. Do you mock them? Alaric paused. Quakers hate violence. But this guy's working with a king who loves wars. Nah, just think it's funny. You're all peace and equality, but you're here kissing a king's boots so he doesn't tax your colony to death. Penn stared at him. How do you know about taxes? Books, Alaric said quickly. Let's go. They rode in silence, Alaric sitting cross-legged on the wagon's edge. His sandals tapped rhythmically against the wood. Such a young lad, I can't help myself but to admire him, he thought as he held the ropes tightly. I never did catch your name, young savior. Alaric replied, yawning as he looked forward. Alaric Jonathan Kenway. A strong name. Roman, isn't it? My parents liked the name, sounded like a scholar, they said. Scholar EY. Then you should be in school, Alaric. Not out here. Too poor for school. Alaric watched the road. Besides, I'm helping you, aren't I? Helping, huh? Penn sighed. What do you want? Gold? Land in Pennsylvania. A place to crash. For me, my family, and 2 friends. Crash. Stay. For a week. I figured you have some kind of house or mansion waiting within the city. Alaric avoided his gaze. One of my friends a former slave. Got a problem with that? Pen's voice softened. Oh no, my colony welcomes all. Good. Alaric stood, balancing easily on the moving wagon. I'll come meet you at 4 o'clock. Don't die before then. Wait. But Alaric leaped off the wagon, immediately disappearing from their view. William Jr. stared. Is he a demon? No, Pen said quietly. Maybe he's just a child with an abnormal body. Why did he jump? 22, Chapter 22, Sneaking Casually. Current balance, 2,612 tens. 5D. 83, 600R. Alaric finally arrived at Helena's house as he made his way to the grand hall, sitting down at the couch. I should probably use Pen for business, maybe build a good connection with him. He thought as he opened the system interface. Took his miso ramen, the signature ramen dish served at the Ichiraku ramen shop, comes with chopsticks, 7D. 1s. 2D. Current balance, 2,612 nines. 3D. 83, 598R. 2 bowls of miso ramen appeared on top of the coffee table from thin air as Alaric smirked at the sight. I will always appreciate having the system. He thought as he could hear someone from upstairs going down. It was Reuben. Alaric. Reuben went towards Alaric as he saw 2 bowls of soups that seemed to have contents in them. I figured you wouldn't be able to sleep here, Alaric smiled. Sit, the other one's for you. For me. Reuben's eyebrows raised as he made his way and sat near Alaric. I've been meaning to ask you. Alaric used the chopsticks and dug in first, not waiting for Reuben. I heard you guys would be homeless after that man and woman leaves. Reuben finally talked, making Alaric stop slurping. What are you gonna do? The youngest Kenway only smirked. I did some work and finally got all of us some place to stay, don't worry. I won't let you go back to the slums. What do you mean? You'll know. Alaric replied. By the way, I need you to do something. After they ate, they talked for an hour. Reuben was 7 years old, same as Thulani. So it was easy for Alaric to gain his trust. Children are gullible. Seeing as Reuben was sleeping on the couch, Alaric didn't even care to dispose the ramen cups and just walked up to the second floor and opened the Thulani's temporary quarters. Nudging the former slave, Alaric woke him up. As Thulani opened his eyes, he was met with Alaric's face with his index finger on his lips, signifying that he had to be silent. Thulani could only nod his head reluctantly. Alaric motioned for Thulani to follow him, leading the downstairs. Walking slowly, Alaric guided Thulani outside the house. The umbu sandals were a natural noise dampener and Thulani was barefoot. Okay, here's what's going on. Alaric neared Thulani and spoke silently. Solomon and Helena are going to leave this house in the morning. Helena will sell the house. We can't stay after that. Thulani nodded his head, albeit fear crossed his eyes. Alaric could see this but he placed a hand on Thulani's shoulder to assure the former slave. You have to follow me somewhere, we need to be agile. Seeing Alaric's confidence, Thulani could only nod and follow the young Kenway. Alaric's body was smaller than his but there was something about this kid that made him want to follow. Alaric then activated Foresight Pulse as he spotted the positions of people within 8 kilometers. So that's where you're staying, Pen. Alaric smirked as he motioned Thulani to follow him. Thulani expected them to be sneaking and crouching, like how one would be when hiding. However, he was nervous as he and Alaric were casually walking. Minutes passed and he was shocked as they've encountered no one. Yes, it has passed midnight and people naturally slept during this time. But how about the guards? How is it that they've not encountered a single person? Alaric saw how Thulani's face would get so confused from time to time as they kept walking, but of course, he could not tell anyone he was constantly pumping tiny bits chakra to send sensing pulses that mapped the entire 8 kilometers he was in. How do we do this? Alaric hummed as he saw the mansion that William Penn and his son were in. There were lots of guards stationed in every corner. Did him being held captive leave a scar on his feelings? Shaking his head, Alaric smirked as he looked at Thulani. Stay here. Alaric didn't even need to see Thulani's response as he ran towards the nearest house and leaped towards the roof, landing silently, leaving Thulani surprised. Humming once more, Alaric observed the guards that were stationed. I shouldn't kill too much, right? Thulani, who was looking at Alaric, widened his eyes as Alaric disappeared from his view. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to see nothing. What? Nice. Alaric landed on a dark corner and looked at the nearest stationed guard. I could knock that one out, then maybe I can help Thulani jump through the high wall. After that, we can head inside. However, there's 30 people in the mansion, probably maids and staff. Shaking his head, Alaric walked up to the guard, not bothering to hide. Huh. The Templar guard raised a brow as he neared Alaric. A kid. Genjutsu, Charingen. Alaric cast as his eyes turned blood red, 3 tomos spinning rapidly, making the Templar guard slump forward. It's too easy, he thought as he immediately went towards the guard and loot some coin. Alaric then grabbed the guard by the armpit and made him lean on the mansion's high cemented fence, making it look like the guard slacking off. As I said, too easy. Plus 4s. 2d. Current balance, 2,612 13ths. 5d. 83, 605r. At least he has some change. Alaric then dashed towards where he left Thulani, only to see the former slave crouching with troubled face. Grinning, Alaric approached Thulani from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder, making the former slave flinch. "Let's go." Thulani's heart dropped but went back to normal as soon as he saw Alaric's face. He nodded but his skin went cold due to the scare. "You should know how to be aware of your surroundings, Thulani." Alaric smirked and walked towards where he knocked the guard out. As soon as Thulani saw the knocked-out guard, he widened his eyes a little. He then looked at Alaric and immediately shrugged as if it made sense. "You know how to climb?" Alaric asked as he looked Thulani, who now stared at the very high wall. "Don't worry, I'll give you a boost." Thulani, who could see how high the wall is, reluctantly nodded but still had a doubt on his face. He then distanced himself from the wall while Alaric was on a leg-up position. "Any time now." Hearing Alaric's voice, Thulani's heart began to pound. Breathing in and out deeply, he calmed down and decided to just trust Alaric. Alaric smirked as he applied chakra on his whole body. 1, 2. Alaric grit his teeth as Thulani finally ran towards him and used his small hands to boost himself. Alaric didn't waste time and used the momentum to catapult Thulani upwards. Hup. Thulani could only widen his eyes at the impossibility of what he was doing. He immediately grabbed the vertical end of the wall and tried to lift himself up but to no avail. "Shit!" Alaric cursed as he could Thulani struggling. Not wasting time, Alaric ran up the wall using chakra on his feet and immediately balanced himself on top of the wall. "Gimme that hand." This wasn't a request nor an order. Alaric just caught Thulani's hand and yanked his body upwards. "I'll need to train you soon, I don't care if you're 7. Thulani couldn't even reply as he thought about how he almost fell. "Hey!" Thulani looked up to Alaric as he saw the blonde pointing at a haystack under them. UGH, the former slave could only mutter as Alaric pushed him, making him fall towards it. "Hunk. This is the Assassin's Creed universe, surely he won't die right." 23, Chapter 23, Seo. What? Current balance, 2,612/13. 5D. 83, 605R. This Assassin's Creed universe, surely he won't die right. As soon as Alaric saw Thulani safely landing on the haystack, he dropped down and landed on the ground just beside Thulani. He turned his head to see the former slave covered in haystack. "Hey, you can't die now." Alaric silently chuckled as he pulled the hand that was sticking out of the haystack. "You can't die, unless I allow you to. Did I even escape slavery?" Thulani thought as his body was yanked yet again, this time, out of the haystack. Slave, again. Do you regret it?" Alaric smirked as he eyed Thulani. "Do you regret following me?" Small. Alaric could only shake his head as he motioned Thulani to follow him once more. They then walked towards the ground-level balcony and stopped as Alaric signaled Thulani. There's no one on the first floor, and there are only 2 people on the second level, multiple people in the basement though." Walking towards a double door, Alaric turned the knob while Thulani followed silently. What could be seen inside made both Alaric and Thulani widen their eyes in surprise. The interior design within the house could only be seen in movies or Google. Alaric expected this, yet the grandeur of the designs made him chuckle. Thulani though, he's a slave, so of course he'd be surprised. "Follow me," Alaric ordered silently as they walked. As they were walking, Alaric could hear something that made him annoyed. It was the footsteps of Thulani's barefoot hitting the tiles. I should buy one for him. Open-toed sandals, black, 12s, 5D, 12s, 5D. Current balance, 2,612 ones. 0D, 83, 585R. As he was ahead of Thulani, Alaric just made the sandals appear in front of him. He then turned to Thulani and held it in front. "Here." Alaric said as Thulani eyed what he was holding. "Wear this, your barefoot is too loud." Thulani wanted to speak as Alaric just nodded, making him receive and wear it. Return it." Shaking his head, Alaric just replied. "It's yours, follow me." Thulani nodded as he followed the blonde. William Penn was on his desk, writing on his journal of how his day, or night, turned out. November 13, 1697. Anno Domini. This day, my son William Penn Jr. and I traveled by wagon, graciously provided by His Majesty, King William III, may God preserve him. Our course from London to Bristol carried us through Swindon, and we made camp thrice along the road. Ere we departed our final encampment, a most grievous misfortune befell us. A party of brigands did set upon our company. The king's guards, stout-hearted men, stood firm to shield our persons, yet the villains, cunning and ruthless, gave chase as we fled. They overtook us, slew the coachman and bound my son and me as captives. Blindfolded and bereft of sight, we endured their threats, for they demanded riches we had not thought to carry on so humble a journey. But lo! Providence, in her inscrutable wisdom, sent deliverance by the hand of a mere child, a lad of 5 summers. How such a young soul dispatched those blackguards, I cannot fathom, for the deed was done ere 3 minutes passed. The clatter of steel, the cries of the wicked, then silence. When our blindfolds were loosed, there stood the boy, serene as dawn, amid the fallen. He named himself Alaric Kenway, of Bristol, and spake thus, "I'll come meet you at 4 o'clock. Don't die before then." A queer utterance, yet his mien bore no deceit. Though his speech was plain, his eyes, they burned with a fire unseemly in one so tender. My son trembled, but I vowed then, by all that is sacred, to repay this child's service. Be he spirit, angel, or mortal prodigy, I shall not rest until I am to meet him. The night now deepens, and my quill shakes not from fear, but wonder. What design hath the Almighty woven here? I shall pray for the coachman's soul, and for young Alaric's protection. May God guide my steps to fulfill this debt. W.M. Pen. Beneath the watchful stars. Pen finally put down his quill and closed his leather-bound hand-sewn folio. He then sighed as he placed the folio under the desk. I wonder how would he manage to slip into the estate. He thought as he looked at his pocket watch. I ought to head to bed. As soon as he got up from his seat, a knock could be heard from the door to his library, making him raise his eyebrows. I didn't ask for any dash. He widened his eyes as he figured who would be knocking at this time. Come in. His eyes widened once more as he saw the 5-year-old child who saved him open the door. By the heavens, how did you manage get in? What, it sounds like you purposely left many guards so that I can't. Alaric smirked as he walked inside the library, making William notice Thulani. And no, I wouldn't do that to a benefactor, Pen spoke as he sat back again. My Quaker friends, who hold high positions among the officials, provided me this estate and deployed guards the moment I informed them of my journey to Bristol. You told them of your journey. Raising an eyebrow, Alaric sat on a comfortable seat and motioned Thulani, who was awkwardly standing, to the same. Did you tell them about me? No, it would be far too outlandish for them to believe that a mere child slew multiple bandits. Pen shook his head and smiled. I told them we had managed to flee the bandits. Nodding his head, Alaric tapped his sandals on the tiles. About our deal. Huh. William Penn's brows raised as he looked at Alaric. When, pray tell, did we ever strike a deal? You're no fun, Pen smiled as he continued. How many are in your family, and how many rooms do you require? I need 4 rooms, Alaric responded. 1 for my parents, another for my uncle, aunt, and their child, another for my 2 friends, and last one for me. Pen looked at Alaric, who was pointing at Thulani, and thought about it for a few seconds and nodded. Understood. But why so many rooms? Surely, you could share with your parents. No, thank you, Alaric stared at William Pen, dead in the eyes. I value my privacy, I'm sure you're the same. True, Pen nodded as he folded his arms. I shall have my servants prepare the rooms you desire, return in the morning. Lastly. Alaric got up from his seat and yawned. Can you give him some room to sleep in? You know better than anyone, this city's not that welcoming of his color. Sure, I'll give you 5 rooms. Each for you friends, Pen nodded again as he also got up from his seat. Now, I think the meeting's finished. I need to get some sleep. Alaric smiled at William Pen and looked at Thulani, who was nervous. Stay in this house, this man won't hurt you. If he does, tell me, and I will kill him. Thulani could only nod reluctantly as look at the Pen senior. Damned brat, have you already forgotten that I founded Pennsylvania? Pen grumbled as he sighed. I stand firmly against discrimination. Yeah, Alaric chuckled as he placed a hand on Thulani's shoulder and walked out. Sayonara. Sayo, what? 24, Chapter 24, Mom. Current balance, 2,612 ones. 0D. 83, 585R. Morning came as the Kenway family woke up one by one. Lynette woke up first and started helping Helena in cleaning the house. Eleanor followed as she also helped despite her weak body. Bernard and Leonard now had a conversation with Solomon, with the latter apologizing that he had to leave so soon. Nah, don't you worry, lad, Bernard smiled as he placed a hand on Solomon's shoulder. We'll manage. Leonard nodded while folding his arms. There's plenty opportunities here, we'll be fine. Solomon sighed in relief then nodded at the 2 brothers. I know you'll be okay, you have one heck of a child, Leonard. Leonard's eyebrows rose as he listened. Well, I don't think that young lad is going to leave you guys homeless, Solomon added as he folded his arms. You guys should get to know him better, haven't you noticed that he hasn't come home yet? Bernard's eyes widened as he looked at Leonard. Hello. Did you not hear what he just said? Leonard, who was calm as ever, sighed. Don't bother. I can't control that child. He'll come back alive. What? Bernard couldn't believe what he just heard. Oi, you moron, your child is missing, are ye deaf? As I said, Leonard sighed again. I can't control that child, nor can Eleanor, Lynette, or even you. Bernard could only look at Leonard, who walked outside the room and then turned his eyes on Solomon. Well, what he said is true, Solomon chuckled. If you've seen that child's abilities like I have, you'd have nothing to worry about. Bernard, still surprised, also watched Solomon as the Egyptian walked outside the room. Am I going crazy? As everyone was having breakfast, the front door of Helena's house opened, making everyone turn their heads. Good morning to each and every one of you, Alaric smirked as he walked towards the dining table. I've got good news, and another good news. So, which one's first? Everyone who was eating stopped as they stared at Alaric. Leonard, Bernard, Eleanor, Lynette, Edward, Solomon and Helena. The good news. Edward said/asked as he raised a brow. They're all the same. Of course. Everyone's ears were on Alaric as he grinned, making them expect that he was bringing another child. I'm sure all of you noticed that Thulani, the slave, is not upstairs, Alaric said as he went to a seat on the dining table and grabbed some food. Don't worry, he's somewhere safe, really safe. Alaric ate his meal while everyone stared at him. And, the other good news. I found a comfortable place for us to stay. What? Oh my, that was louder than I expected. Alaric murmured as he continued eating. Wait, what? What do you mean you found a place? Where? Son, is that the truth? When have I ever lied? Alaric smiled as he chewed his food. Anyways, follow me when you're all ready. It's better to see it than listen to a 5-year-old brat spew nonsense, right? It's best to believe it, Solomon started as he finished his food and wiped his mouth. Don't doubt one's effort just because he is a child. An hour passed by as everybody got out of the house and Helena locked the front door. All of them had already packed their bags. Well then, Solomon smiled as he looked at the Kenway family one last time. I'm off. Huh, you're not coming with us to see the new house? Bernard asked as he scratched the back of his head. Solomon only shook his head and took a look at his silver pocket watch. The ship I'm boarding will set sail in half an hour. That's too bad, Alaric sighed then smiled at Solomon. Then, it was nice knowing you Suleiman al-Rashidi. Solomon's eyes widened as he stared at Alaric. You, remember my name? Of course, Alaric smirked. I'll visit you soon. Not knowing what to answer, Solomon chuckled and nodded towards Alaric. Well. Bernard smiled at Solomon. See you, friend. Solomon nodded for the last time and walked away. Okay now, I'll be going to my buyer. Helena hugged Lynette for the last time and said her goodbyes everyone else. The Kenway family aside from Alaric and Edward shared their sighs as they finally walked while Alaric led. Say, Laric, I haven't got to bond with you here. Edward walked beside Alaric to strike a conversation. I must say, making friends in this city ain't easy. Alaric could only look at Edward and continued to walk. I'm your friend, aren't I? I mean, I'm your cousin. But you're too busy. Edward grumbled. Ye are here and there, you appear and disappear, you're like father. Come on now boy. Bernard chuckled while he and the others followed Alaric. I ain't that bad. Tisk. Edward rolled his eyes. They walked for a while as they admired the city. Cough. Alaric immediately turned his head as he saw his mother touching her chest with her other hand was covering her mouth. Eleanor. Mom. They all ran towards Eleanor as she was about to collapse. Fortunately, Leonard was close to her so he was able to catch her. Seeing her knees shake, Alaric immediately went to Leonard and motioned for him to hand over his backpack. It's okay, Leonard said as he held Eleanor. You're already carrying lots. No, let me, Alaric insisted as he continued. Everyone else have maxed their weight, you need to carry mother. Come on, we can't have her collapsing in the streets. Alaric hurried as Leonard finally gave in and handed him the bags. Here honey, let me carry you. Leonard carried Eleanor on a piggyback. Eleanor could only bite her lips as small tears could be seen from the side of her eyes. I'm sorry. I dash. No, Alaric shook his head and continued walking. You don't have to apologize mother. Don't worry, we're here. Everyone turned to Alaric as the youngest Kenway faced a place they never thought possible. Laric, you. Not a single one of them didn't widen their eyes, as their eyes were met with a huge estate. Ah, you must be Mr. Alaric. Everyone turned their heads to a middle-aged man who was wearing a costume that signified that he was working as a servant of a well-off family of some sorts. He had a blonde short hair and cleanly shaven face. He was a butler. Master Penn has been expecting your arrival, the butler said as he smiled. I am Sebastian, head butler of the newly named Penn estate. Please, allow us to carry your baggage. The butler raised his index finger and made a quick circular motion, prompting several staff members to appear and take their belongings. Mr. Alaric, Sebastian said as he looked at the youngest Kenway, if you don't mind, please have yourself and your family follow me inside. Alaric nodded as the Kenway family only gasped at how things were going. Hey, Laric, what in the 9 seas is going on? Bernard asked as he followed Alaric. I don't rightly understand how we're walking through a great bloody house right now. Come on UNC, Alaric smirked as he continued walking. This is me we're talking about. In any case, Alaric continued as he walked to the ground-level balcony. Let's hurry inside, we have to put mother to bed. Bed. Bernard repeated the word as his eyes widened. We're actually staying here. Alaric could only chuckle. Is it that unbelievable? 25, Chapter 25, By the heavens, Laric, stop. Current balance, 2,612 ones. 0D. Ha ha ha. Oh my. An hour passed since the Kenway family arrived at the Penn estate. They were currently enjoying the royal treatment of expensive breakfast with William Penn Sr. and his son, William Penn Jr. Flashback. This is where your room will be, Mr. Alaric. Sebastian opened the door to a huge room, at least 15 square meters in size. I apologize for not having any larger room than this. A larger room? This place is humongous. The interior design's dope ASF too. Alaric thought as his eyes widened. Why the fuck are you apologizing? This is fucking huge. Well, it's unfortunate, but I'll take it. Of course I'll fucking take it. Sebastian could only offer an apologetic smile. The room has its own private guardrobe, and has a bathtub. You can call me or any staff to fill your bathtub with water whenever you want. So, no modern toilets, not that I can complain, Alaric thought as he nodded to Sebastian while the latter excused himself. Walking around the room, Alaric was elated by how his brief encounter with William Penn had completely changed his life. He didn't need the luxury nor the huge estate to live, but, I'm no longer going back to being poor, the fuck. The young Kenway then saw a door and immediately walked towards it. This must be the bathroom. The moment he swung the door open, Alaric's eye twitched, not in annoyance, but in amazement. Even the bathroom interior's top-notched. I thought William Penn, being the Quaker he is, wouldn't have a house like this. Ah no, this was gifted from his friend, yes. He cupped his chin as he examined the bathtub. It would be such a hassle if I keep bothering the staff to bring and pour water in the tub. Alaric immediately opened the system interface and pressed, buy. Anything that's related to creating water out of thin air, or let me just buy water. Water release, grants water affinity to user. 62 tens. 12D. Tobirama's water manipulation, grants Tobirama Senja's ability to perform high-rank Suiton jutsus pulling moisture directly from the air, requires water release. 781 fives. 12D. Water manipulation, incomplete, grants ability to perform low-ranked Suiton jutsus pulling moisture directly from the air, requires water release. 250. Water release, splash, small, basic water jet for distraction, 187 tens. 12D. Water, 200L, user gets literal water. User can decide on water temperature and where to place the water, drinking not recommended. 8D. Alaric almost choked, seeing the prices of water manipulation and the jutsu almost made him want to cry, but thankfully, there was a gallon for sale. I just want to take a bath. Alaric sighed as he pressed that buy 4 times. Water, 200L, cool temp, 8D. 8D. Current balance, 2,612 zeros. 4D. 83, 584R. Placing the water in the tub, Alaric began to sigh. Why didn't I do this sooner? Taking a bath in these times is so hard. Alaric opened the system interface once again and decided to purchase other items. Shampoo plus conditioner, sachet 10 milliliters, a sachet of shampoo and conditioner combo, 1D. Bath bomb, it's a bomb, 1D. Liquid bathing soap, sachet 20 milliliters, it's a soap, 1D. Current balance, 2,612 zeros. 1D. 83, 584R. Ah. Alaric moaned as he soaked in the bathtub while the bath bomb fizzled. He then applied the shampoo plus conditioner on his head, scrubbing his scalp lightly. Now this is the best. Minutes later, as Alaric finished bathing, he took a linen towel and dried himself. It's hard to dry myself with these kinds of towel. Now that I think about it, I should buy a ceiling tattoo and multiple ceiling scrolls for things like necessities and ration. Nah, I can buy at the system. The tattoo is what I should probably get though. It's useful for delivering items without the risk of damaging, and I can store my kunao within the tattoo. He shook his head as he wrapped the towel on his waist and opened the system interface. Uzumaki Ceiling Tattoo, a fuinjutsu created by the Uzumaki clan to store items inside the tattoo. Ceiling tattoo has 100L of space. Living organisms are excluded, 15. Current balance, 2,597 zeros. 1D. 83, 104R. Choosing his right shoulder as the area, the tattoo unrained itself immediately. Alaric then nodded in content and got out of the bathroom. He then went to the wardrobe just beside the door to the bathroom and opened it. There are lots of good outfits here, let's try them. Another minute passed as Alaric finally finished dressing. He then went to the mirror near the bed and looked at himself, neatly brushed hair, dressing in white long-sleeved with ruffles below the collar, black breeches with black open-toed sandals. Damn, I look good, for a child. I'm a killer. And I'll never not use these sandals, unless I get some boots, and boots at 5 years old. What am I, playing cosplay? Alaric chuckled as he sealed all his kunao within the tattoo, discarded the kunao pouch, and got a waist bag from the system, tying it behind his pants. Convenience at its finest. Shinobi waist bag, 7D. 7D. Current balance, 2,596 19ths. 6D. 83, 103R. Flashback end. All of them could now be found within the dining room of the Penn estate as William Penn Sr. was holding a conversation with everyone, glancing at Alaric once in a while. Ahem. Bernard the ever so curious, wanted to ask the golden question, Mr. Master Penn, how did you come to meet young Alaric? Once Bernard asked this, Penn Sr. glanced at Alaric, whose face was stoic while eating. Seeing this as a signal, William Penn chuckled. Your nephew caught my eyes, he saved my son here, from pickpockets, yes, pickpockets. Oh, Bernard nodded, but asked further, but how come you've taken him in? You've even graciously allowed us despite our unworthiness, to stay here for the time being. You see. William Penn paused while looking at Alaric who was avoiding his eyes. You're making me ad-lib. Okay, fine. Young Alaric over there, he pointed at Alaric who was pretending to be busy eating, is quite gifted when it comes to business and fighting. I thought it'd be better taking a student before retiring back to Pennsylvania. I see. Bernard nodded his head, and glanced at Leonard who was staring at Alaric. The entire Kenway family is grateful for this kind and benevolent act you've given us. We promise to return this favor once we get to earn our means. Alright, William Penn smiled as he glanced at Alaric again. So this is your family, huh? Did you get strong to protect them? From what I can see, they're kind people. You must have got that from them if you risked your life to protect me, huh? But why did we even eat breakfast? Look, Alaric thought as he walked towards a long corridor. We've already eaten at Helena's house. Arriving at the last door, Alaric was about to knock as he sensed someone just behind the door. He stopped his tracks and neared his ear, listening what's happening inside. May I know your name, young slave? I promise not to hurt you. I am the head butler of this estate. Master Penn entrusted me into taking care of you, so you must take a bath. No, I'll leave your food on the table. Please do eat this time. You've not had an ounce of sleep from the looks of it. I will be leaving this room. I will come back a few hours from now to bring your lunch. Well then. Alaric smiled as he shook his head and opened the door, seeing Sebastian also about to turn the knob. Ah, Mr. Alaric, Benjamin smiled as he made way for Alaric to walk inside. Your outfit suits you. Yes, how's he? Unfortunately, he has not slept ever since he got inside this room. Sebastian shook his head and frowned. He may feel unsafe due to the difference in our skin color. The young Kenway nodded and sighed. That's just how it is. I feel bad for him. I'm an orphan from Pennsylvania. Sebastian opened up while looking at Thulani. I've made lots of friends with different ethnicities before Master Penn gave me the chance to serve him. Oh. Alaric's eyebrows rose while looking at Sebastian. Tell me, how's Pennsylvania? Sebastian cupped his chin and got into a thinking position, then smiled. It's good. I can confidently say that Pennsylvania is a lot better than anywhere in the Western civilization in terms of racial discrimination. Alaric nodded at Sebastian's response as the latter excused himself. Sup, the young Kenway smirked at Thulani, whose eyes were red due to no sleep. You should have rested. I told you nothing's going to happen. Thulani could only stare at Alaric as he walked towards the food. Why do you help me? I told you. Alaric sat on a seat as he crossed his legs and arms. You're my first disciple. I will train you together with Reuben soon. Speaking of the guy, where the hell is he? How come he's this late? Curses. Reuben grit his teeth as he was tailing a slave trader walking towards who knows where. I've been here since the sun rose. Reuben was tasked by Alaric to gather some information about how many slave traders there were in Bristol, and how many powerful people were connected to the business. Reuben and Alaric knew there were lots of them, but didn't know who and where. Alaric could sense all the people that were mapped out by his foresight pulse, but that didn't necessarily mean that it automatically knew who he was supposed to target. That's why he tasked Reuben with this while he dealt with the accommodation in the Penn estate for now. Back to Reuben. So far, I've seen 3 slave traders and only 1 businessman here, Edward Colston. He thought as he sighed while wiping his forehead from his sweat. It's hard pretending to do anything while tailing someone. They may be relaxed since this city doesn't care about slave trading, but I can't let my guard down either. Why's Alaric's sole focus on slave traders anyway? Reuben clicked his tongue as he blended in a crowded group. Is it because the first disciple's a slave? Bah, let's just finish this and go to the location he told me after. Wait, I shouldn't expect Reuben to gather the info I need in one day, Alaric thought as he looked at Thulani who was happily eating his meal. Reuben 7, not some spy for elite countries. Thulani, for now, Alaric called as he got up from his seat, we'll have to hide you in this estate, cooperate with Sebastian, I'll find a way for you to able to go outside, like the garden for example. I've seen the desperation in your eyes, Alaric added as he stared at Thulani. If push comes to shove and Sebastian or any staff attempts to harm you, don't ever hesitate to kill. I'll handle everything. Thulani's eyes widened as he stared into Alaric's cold blue gaze. You, help me so much, I will, follow you. Grinning, Alaric nodded as he walked away. Don't forget your words, that's a verbal contract right there. Knock knock, come in. Alaric opened the door to Penn's library as the middle-aged Quaker smiled, looking at the young Kenway. I wanted to take some time for me to approach William, Alaric thought as he walked towards the seat near a bookshelf. But I can't sit still as Mother's condition has been deteriorating. I suspect it's TB, I'm even surprised she's still standing today. I must find a way to cure her, it's the very least I can do for someone who cares so much for me. Yes, Alaric, you have something you need. William put down his pen and gave his full attention to Alaric. Do you have any concerns regarding the service of the butler or the staff? Alaric only shook his head and replied, I'm here to do business. Business. Penn's brows rose as he placed an elbow on the desk and rested his face on his palm. Are you a businessman, young lad? Yes, Alaric nodded. So, you have a proposal I presume? Yes, Alaric then walked towards William Penn's desk and bought 1 Hayagaklan secret ointment from the system. Now that I think about it, that bastard Solomon never returned my product. Bah, I hope he uses it well. Hayagaklan secret ointment, 1s, 3D, 1s, 3D. Current balance, 2,596 3D. 83-101R. Alaric pretended to get something from his waist bag as the Hyuga secret healing salve appeared on his hand from thin air. Taking it out, he then placed it on the desk, in front of Pen. What's this? Celestial salve, Alaric answered as his hand motioned towards his back while he unsealed a kunao, making it appear on his wrist immediately. He then placed the kunao on the desk, taking Pen aback. Wait, don't tell me. Pen widened his eyes horrifyingly. Alaric smirked as he unsealed the cap of the ointment and took the kunao. He then immediately sliced his forearm lightly, making blood appear. By the heavens, Alaric, stop. Alaric only placed the kunao on the desk and dabbed his finger on the contents of the celestial salve, then applied it on the surface of his wound. What happened next only left William Penn surprised. Alaric's wound closed up within seconds, a faint white smoke rising with a soft fizzle. I'll supply you my products for 15 apiece, you sell them for whatever price you want. How about it, you want in? 26, Chapter 26, 1,000 pieces. Current balance, 2,596 18ths. 3D. 83-101R. Why, in heaven's name, did you cut yourself? Alaric could only smile sheepishly as Pen fumed. 'Twas the fastest way to let you see the miracles of my product. Taking the time to calm himself down, William Penn sighed heavily as he glared at Alaric. You might have at least given me a word of warning before pulling such a stunt. Heh. Seeing the child's antics, Penn sighed again as he finally looked at the product. This. He started as he grabbed the ointment. Celestial salve, is it? How exactly did you craft this? Skip convo, we already did that with Solomon. So I may purchase as much as I desire from you. William Penn asked as he placed the product on his desk, and you ask only 15 per piece. Yes, Alaric nodded as he smirked, and please, don't ask about the ingredients, aside from me, no one will ever be able to procure this kind of salve. Are you sure about that? Penn raised an eyebrow. Try me, Alaric nodded, sitting down on the closest single sofa. If you can find someone who can imitate my product, I'll supply you everything for free. No, the middle-aged Quaker chuckled as he shook his head. This is nothing short of a miracle product. Very well, I shall place an order for 1,000 pieces of celestial salve. I expect it by tomorrow. You shall receive your payment the moment I see the goods. 1,000? This guy doesn't play around. Good. Neither do I. Cupping his chin, Alaric hummed as he paused for a few seconds, making Penn smile. It was a Tez dash. Give me a huge room or any storage room you have in this house and I'll give it to you by tonight. Alaric grinned, making the Quaker raise his eyebrows. Why, you needn't force yourself, young lad, it was but a jest. William Penn shook his head and held the celestial salve once again. To produce such a salve 1,000 times over would surely take months, if not years. William Penn was only met with shook on the head as Alaric replied, I don't joke about business. As I said, just give me a large storage room for me to use so that I'll leave the products there. Penn couldn't answer right away. Ought I to believe a 5-year-old child? And yet he speaks with the wisdom of a grown man. I pride myself on my ability to gauge a person upon meeting them, yet I cannot seem to read this boy. You can have the piece of celestial salve as a token, it can save your life one day. All right. Was Penn's reply as he immediately called for his head butler, Sebastian. Yes, master. Sebastian immediately opened the door towards the library and announced his presence. Are there any storage rooms that remain unused? William Penn questioned as he stood up from his seat and walked towards a bookshelf. Take Alaric there and see that he has whatever assistance he requires. Yes, master. We have ample storage rooms in the basement, awaiting use. Sebastian bowed slightly and turned to Alaric. Mr. Alaric, if you would permit me I shall escort you there at once. Alaric smirked as he also got up from his seat and went towards Penn, who was searching for any books to read on the bookshelf. William Penn Sr. turned his head and looked down to see a hand stretching towards him for a handshake. Oh my, you even know this gesture. Penn smiled as he stood up properly and fixed his clothes. He then took Alaric's hand and shook it elegantly. I trust our business shall be prosperous, Mr. Savior. Alaric smirked as he then pulled his hand and followed Sebastian. I hope this doesn't end like how it did with Solomon. We're here, Sebastian said as he turned the knob of an old storage room. I shall have the staff tidy up this room. Might I be of any further assistance to you? Alaric went inside and looked around, nodding in content. The room's about the same size as my new bedroom. This is more than enough. Just leave a bunch of crates in this room after you have it cleaned, and black vials, Alaric replied as he met Sebastian's eyes. From now on, always have stacks of crates and vials readied in this room. That's all. For now, Alaric nodded. Remember, the vials must be black. Understood. I'm gonna be omega fucking rich. I said I was rich before, but this is rich. I kinda regret why I bought the Nora something farm cultivation or whatever that was called. Before I forget, please drain the water from my bathtub. Also, there'll be a bald boy should be here today. His name is Reuben. Let him in without question. Mr. Penn knows about it too. Understood. Alaric was now lying on his luxurious, top-notched, exquisitely made bed as he stared at the interior designs of the room. I feel like I'm in an expensive hotel room. He sighed and shook his head in disbelief at his current life. It felt like yesterday when I helped the people of Swansea in their daily life to earn a small coin, stealing that drunk womanizer's valuable gems. Knock knock. 2 knocks cut off whatever was in Alaric's thoughts as the door to his bedroom opened. Then came Leonard, a sick-looking Eleanor, Bernard, Lynette and even Edward. "Hey guys," Alaric smirked as they went near him, sitting down on his bed while the others sat on the chairs or just stood up. Seeing them silent, Alaric raised a brow. "I'm going to be really angry this time if they dash." "Damn it, kid." Bernard was the first to jump on Alaric's bed and hug the youngest Kenway. "You little bastard, how did you do it? Huh? Are you some kind of sorcerer?" Bernard laughed while shaking Alaric excitedly. "Did you cast a spell on that man? Huh, tell me dash." Sigh. Bernard, with all his excitement, immediately stopped as he heard Lynette sigh. "Sorry dear." Eleanor, who was always silent, neared Alaric as she held his hand. "Son, I don't know how you did all this." A tear could be seen falling from the edge of her eye, making Alaric panic a little, looking at his father that only smiled in return. "I don't know why the gods finally gave us this blessing. I won't force you to tell me how and why." Eleanor smiled as she held Alaric's hand as firm as she could, "But I just want you to know. I'll always be proud of you, and I love you." Speechless. That's right. Alaric was speechless. He always thought that these kinds of scenes from the movies were too cringy, but this was the first time he shed a single tear in this life aside from when he was born. Huh. Alaric touched his cheek as he widened his eyes a little. "Tears? Why am I in tears? I'm not hurt. Your father and I never got to provide you with what you deserve," Eleanor continued as more tears fell from her eyes. "We weren't able to give you a warm house, nor were we able to make you eat the most delicious meals. That's why. I'm sorry, for being such a useless mother." "And I'm sorry kid," Bernard followed as his eyes were now serious and ashamed. "We're all sorry, you as adults. Your mother's right, no matter how much we tried, we could never give you and Edward the lives you deserve." Even Lynette, who was grumbling at Bernard's childishness earlier, wiped a tear from her eyes. "No." Everyone turned their heads towards Alaric as the youngest Kenway as Alaric smiled softly. "The house we had in Swansea, it was warm enough. Edward and I were able to eat due to the efforts you guys put in. You guys gave it your all when it comes making the Kenway family survive." Alaric said softly as he eyed everybody. "And what's a warm house if you guys are not in it with me? You raised us with everything you had." Alaric continued, "I am already grateful for all of us being together, but I'm not content with us struggling to survive." Leonard, who was listening from the back while folding his arms, closed his eyes as he tried not to cry but couldn't stop a few tears from coming out. Looking at everybody, Alaric smiled once again as his smile finally turned into a smirk. "That's why, from now on, Mom." Alaric touched the back of his mother's hand who was holding his other hand. "I'll return the favor of bringing me into this world. Wait and see as I build our very own castle in the future. So make sure you eat well and stay healthy so that you'll see I bring glory to our family." This situation finally warmed up Alaric's heart. This was the first time he shared this much of what he was feeling towards the family. This was shocking even for him. "I guess, having a family doesn't seem so bad." Eleanor smiled as she wiped the tears from her eyes. "I promise to stay healthy until then." 27, Chapter 27. I'm sorry for the system pop-ups hehe. Current balance, 2,596/18. 3D. 83,101R. Noon had passed, and just before night arrived, Reuben finally finished his stalking mission. He walked on the streets of Bristol as his stomach rumbled. He was hungry as he never got to eat the whole day. Alaric ordered him to follow some slave traders and anyone connected to them and report back to him immediately. However, Reuben, being a perfectionist, wanted to report the most detailed information he could gather. Grrrr. Curses. Reuben shook his head as he continued walking. "I should have just reported sooner, I'm starving." Finally seeing one of the biggest houses he's ever seen in Bristol, Reuben stopped just before a guard who checked his outfit and signaled a staff to come over. "This one seems to fit the boy Mr. Sebastian told us about," the guard told the staff and then turned his head towards the bald boy. "What's your name, child?" "Reuben." "I see." The guard then turned his head towards the staff as that latter moved immediately. "Good afternoon, Mr. Reuben, we've been expecting your arrival." The staff smiled as he motioned his hand to welcome Reuben. "Please, follow me." Thank goodness there was no misunderstanding, Reuben thought as he followed the staff. "I'm craving for something delicious." "Yes, thank you for setting everything up." "You're welcome. Please, find me if you need me for anything else." Alaric was having few conversations with Sebastian as he nodded while the latter walked away. Hours went by after he last checked the storage and now, it was clean. I mean, it's just stone wall and floor, no decor. Nothing to worry too much about. Closing the door, Alaric walked towards one of the crates that had black vials in it. Nice, the vials matched the Hyaga clan secret ointment's appearance, he thought as he immediately sold everything, excluding the crates. Black vial, 1000, 8 SIXS, 8D. Plus 8 SIXS, 8D, current balance, 2,605 fours. 11D. 83, 367R. Now, let's search for Hyuga Clan Secret Ointment. Hyuga Clan Secret Ointment, 1000, 62 tens. 62 tens. Current balance, 2,542 14ths. 11D. 81, 367R. As if the system knew where he wanted to put the ointments, Alaric smiled as the celestial salve were perfectly stacked and arranged within 4 crates. Let's assume that a crate can hold 250 pieces of celestial salve. Good. Alaric nodded in content as he walked towards the door and looked up, sensing a very familiar signature within his radius. If I don't actively try to use Foresight Pulse, it's good that I can sense familiar signatures when they're near. He then closed the door, walking towards a long corridor. Even if I have this business, it shouldn't hurt to teach my family about crop cultivation, right? I mean, of course they know how to cultivate crops, but not to the extent that's in my brain. He shook his head as he walked the last step of the stairway to the first floor, seeing Ruben, who was eating to his heart's content while Sebastian was walking away. Sup? The young Kenway smiled as Ruben nodded his head, but continued to eat anyway. Now that I have lots of time in my hand, I should train Ruben and Thulani, Alaric thought while walking to another staircase. Of course, I should put priority on my own training too. Come by my room when you finish eating. WRSUR. Ruben asked while chewing. Ask Sebastian. Alaric was now alone in his room again, lying on his bed. It wouldn't be that bad to laze around, Alaric mused as he crossed his legs, but there's not much to do in this period either, no phones, no computers. Opening the system interface, Alaric browsed series of taijutsus, ninjutsus, kenjutsus, items, and etc. These are things that he pinned on the system that he wanted to buy. Ninjutsu's mastery over weapons. User can wield all types of weapons with very high precision, versatility, and flawless technique. 468 15ths. 0D. Sasuke's Kuzenage, a durable chocut that becomes faster and can cut through anything when infused with chakra. Length can be modified using chakra. 468 15ths. 0D. Phoenix Summoning, grants the ability to have automatic contract with Phoenix Summons. Warning, user will be transported to the world Phoenixes. 156 5s. 0D. Phoenix Sage, plus CHK 500%, plus STR 500%, plus AGI 500%, plus SPD 500%, plus END 500%, plus Regan 2000%. User cheats death through rebirth, heal others of any wounds and diseases. Each rebirth grants plus 200% in all stats. Requires Phoenix Summoning, 6,250 zeros. 0D. Madara Uchiha's Visionary Tactics, unlocks the potential to train students in long-term planning and adaptive combat. Emphasizes unconventional strategies, raw power merged with precision, and the art of turning unpredictable situations to one's advantage. 562 tens. 0D. Never thought there'd be a Phoenix Summoning in that world, Alaric thought as he crossed his arms. But I'm gonna take it, especially the Phoenix Sage. Imagine having the ability to heal others of any wounds and disease, and can cheat death with rebirth. I can heal mom too. Each rebirth also grants 200% increase on all stats. He tried to keep a stoic face but couldn't hold it. With all these powers, who could stop me from doing anything? I mean, Kami's always there up above. Wait, now that I think about it, Alaric thought as he frowned. How could I have been so stupid? He walked towards his wardrobe and found his discarded kunao pouch, opening it. He sighed as the thing he wanted to find was nowhere in the pouch. Damn, it's gone. I guess I have to buy another one. Chakra paper, a tool used to determine a ninja's chakra nature by observing how the paper reacts. 1s. 3D, still 2R. 1s. 3D. Current balance, 2,542 11s. 8D. 81, 362R. Deciding to use it the moment he had appeared in his hands, Alaric immediately applied chakra towards the paper. He waited patiently as he continuously applied chakra. This can't be. How about? He murmured as he applied more and more chakra, until the paper could no longer handle the amount of chakra he's supplying as it disappeared from the pressure. Without the system, do I have no talent at all? He paused, then sighed as he opened the system interface once again. Buy, sell. Pressing buy, Alaric immediately thought of any release that's related to chakra. Fire release, grants fire affinity to user. 20 tens. 0D. Water release, grants water affinity to user. 30 tens. 0D. Earth release, grants earth affinity to user. 30 tens. 0D. Wind release, grants wind affinity to user. 62 tens. 0D. Lightning release, grants lightning affinity to user. 62 tens. 0D. Kekkei Genkai plus Kekkei Tota. Ice release, Hayaton, grants the ability to create and manipulate ice. Requires water plus wind affinities. 781 5s. 0D. Boil release, Futon U, allows user to boil liquids and generate steam. Requires fire plus water affinities. 781 5s. 0D. Steel release, Koton, enables user to create and manipulate steel. Requires earth plus fire affinities. 2010s. 0D. Spacetime release, Jakukan, grant the ability to manipulate spacetime. 3125 zeros. 0D. Lava release, Yatun, allows user to create and manipulate lava. Requires fire plus earth affinities. 781 fives. 0D. Magnet release, Jiten, enables user to manipulate magnetic forces. Requires earth affinities. 781 fives. 0D. Wood release, Mokiton, grants the ability to create and manipulate wood. Requires earth plus water affinities. 181 fives. 0D. Explosion release, Bakutan, allows the user to create and manipulate explosive chakra, creating powerful blasts of energy that can cause massive destruction. Users can infuse their explosive chakra into objects, environments, or even their own bodies, creating a wide range of explosive techniques. 781 fives. 0D. Een release, Inton, allows user to manipulate and nullify physical energy. 781 fives. 0D. Yang release, Iton, enables user to manipulate and enhance physical energy. 781 fives. 0D. Yin Yang release, Onmatan, grants the ability to balance and harmonize Yin and Yang energies. Requires Yin plus Yang affinities. 2500 zeros. 0D. Dust release, Jintun, allows user to create and manipulate dust, reducing objects to dust. Requires wind plus fire plus earth affinities. 1562 tens. 0D. Crystal release, Shotun, enables user to create and manipulate crystals, creating powerful crystal structures. 1000 zeros. 0D. Ether release, Kayaton, enables the user to create and manipulate ether, a rare and powerful energy that can be used to enhance physical abilities, create powerful blasts of energy, or even fly. Requires wind plus fire plus lightning plus earth affinities. 4687 tens. 0D. Swift release, enhances the user's speed, reflexes, and combat agility, allowing them to move and react at lightning-fast speeds. Overuse without mastery can put strain on the user's body, can lead to physical exhaustion or injury. 468 fifteenths. 0D. Ah, that's too many. Alaric massaged his temples. I'm going to get a headache from reading all these. From what I can see, fire, water, earth, wood and steel release prices may be lowered to my EMS, Hashirama's chakra and physique. Alaric thought as he cupped his chin with his fingers. I want to buy the wood release, metal release and swift release too. Here's what Alaric added to his shopping cart. Madara Uchiha's visionary tactics. Mainjutsu's mastery over weapons. Phoenix summoning. Phoenix sage. Fire release. Water release. Earth release. Wood release. Steel release. Swift release. Although I might have to buy them one at a time, he thought while shaking his head, I'm too poor right now. I need 6,838 thirteenths. 4D. Knock knock knock. Come in, Reuben. As the bald 7-years-old opened the door and came inside, he widened his eyes while he looked around the interior decor. This is your room. Yes, Alaric nodded and sat up on his bed. You like it? Hee hee. Tisk, Reuben clicked his tongue as he stood near Alaric. I've come to report about the people I stalked. Alaric's eyes sharpened as he placed his full attention to Reuben. Go on. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 28, Chapter 28, I am super fucking rich. Current balance 2,542 11s. 8D. 81, 362R. I went back to Redcliffe the moment I woke up, Reuben said as he scratched the back of his neck. Last I've heard, there were a couple of small-time slave traders there, so I went there first. Seeing Alaric's confused face, Reuben widened his eyes in recognition. Ah, I forgot you're new here, he murmured. Redcliffe's the area near the docks, it has the largest slums area in Bristol. Helena's house is at Hot Wells, and the place where we're at right now is Clifton. Oh, Alaric nodded while folding his arms. Continue. Yes, as I said, Reuben continued, I went to Redcliffe the moment I woke up, and was able to tail someone that led to a meeting of 3 people. There are 2 slave traders in Redcliffe by the names of Edward Corbin and John Everard, Reuben introduced as he sighed. They're the only slave traders in Bristol that I know of, but there's one thing that's been bothering me. The third guy I saw wore a rich man's attire. I eavesdropped but could only get his first name. Edward. Edward Colston, Alaric muttered. That must be the guy, as you said, he wore a rich man's attire, right? Alaric smirked seeing Reuben nod. So Edward Corbin, John Everard, and Edward Colston. Damn, why are there so many Edward? The youngest Kenway chuckled. I hope my cousin wouldn't turn out to be a slave trader. That seems too impossible, Reuben replied. He doesn't have any hostility towards Thulani. Alaric could only sigh at the bald head's monotonous reply. It was a joke. I see. Reuben looked down, somehow trying to make it make sense. If there's nothing else. Sure, you can go, Alaric nods while lying back to his bed. Make yourself comfortable, round the house. A week from now, we'll start training. It was night time as everybody finished their dinner together. Alaric and Pen were now walking towards the basement, being accompanied by Sebastian. Have you really procured 1,000 pieces of this celestial salve? Pen asked with doubt laced on his tone. Alaric just smiled and continued to walk as they arrived on the basement. Of course, I don't do bullshit, can't have my name going down the drain. Bull, shit. Oh you know. Alaric sighed as they arrived just by the door to the storage room. It means my words carry weight, I don't lie to my business partners. Oh, that's assuring. Please, allow me. Sebastian smiled as both Alaric and William Penn made way for the butler who immediately turned the knob and opened the door. Oh my, Penn widened his eyes as he saw 4 crates with fully stacked celestial salves. Are these truly the products? The middle-aged Quaker immediately walked towards the crates, he then knelt and opened the lid of a single product, bringing it close to his nose. It's legitimate. William Penn's eyes widened again as he smelled the celestial salve. I must say, I am genuinely astounded. See. Alaric smirked as he walked next to William Penn. I suggest you send some of these to London. I'm confident the Royal Palace will be fascinated by the celestial salve. Royal Palace. Penn raised his head to look at Alaric. Are you quite certain you're comfortable with all this attention? Didn't you tell my family that you took me under your wing? Claim the fame all for yourself, it's too bothersome for now. Heh. Penn chuckled and shook his head. You certainly have a keen understanding of the game. Sure, and don't tell anyone that I made this product, even my family, Alaric continued as he folded his arms, no one would believe it anyway. Alright, William Penn smiled and stood up to look at the butler. Sebastian, go to my vault and fetch the sum I owe this young lad. Understood. Sebastian bowed a little as he walked outside. Now then, how about we have ourselves a little more conversation, savior? You wanna order more? And what gave me away? Plus 15,000. Current balance, 17,542 elevens. 8D. 561, 362R. Grinning from ear to ear, Alaric opened the door to his bedroom then walked towards his bed. I am super fucking rich. He was super elated while looking at his balance at the system interface. He lied down on his bed while looking at the card he pinned on the system. Madara Uchiha's visionary tactics. Mainjutsu's mastery over weapons. Phoenix summoning. Phoenix Sage. Fire release. Water release. Earth release. Wood release. Steel release. Swift release. Alaric hummed like the child he was. Let me buy all of them, and this one also. Madara Uchiha's visionary tactics. 562 tens. 0D. Mainjutsu's mastery over weapons. 468 15ths. 0D. Phoenix summoning. 156 fives. 0D. Phoenix Sage. 6,250 zeros. 0D. Fire release. 20 tens. 0D. Water release. 30 tens. 0D. Earth release. 30 tens. 0D. Wood release. 62 tens. 0D. Steel release. 62 tens. 0D. Swift release. 468 15ths. 0D. Sasuke's Kuzenage. 468 15ths. 0D. 7,398 15ths. 4D. Current balance. 10,144 fives. 8D. 324, 617R. Alaric breathed in and out, readying himself for another painful experience. Wait, why don't I feel any TUGHHHH? Countless information got injected to Alaric's brain once more as he grunted. From how Madara's training method works, Mainjutsu's talent over weapons being mixed to his own, the Phoenix Sage mode, and all the other items he bought. All these information was about to overload his brain as his nose started dripping blood. His skin started cracking, as everything around him became hot. William Penn was busy writing the details as to which part of England he was going to send caravans to. I ought to send at least 100 to the royal palace, perhaps His Majesty will place a larger order for the ongoing war. Knock knock. Yes. Master, I have brought some tea. Sebastian opened the door and smiled. It is the gunpowder tea you've always been fond of. Good heavens, Sebastian, I am a new man, a Quaker. The middle-aged Quaker smiled back. However, it would be rather uncouth to refuse a product from China. As Sebastian walked towards Penn, the two of them noticed how warm the temperature became. That's odd. Penn looked at the window behind him. I feel as though I'm standing beneath the midday sun. Ugh. Alaric's body became red from the transformation he going through. Seconds later, flames came to existence as it was circling around him rampantly. The youngest Kenway opened his eyes slightly. He was thankful that the flames weren't burning its surroundings. Fuck. Are the flames due to the Phoenix Sage mode? Alaric could now feel unfamiliar type of chakra seeping its way towards his body. An hour passed as Alaric was grunting and moaning in pain as all the turbulence finally vanished. Panting like he was running a marathon, Alaric finally had the strength to stand up from his bed and slowly walk towards the mirror, looking at himself. His eyes were now colored scarlet, which had a lighter shade compared to his Sharingan. He also had a scarlet eyeshadow which he had mixed emotions because he looked sus. The biggest feature that was added to him was the tattoo on his face. The tattoo kinda looks cool, Alaric thought as he analyzed it more, although the eyeshadow, I don't care, if it makes me strong, then why not? Noticing something on the mirror, Alaric turned his head around and saw the Chocut-style Kuzenage. He went to it and analyzed it. It looks great. He then grabbed and unsheathed it. It's also very light, same as my kunao's, or am I just finding it light due to my sage mode? Alaric shook his head and sheathed it back, strapping it to his belt. He then performed a single hand sign as a shadow clone appeared, looking at him. Pretend to be asleep, Alaric ordered as the shadow clone nodded in response. The youngest Kenway looked down to his balling fist as he felt this power that he never had before. It's amazing, I feel so much stronger. Not wasting time, Alaric walked towards the nearest window and opened it. It was night and most of the surrounding was dark. It's amazing how Clifton has so much space in it. He then stood at the window and leaped. Oh shit. Alaric widened his eyes as a single leap from the window made him travel more than hundreds of meters. This is amazing. Within 2 leaps, he was far away from civilization. He could feel it, not needing to turn on the foresight pulse. Let's try testing my strength, Alaric thought as he landed on a very large clearing. First, trying to test the raw power first, Alaric punched the ground, expecting for craters to appear, only to raise his brows as his fist just went through the ground like hitting mud. Okay. How about with nature chakra then? He thought as nature chakra naturally flowed to his fist as the said fist connected to the ground. Oh shit. Alaric widened his eyes as the ground below him got destroyed, revealing a crater of 30-meter radius. I did not even use full power with that one. He exclaimed as he looked at his fist again, DAYUM. Alaric calmed himself down for a few seconds and unsheathed his sword as it shined, reflecting the moon's light. First, he murmured while walking to nearby tree, let's try a normal cut. Not a second after he arrived, he immediately slashed his sword to the tree diagonally, making it cut through halfway. Okay, that's already impressive, nodding his head, Alaric said while applying a little amount of chakra to the Kuzenage. How about this? Slashing horizontally, Alaric widened his eyes once more as he cut off the tree with no effort. Oh my god. What made him widen his eyes wasn't the fact that he cut 3 in front of him, no. What made him surprised was that the sword slash affected multiple trees. Not just 1, 2 or 3, it affected 28 trees. Damn. Alaric muttered, then thought of something. Hiya. He threw the Kuzenage as much as he could, waiting for it go far. He then used his metal release to retrieve the Kuzenage but to no avail. What? Trying again, it was the same. Alaric's eyes immediately turned blood red as his Mangekyo activated while his Sage mode was still on, Vulcan. Like a magic word, the Kuzenagi immediately came back flying towards his hand swiftly. It seems the metal release boosted my Vulcan's range and effectiveness. But I bought the Kekii Genkai though. Was it just useless? No, even if the Kekii Genkai isn't present, my Vulcan's certainly improved by a large margin, that's already a huge plus. Alaric was dazed for a while, but got his bearings back as he looked at the sword. You're one heck of a sword. I wonder why Sasuke in the anime never got to use your full potential. Maybe I was able to pull this off due to Manjutsu's talent over all weapons. He wondered as he put the Kuzenage back to its Shada. It's also too big for my body, didn't this sword have a length adjustment? Applying chakra to the sword once again, but this time with a different purpose, the Kuzenage shrank itself to complement Alaric's size. Good, it's better this way. Now. The youngest Kenway looked at the trees he previously cut, channeling wood chakra to his hands and touched the tree in front of him. This is quite hard. Little by little, the tree regrew. Alaric then channeled more chakra, making him widen his eyes as the tree before him grew to an enormous height. Damn. I was only trying to make it grow back to its original state, he thought while looking at his palm, clenching it. I get it now, Alaric said to himself while deactivating the Sage mode. It's true that all my stats increased, but, in terms of controlling my power, my output's too much, considering it was already hard controlling it before. I'm producing more power than I intend, and that's not necessarily good. If I can't control my powers, Alaric muttered while continuing to walk, with this poor control, I can kill my enemies fine, but I could also kill my allies, and that's the worst. He sighed but then smirked. Well, that's why I have to train, right? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 29, Chapter 29, Embers in Solareth. Current balance, 10,144 fives. 8D. 324, 617R. Alaric was walking within a large clearing north of Clifton, Bristol. He was finished with his little test of the power he bought. Wait, speaking of the item I bought. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Summoning jutsu. Performing a few hand signs, Alaric comically yelled then dramatically placed his palm on the ground as black-inked kanjis made a formation around his hand. With a huge puff, he disappeared. Alaric raised his brows. Where am I? He looked around as everywhere he turned his head to were huge-ass trees that red leaves that looked like they were burning. The ground were also filled with ashes and red burning leaves, but what was odd with them was that there were no smoke from the fire. You must be Alaric Jonathan Kenway, my summoner. Alaric looked high up to see a huge phoenix flapping its burning wings majestically as it screeched, making the youngest Kenway wince a little. My name is Emberus. The phoenix introduced itself as it floated in front of Alaric despite it not flapping its wings anymore. Why yes, for the first time in this life, Alaric stuttered a little bit, this is my first time seeing a mythical creature like you in person, you look majestic. It's to be expected, Emberus replied while staring at Alaric, digging deep into the young Kenway's soul. It's my first time seeing a human like you. Like me. You heard correctly, Emberus continued, I don't have the knowledge of the reason, but you are my summoner. Ah, yes, Alaric sheepishly replied, are you against it? I see, it seems like you are dash. No, Emberus cut off Alaric's statement as it continued staring, I've been alone for quite some time, Ian's. Having a summoner like you will give me some form of entertainment. Oh, that's good to hear, Alaric smiled as he felt like his memories was being looked at. Weird, I can see some parts of your history, Emberus stated while trying to probe more into Alaric's memories, but there are parts that I'm unable to view. Anyways, you are currently in Solareth, Emberus said while slowly floating to a direction, follow me. Minutes went by as Alaric followed Emberus to wherever the phoenix was planning to lead him. By the way, Alaric broke the silence as he continued walking, do you have any phoenix tears? I kinda need it to heal someone. I know you're a sage, you can procure one. Emberus replied coldly, I don't really wanna cry. Emberus tried to ignore Alaric but from what he was able to read from the boy's memories, he didn't seem someone evil. Don't take it too literally, your blood is your own phoenix tears. Oh, so, if I want to heal someone, Alaric asked, I need to cut myself and feed them my blood. You can, if you have that kind of kink, Emberus replied nonchalantly, a drop of your blood to the flesh can heal any living being of their wounds, a drop of your blood consumed will heal any living being of their diseases, no matter the gravity. You cannot die, unless you want to. Due to you being a sage, you will always reborn once killed. Once reborn, you will come back stronger, as to how much, that I do not know. As I can see from your latest memories, you do not know how to control your powers. Emberus finally stopped and stared at Alaric once again, and for that, I am here to help. The youngest Kenway took all of this information in. He knew about the contents of being the Phoenix Sage due to the system, but hearing it from a phoenix makes it a lot more exhilarating. By the way, Alaric looked around him and then back at Emberus. I have not seen another phoenix aside from you ever since I got here. Yes, Emberus replied while nodding its bird-like head, in this dimension and the world you live in, I am one and only phoenix. Damn, that's cool, but that's kinda lonely. Yes, it is lonely. However, I am the essence of immortality and the eternal cycle over life and death. There can only be one phoenix. But there are lots of dragons in other dimensions though. And I have devoured many of them, the only one who can match my power is the dragon god, Emberus replied as it sighed, but alas, no matter how much we fight, we cannot kill each other, for we represent the balance of creation and destruction. While I symbolize the eternal cycle of life and death, the dragon god symbolizes the will of war and strength. We are the two sides of the same coin. Okay. Alaric replied, well, I didn't ask for the dragon god though. You asked about the dragons, Emberus replied, seemingly reading Alaric's thoughts, I am entitled to talk about whatever I want. Hey, why the fuck are you reading my thoughts? The fuck? Fuck you. Damn, okay, I mean, sure. After what seemed like an eternity, listening to the phoenix lecturing about how he wanted to kill all the dragons and the dragon god, and about discussions of training, Alaric was now able to return to the large clearing, right where he used the summoning jutsu. Damn, who knew phoenixes are talkative, Alaric sighed, must be a result of loneliness. Alaric shook his head as he looked around to see that it was still night time. Okay, seems like there's difference between the time here and in Solareth. He then walked towards the Pen estate, activating his foresight pulse. The massive increase in my stats really did affect everything. An hour went by as he took his time arriving outside the estate. There seemed to be people within the first floor, so Alaric just decided to use the tiniest amount of chakra on his lower body to jump through the open window to his bedroom. Success. He got in his bedroom and looked around, then at the shadow clone, making it dispel. I'm not utilizing the shadow clone jutsu to its true potential, well, I'm not Naruto. He then went to the wardrobe and opened it, revealing a bunch of clothes that suited his 5-year-old body. He then took a simple sleeping attire and went to the bathroom. Getting excited, Alaric didn't waste time and immediately undressed, placing the sleeping attire next to a side table. Water, 200 L, 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 6 5s, 0D. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1 L, 6 5s, 0D. 12 10s, 8D. Current balance, 10,131 5s, 0D. 324, 200R. Ah. Alaric smiled as he submerged himself in the bathtub. I will never ever get tired of this. As Alaric wore his sleeping attire, he immediately channeled wind chakra through his hands. Feeling the slightly strong wind coming from the said hands, he then brushed his hair until it dried. Somehow. I'm making powers from the Naruto anime for my convenience, nothing's wrong with that, right? After drying his hair, he then lied down on his bed, tucking himself under a blanket. Due to money, I became somewhat strong and fortunately encountered a rich captive. That rich captive became my business partner, making me earn more money. Now, I don't actually need so much more, but it never hurts earn lots. I mean, no one can steal my money, literally. He thought all these things as he closed his eyes. One thing's for sure though. I need to train. Ruben and Thulani too. Time skip. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 30, chapter 30, time skip 1/3. Current balance, 10,131 fives. 0D. 324, 200R. Timeskip 1/3. 14 years have passed ever since Alaric and the Kenway family arrived at Bristol, England. Alaric and Edward were 5 years old when they got in the city with so many things happening. After the following years, not many things happened as Alaric focused on the things he truly cared about. The morning after the night he returned to the Penn estate after testing his new powers, Alaric managed to convince the Kenway family drink a glass of water but never told them that it had a drop of his blood when he secretly activated Sage mode. No one really got bothered so they drank their glass, they only thought that Alaric was kind enough to care for their thirst. Nobody even noticed what happened to their bodies aside from Eleanor who no longer coughed and could now do her normal activities. Anyways, here's how everything went. Year 1699, months after they arrived late summer. The Kenway family received education from Alaric, with the purpose of creating their new farm. Alaric taught them on how to add, subtract, multiply and divide, basic mathematics. They already knew these types of counting, but Alaric taught them how to do it faster and easier. Eleanor and Lynette were his best students academically, Edward was next, then came Bernard and Leonard who only made Alaric shook his head in playful disappointment. They primarily asked where gained this knowledge from and he reasoned that he made some of it up and Penn taught him most of what he knew. They doubted his abilities in this area at first but eventually thought of him as a godlike scholar when he showed off his abilities. Alaric also taught them about how to cultivate different kinds of crops through his Oragakur crop cultivation, making Bernard and Leonard laugh at first. However, when Alaric drew rare crops and described them with precise detail on what to do and what not to do, they could only listen and nod their heads. Eleanor and Lynette were still the ones to retain the full knowledge of everything he discussed. Edward, he skipped class. He discussed with them and brainstormed the crops that were high and low in demand depending the cities and countries. They discussed with themselves regarding the import of seeds and exportation of crop outputs. Alaric didn't forget to teach them how to dry crops like tobacco leaves efficiently, saying that most tobacco leaves sell less due to low quality. They did all those but Alaric never forgot something so important. Training. That was all that happened between Alaric, Thulani and Ruben. After acquiring Madara Uchiha's visionary tactics, Alaric not only gained the knowledge of how to train the former slave and the bald kid, he also gained the knowledge on how to train himself. Ruben's fighting style was what you could call a true assassin, using his daggers to swiftly target vital spots. Thulani on the other hand was what you call a tank, his strength was there yet his speed was nowhere. The former slave would win at hand-to-hand combat most of the time, but would lose in melee weapons every time. Seeing their talents, Alaric could only smile at their little rivalry. There was also one time where Ruben got a little cocky, seeking to fight Alaric, only for him to end up unconscious by a slap on the jaw. Thulani, who witnessed this, placed a promise on his heart not to anger Alaric. He couldn't even defeat Ruben, how much more Alaric, who only moved one hand one time. Alaric never slacked in his training, refining Madara's taijutsu to suit his body, mastering every weapon he touched using ninjutsu's mastery over weapons, doing lots of chakra control exercises. He couldn't say he mastered all the things he bought, especially the wood release, swift release and the phoenix sage. His wood release always left him panting after restoring few trees he cut despite having Hashirama's chakra. Swift release always leave a huge toll on his body despite Hashirama's physique. And phoenix sage mode activates instantaneously but deactivates on its own after half an hour. He didn't bother buying jutsus for the normal elemental releases as he didn't have enemies in this world that jutsus for him to counter. Although there were ISUs, enough about that. The biggest factor for his slow progress was due to his small body, but that did not deter him as he was already stronger than most people. Because there was one person that was still alive in this period who had the blessing of the gods. Alaric always took a bath at morning and at night, only asking Sebastian's help when discarding the water. A bottle of shampoo plus conditioner and 1L liquid bathing soap would last him a month. His skin and hair became so smooth even for his age, especially during this period. Everyone within the estate would always tease him for having such feminine skin, expecting a reaction out of him, although he didn't care. People in the modern age paid millions to achieve this kind of skin, and I'm just simply taking a bath. Water, 200L, 730X, 24SIXS, 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12x, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1L, 12x, 75. 174 SIXS. 8D. Current balance, 9,956/18. 4D. 318, 621R. Business-wise? Hee. The royal palace decided to order 2,000 pieces of celestial salve, making Alaric shocked at first but accepted Pen's news and immediately produced 2,000 of them. Pen also ordered another 2,000 before he journeyed to Pennsylvania due to the craze of the celestial salve. Hyuga Clan's secret ointment, 4,000, 250 zeros. 0D. 250 zeros. 0D. Current balance, 9,706/18. 4D. 310, 621R. Pen never asked how Alaric could procure something so miraculous overnight, but Alaric could sense the curiosity. However, he wouldn't tell anyone, no matter what. If William Penn was going to turn on him or gets greedy with Alaric's abilities, the latter would leave. Although he would kill the Quaker if push comes to shove. Good thing he's a nice guy, and a fair businessman, not a part of the Templars' order too. Anyways, Penn immediately gave Alaric the money after seeing the products. Hyuga Clan's secret ointment, 4,000, 250 zeros. 0D. Plus 60,000. Current balance, 70,131/13. 4D. 244, 213R. With all this money, Alaric could buy whatever he wanted, both from the world and system. However, what he needed to do was to hone what he had and give more education to his family. William Penn even asked Alaric what he would do with that money, as the youngest Kenway was already very rich, now belonging to the 1%. But Alaric only shook his head in reply while saying, "I'm still a child, I can't spend my money willy-nilly. I have my own plans, but soon, I'll know more of what to do." This reply only made Penn chuckle as he thought of Alaric as the one who knows everything. How interesting. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 31, Chapter 31, timeskip 2/3. Current balance, 70,131/13. 4D. 244, 213R. Timeskip 2/3. Year 1700, 2 years after they arrived in Bristol. Alaric continued teaching his family about mathematics, this time, on algebra. Despite Eleanor and Lynette having it hard at the first half of the algebra, they managed with Alaric's guidance. Leonard, Bernard and Edward on the other hand, they kept on complaining and didn't even care about studying. Bernard even once complained, "I'm trying to a successful businessman, not a bloody scholar." Although stopped complaining after Alaric used his genius mind and asked for his Aunt Eleanor's help on disciplining Bernard. He could only reply to Eleanor with, "Yes dear." Every day continued the same. Training Reuben and Thulani on the day, and himself at night time. He finally had better chakra control due to his frequent chakra control exercises. He was now able to perform Madara's taijutsu at a better pace. Alaric made efforts with improving his EMS abilities. Eros stayed the same, it could heal his body back to peak state but with 10% of remaining chakra. Vulcan now made him create, control and manipulate any metal within 50-meter radius. Kronos still stayed the same. His wood release certainly improved, he could now control it better. Create wood from underneath the ground, enforce it or any existing wood within 5-meter radius. His was slowly able to handle the toll of the swift release on his body, enabling him to use it 20 times before passing out. I'm glad I can even do this, soon. I'll make sure that I'll be able to use this infinitely, if possible. His steel release though, he finally gave up on it as he assumed that it only improved his Vulcan, making it possible to increase his control. I don't know about the logic there. I should move on. He always monitored Reuben and Thulani's exercises and sparring sessions, making sure that they were always hitting their limit with all types of workout. Push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, jogging, sprinting and etc. Alaric made sure to spar with his 2 disciples, trying to limit his strength and speed as much as possible. He did this so that they'll get used to facing him as an opponent. When they fight other people, they'll definitely win. Reuben was finally able to produce more power to his attacks, finally utilizing his lower body if his hands were held. Alaric taught him how to think outside the box, stun opponents, and target blind spots. Thulani, who was tall for his age, was now even stronger than before. Not at the youngest Kenway's level, but Alaric knew that Thulani's 9-year-old body was stronger than the bodies of teenagers. Due to that, Alaric made sure to implement speed and stamina as Thulani was lacking in that area. Seeing their improvement, Alaric was satisfied. If he was Jounin level, then they were nearing Genin. Soon, I'll teach them battle tactics to improve their battle IQ. Business was booming since England, the Swedish Empire, Ottoman Empire, United Provinces, and Brunswick-Luburg were preparing for war against the Tsardom of Russia, Kalmyk Khanate, Cossack Hetmanate, Denmark-Norway, Electorate of Saxony, Poland-Lithuania, Prussia and Hanover. This is the Great Northern War my professor from history class talked about. It will start in 1700 and end at 1721. There's also the War of the Spanish Succession where the Every decided to have a slight truce and go to war with the France, Spanish monarchy, Bavaria, Cologne and Mantua while secretly killing each other despite the said truce. Alaric wanted to sell the celestial salve to both sides but had a discussion with William Penn by the night. We cannot do that. Penn shook his head and glared at Alaric. Think about how long the war will last if the other sides of the coin gets their hands on the celestial salve. I do not care though, Alaric thought but stayed silent. If the enemies of England somehow wins this war, Penn paused then continued, what will happen to us, Alaric? One by one, they'll try to destroy us Englishmen. I'm no Englishman, and they can't kill me, but he's right, Alaric thought as he cupped his cheek. I can't protect my family forever, I also want to explore the world. Fine. Don't worry lad, Penn stared at Alaric. Here, take a look. The middle-aged Quaker slid the paper he was holding to the front, making Alaric read the contents. Royal Palace, 10,000 vials, 30% discount. Swedish Empire, 1,000 vials. Ottoman Empire, 3,000 vials, 5% discount. United Provinces of the Netherlands, 15,000, 10% discount. Brunswick-Lüneburg, 500 vials. Kingdom of Portugal, 3,000 vials, 5% discount. Damn. Alaric widened his eyes after reading the contents. That's a lot of money right there. Yes, Penn nodded while pointing at the paper, you will not be affected by the discounts as it is I who negotiated with each country's official envoy. Sure. Alaric nodded then asked, but 30% discount. You sure love your king. Alaric's statement made William Penn genuinely laugh, making the youngest Kenway raise a brow. You can call it that, Penn calmed down and explained, I call it loyalty to the crown. Sure, have it your way. Alaric started walking out of the library and waved his hands. I suggest you tell those envoys to ready their caravans and have at least dozens of guards. You'll have the products by tonight. Stopping by the door, Alaric turned his head back to William Penn. Oh, by the way, buy me a huge land will ya? One that's for farming. Deduct what you'll give me to whatever's the price. Alright. Hyaga Clan Secret Ointment, 32,500, 2031 fives. 0D. Water, 200L, 730X, 24SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12X, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1L, 12X, 75. 2,205 11s. 8D. Current balance, 67,926 ones. 8D. 2,173,634. A huge chunk was out from Alaric's balance but he only whistled in disbelief as to how much money William Penn gave him within that week. Plus 470,500. Current balance, 538,426 ones. 8D. 17,229, 634R. How does he get this much money? Did they pay in advance? In euros? Nah, I don't care, as long as I get the money. And I can see Penn took 17,000. Ain't that too much for some land? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 32, chapter 32, time skip 3/3, finally. Current balance, 555,426 ones. 8D. Timeskip 3/3. This is a long chapter, fucking hurt my neck writing this waha. Year 1701, 3 years after they arrived at Bristol. The Kenway family now owned a huge plot of land just north of the Penn estate, where Alaric had partially damaged the area 3 years ago. It was a huge land, covering 4,000 hectares north of Clifton. The land was located just north of Penn's estate. Alaric was thankful that in this life, he owned so much land that he could not even dare to wake up if this was a dream. After a few discussions, Penn agreed to purchase the land under his name for the time being. Alaric discussed that it would be suspicious for a new family in Bristol to buy a land that big. However, Penn told Alaric something important. You should probably start reforming and planting crops on the land soon. England and multiple countries have increased their prices with wheat, barley, tobacco and few animals. You can help lower the prices here in Bristol and sell fast. With that, Alaric had Penn hire the entire Kenway family to manage the land for a monthly salary of 10, using Alaric's money. This is how much middle-class professionals in London earn in London during that time, e.g., lawyers, doctors. Despite overseeing the land, the entire Kenway family cleared it themselves. The land was massive, so Thulani and Reuben helped, making it a part of their training. At night, Alaric would cut unwanted trees with his kenjutsu and implement his abilities in cleaning the area. Alaric wanted the best diet for everyone, including William Penn and William Jr., so he successfully persuaded the middle-aged Quaker to increase the annual budget for food. William Penn didn't even need that much persuasion as Alaric was a huge factor for making him more wealthy. These were the things that Alaric made William Penn focused on buying. Proteins like beef, pork, mutton, poultry, cod fish, herring, salmon, chicken eggs, duck eggs, milk, cheese, peas, and broad beans. Carbohydrates like oats, barley, wheat, rye, whole grain bread, turnips, carrots, parsnips, apples, pears, blackberries, plums. Alaric also made pen by imported Caribbean sugar, but only made everyone intake small amounts to not get addicted by it. Healthy fats such as lard, butter, and tallow for cooking, as well as walnuts, hazelnuts, and chestnuts for snacks. With these, Alaric was sure that everyone living in the Penn estate was living a healthy diet. Penn's starting to get fat, I should help him live longer. As multiple countries prepared for the War of Spanish Succession, they sought to purchase large quantities of celestial salve from England, but England refused. The royal palace became weary of countries having celestial salve and proposed an exclusive contract with William Penn, with no discounts. The Quaker notified Alaric, and the youngest Kenway didn't care and went along with it. The contract consisted of a steady supply of 8,000 celestial salves to the royal palace annually for 10 years. Hyaga Clan's secret ointment, 8,500. Water, 200 L, 730 X, 24 SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12 X, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1 L, 12 X, 75. 674 SIXS. 8D. 120. Kenway family annual salary. Current balance, 554,631.15. 0D. 17, 748, 216 R. Due to the Crown's trust in William Penn, the royal palace even granted the Quaker lots of lands and rights to more things. The Crown also sent the money with no hesitation, as the celestial salve was now a necessity. Plus 120,000. Current balance, 674,631.15. 0D. 21, 588, 216 R. William Penn Sr. also went back to Pennsylvania in the middle of spring season and arrived back in Bristol 5 months later. Year 1702, 4 years after they arrived at Bristol. King William III died and a new individual replaced his seat. Anne Stuart, Queen of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Despite the new person sitting in the throne, William Penn still devoted himself to the crown, as he was close tied with Queen Anne. The land Penn had purchased for 17,000 was now cleared and flourishing with crops: wheat, barley, tobacco, cattle, sheep, and dairy farming, along with a large garden and a spacious area where Alaric planned to build the Kenway mansion. It's gonna take a few years, but it's fine. Alaric thought as he folded his arms while watching Reuben and Thulani sparring in a huge cave. They were now faster and stronger. However, compared to adults, they were still not there. I guess that's because they're normal human beings. I mean, I'm normal too. This cave they were in was accidentally found by Alaric one night when he was strolling in the large plot of land that Penn bought for him. While following a steep path toward the river, he discovered a cave. What he found made his stroll worthwhile, as the cave he was in seemed to be used before, maybe even before the calendar system started. William Penn also got news that his wife Hannah Collihill Penn gave birth to his son Thomas Penn at March 20, 1972. Anyways, Hyaga Clan's secret ointment, 8,500. Water, 200 L, 730 X, 24 SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12 X, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1 L, 12 X, 75. 674 SIXS. 8D. 120. Kenway family annual salary. Current balance, 673,837 ones. 8D. 21, 562, 786 R. Plus 120,000. Plus 7,700. Annual revenue for crops and livestock. Current balance, 801,537 ones. 8D. 21, 562, 786 R. Year 1703, 5 years after they arrived at Bristol. Alaric was finally 10 years old, same with Edward, who was a few months older than him. One thing about Edward was that he didn't like staying at the Penn estate, saying something like, "It's not even ours." Or, "I want to stay in a house that I bought." Well, it may be because Edward was still a child that he had these kinds of lines. Alaric didn't get bothered though. He knew of that in the Assassin's Creed series, Edward would become rich on his own one day. So if Edward were to truly embrace the pirate life one day, Alaric wouldn't mind. The youngest Kenway never influenced Edward's decisions and didn't interfere with his life. Sure, sometimes Alaric would humor Edward's antics, but other than that, Alaric would focus his attention somewhere else. Despite this, he still treated Edward like family. It's just that Edward's still a kid. Penn left Bristol for Pennsylvania to visit his wife, but didn't take long to arrive back at Bristol since had lots to do. Hyaga Clan's secret ointment, 8,500. Water, 200 L, 730 X, 24 SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12 X, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1 L, 12 X, 75. 674 SIXS. 8D. 200. Kenway family increase annual salary. Current balance, 800,657.15. 0D. 25, 621, 048 R. Plus 120,000. Plus 7,700. Annual revenue for crops and livestock. Current balance, 928,357 0D. 29,707,448 Year 1704, 6 years after they arrived at Bristol. Not much happened. They continued training and maintained a diet that was good for their health. Alaric finally went back to Solareth. Emberus never got mad that Alaric took long to come back, as the Phoenix had lots of patience. He trained there for months with Emberus guiding him with lots of things. He tried fighting Emberus, only to pass out after the Phoenix released its dense energy. After getting out of Solareth, with the promise of coming back once in a while, Alaric was surprised at the time ratio of Solareth and the original world. Months in Solareth only took 2 days in the real world. Also, William Penn Sr. now had another daughter named Margaret Penn, who was born during the fall season. Hyaga Clan Secret Ointment, 8,500. Water, 200 L, 730X, 24 SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12X, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1L, 12X, 75. 674 SIXS. 8D. 200. Kenway family increase annual salary. Current balance, 927,483 8s. 4D. 29,679, 469 R. Plus 120,000. Plus 7,700. Annual revenue for crops and livestock. Current balance, 1,055,183 8s. 4D. 33,765, 869 R. First M's, yay. Year 1705, 7 years after they arrived at Bristol. Alaric went back to Solareth again to train. He spent 5 years in that dimension, missing for a month in the real world. William Penn traveled back to Pennsylvania at March to visit his wife and family, bringing his daughter Letitia Penn and her husband William Aubrey with him. Penn's daughter and husband connected with the Kenway family, and also shared the Quaker's view, never discriminating Philony. Letitia took note of Alaric's intuitive mind and calm gaze, always getting interested whenever they talked, as she could hear some wisdom in the young lad's words. Hyaga Clan Secret Ointment, 8,500. Water, 200 L, 730X, 24 SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12X, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1L, 12X, 75. 674 SIXS. 8D. 200. Kenway family increase annual salary. Current balance, 1,054,309 ones. 8D. 33,737, 891 R. Plus 120,000. Plus 7,700. Annual revenue for crops and livestock. Current balance, 1,182,009 ones. 8D. 37,824, 291 R. Year 1706, 8 years after they arrived at Bristol. So they finally met. Alaric murmured as he was window shopping in Bristol's city centre while observing two people having a conversation. Caroline Scott, daughter of Emmett and Elizabeth Scott, wealthy tea merchants that owns almost half of Bedminster but lives in Hawkins Lane, he thought as Edward and Caroline laughed about something they talked about. I could help Edward so that Caroline's father won't oppose with their relationship. Alaric cupped his chin while looking at a pair of boots that he liked. Emmett Scott's been wanting to have some sort of business meeting with Penn for a while. Nah. Alaric shook his thoughts as he looked at the middle-aged store owner. I'll take these. These ones. The store owner's eyebrows raised, as he took the boots, analyzing it. These are too big for you, young lad. It's fine, Alaric replied smiling, I'll use it after a couple of years. These boots are designed by yours truly, it'll be expensive. Sure. Okay then, that'll be £1. The store owner smiled, he could feel that Alaric was from a wealthy family, judging from the smooth hair and skin. 1. Current balance, 1,168,813 15ths. 0D. 37,402,072 R. Here, Alaric pretended to get something from his pocket and gave the money to the store owner. You have my deepest gratitude for your fine purchase. May it serve you well. Hyaga Clan Secret Ointment, 8,500. Water, 200 L, 730X, 24 SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 12X, 75. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1L, 12X, 75. 674 SIXS. 8D. 200. Kenway family increase annual salary. Current balance, 1,181,134 15ths. 0D. 37,796, 312 R. Plus 120,000. Plus 7,700. Annual revenue for crops and livestock. Current balance, 1,308,834 15ths. 0D. 41,882, 712 R. Again, William Penn Sr. went back to Pennsylvania to make another child with his wife, coming back to Bristol with a wide grin despite the horrible journey. Alaric also went back to Solareth, trying to lengthen the duration he could use his Phoenix Sage mode. Year 1711, 13th year. Alaric was finally 18, finally surpassing Hashirama's physique. After spending most of his time training, he could now use the Phoenix Sage mode for hours. His regeneration could also handle the toll of the swift release with ease. His wood release also improved. There was something weird about the wood release, as controlling wood actually didn't need hand signs. Hand signs did help in minimizing the chakra needed to dispense a jutsu, but with his chakra control, he only needed a single hand sign and he could control wood. Not at the extent of Hashirama's jutsus, where the first Hokage could destroy everything within a few kilometers. No, what he had was not even close to Yamato's jutsus. However, he could make wood of any kind, reinforce it, and destroy any types of wood within at least 10 meters. With that in mind, he didn't purchase any jutsus from the system. He didn't need it in this world. However, it didn't hurt to save money so that if there were ever a situation where he needed jutsus, he could buy them whenever. Standing tall at 6'3", 191 centimeters, cheese-led body, medium blonde hair, OP face card, Alaric was someone that everyone would turn their heads to. Ruben stood at 6 feet tall, lean body and also striking face card, while Thulani was a giant. 6 feet 5 inches with a body that was bigger than Alaric. He had a striking feature: his face invoked anti-racism. The mansion/castle that Alaric planned during 1702 was now habitable. Although it was still missing the details, it was built fast due to William Penn's influence to hire lots of skilled workers. Although he used Penn's name, Alaric financed everything himself, as the Quaker's influence alone was enough. Alaric and Penn always discussed business and financial matters in private. They would always discuss in Penn's library with the guise of the Quaker teaching Alaric about his knowledge. Under that guise, Alaric was the one giving advices to Penn, especially to secure the ownership of the huge mountain that was now named Mt. Penn Mount, a gift of the royal palace to William Penn for doing the contract even if it generated less money for the Quaker. Penn didn't see the value of owning a mountain at first but could only shake his head in disbelief at Alaric's view towards it. Quarrying and mining, timber and logging, water rights and mills. William Penn promised to give Alaric his share from any profit that comes from the mountain, as the latter didn't refuse. 60,500, mansion/castle total cost through all the years including crops. Current balance, 1,248,334.15. 0D. 39,946, 712R. One night. The entire Kenway family including Reuben and Thulani were enjoying each other's presence while camping at the huge mountain called Penn Mount. This was Alaric's idea to relieve some of the stress from farming. They engaged in lively conversations, shifting from one topic to the next. Reuben and Thulani could be seen arguing about what's best when fighting, speed or power. Speed is power. I beg to differ. Alaric could only shake his head at their antics and butt in. Speed and power are both needed when fighting, that's why I can take you both on without much effort. And no, you're different. Thulani rolled his eyes. He was now able to talk in full sentences without thinking too much about what to say next. Yes, you're a freak, Reuben added, making Alaric smirk. There they go about fighting again. Lynette shook her head and sighed. They should focus on education and aim to be a doctor or lawyer someday. Eleanor, who was beside Lynette, laughed lightly. They were all relaxing, each and every one of them, except someone. Everyone. Edward Kenway gulped as he got all the Kenway family's attention, including Alaric. Father, mother. I'm gonna marry Caroline. I'm a skin for father's support, as I'll be seekin' her father's blessing come mornin'. No. Everybody turned their heads towards Bernard as he stared at Edward seriously. What? Why? Why? Ye asked. Bernard continued staring at Edward before shaking his head. Emmett Scott, he's been treatin' our name like filth, and ye dare ask me why. But that's all gonna change once I wed her. Edward replied furiously and gritted his teeth. I'll do everything that I can to change that. No, nothing's gonna change. Don't be so daft. Bernard glared at Edward. That man'll still see us as naught but dogs servin' under Sire William Penn. Nothin' and more, nothin' less. True, especially when a person of the Templar Order like Emmett Scott don't like Penn, who's not a part of their order, Alaric thought while being silent, looking at Lynette who about to speak. Emmett's been wanting to try inviting Penn for a while, but I can't have a friend of mine become a dog for the Templars. Edward, son. Lynette looked at Edward while putting a hand on Bernard's shoulder to calm the father down. Don't take this wrongly, we love Caroline, we do. She's a fine lass with a kind heart, but her father. Damn it all. It's all your fault anyway. Edward lashed out, pointing the blame towards his family. It's your fault for bringin' me into this world poor. If it weren't for us bein' poor dash. Edward stopped talking as everyone gasped as Alaric started walking towards Edward. No one could talk, even the parents of each sides. Reuben and Thulani's eyes widened, fearing the worst. Slap. Everyone could only widen their eyes as Alaric slapped Edward. It wasn't even a strong slap, but this was the first everyone saw Alaric reacting in a while. Stop it, Edward. Edward, stunned by the slap, could only stare at Alaric in disbelief. Each of our parents may have been poor, Alaric continued as he coldly stared at Edward's eyes, but not once did they stop striving. There were times when we lacked food, but you never saw them beg for it. Don't forget that your parents sailed the seas filled with pirates to sell our crops back at Swansea, because they hoped that with enough reals, they could somehow get you a tutor. Yet here you are, 18 years old, whining like a child. Alaric glared at Edward, making the latter look away in embarrassment. We support you if you have high ambitions, Edward. But don't you dare blame the Kenway family for not being able to marry the woman you love. Be a man, Edward. Alaric looked at Edward's pitiful face before snorting, walking back towards his seat next to Thulani and Reuben. No one was talking. The parents of each side felt Alaric's maturity and somehow thanked William Penn Sr. in their heads for giving their youngest some of his gracious wisdom. Alaric, who was now seating, watched Edward leaving their campsite. Welp, it's not my fault a kid like him can't value his family. If he were an orphan like me in my past life, he wouldn't be able to say that. Alas. Neither Bernard nor Lynette ran towards Edward, giving him space. Alaric and the others except Bernard and Lynette slept on their makeshift camping bed. Bernard and Lynette were talking with the latter crying a little. Alaric could hear them, but he decided to just close his eyes and let things happen. So, Edward and Caroline did marry, secretly. Although they did not invite anyone, the Scott, Kenway, and Penn family arrived. By Penn family, this meant the entirety of Penn's family. Children from his late first wife, and also his second wife. Since Alaric suspected that this world was slightly different than the original Assassin's Creed lore, he kept tabs on Templars like Emmett Scott and Aubrey Haig. Alaric wasn't scared of them, they didn't matter to him for now. However, just in case they start acting like crazy bitches, then, they're gonna die. After their wedding, Edward parted his connection with the Kenway family and decided that he should be his own man now, especially now that he has a wife. Alaric was somehow confused. No matter what you do though, you'll still carry that name. Knowing Edward would not accept, Alaric secretly gave his blessing to Caroline. Please, take this. Alaric smiled as he handed his blessing to Caroline. This will last you a while, enough for Edward to look for a job. Oh no, please, I can't take this. Caroline shook her head and refused. Caroline looked at Alaric, who didn't seem to budge. She could only sigh but smile, while some tears formed on the corners of her eyes. You have my deepest gratitude, Alaric. No problem. Also, I figured you guys won't have anywhere to sleep tonight. Alaric continued to smile while throwing a white lie. I bought this house years ago, I'm no longer using it. Caroline could only watch and receive as Alaric handed her the keys and the paper to the exact location. No worries, please don't tell Edward about this. Why yes. I can't ever thank you enough. Yes, anyways, don't hesitate to ask for help when you have any troubles. I and the entire Kenway family will help. Alaric smirked as he bid his farewell after saying, Godspeed on your marriage. As Alaric walked away from Caroline and the others, he spotted someone approaching at him. Elizabeth Scott. Hello young man. Elizabeth, Caroline's mother, smiled at Alaric. I am Caroline's mother. Ah, yes. The youngest Kenway replied, then politely smiled back. My name's Alaric Jonathan Kenway. Alaric, that's a wonderful name. Elizabeth softly smiled, yet Alaric could see the slight tint of sadness in her eyes. I'm filled with joy as Caroline has finally found a man who will make her happy. However, I can't seem to change my husband's mind in disowning our daughter, she continued, mixed emotions portraying on her face, but finally smiled while looking at Caroline who was celebrating with Edward. I wish for their good health and happy marriage. I'm sorry for taking too much your time. Don't be, I am enjoying your company. Alaric smiled as he also looked at the bride and the groom. They will be fine, nothing wrong will happen to them when I'm around. Oh my, you sound so dependable. Elizabeth looked at Alaric and smiled for the last time as she walked away after saying, many women will love that about you, make sure to only choose one. Ah, yes. Alaric's sweat dropped, then shook his head, glancing at the newly wedded couple, then signaled at both Reuben and Thulani to protect the Kenway family and the newly wedded couple. Reuben nodded in response, but Thulani was looking at Caroline's sister. Wait, is he in love with Avelini Scott? That's gold. Seeing Reuben making a weird face, motioning Thulani to look at Alaric. The youngest Kenway had no choice but to repeat the signal. Seeing Thulani nodding his head, Alaric chuckled and walked away. In the Assassin's Creed lore, Caroline dies due to smallpox, right? Then I better make her drink my blood in advance to prevent that. Damn, that sounded so wrong. Since Penn's entire family were in Bristol, William Penn Sr. finally gave the rights to the land he bought with his name to Alaric, officially naming the land, Kenway Estate. The entire Kenway family, aside Edward, were slack-jawed. They couldn't help but be surprised at what happened. However, they came to accept it eventually. 300, modest house W/ for Edward and Caroline. 100, marriage gift. This is a lot during this time, explained below. Hyaga clan secret ointment, 40,000, 2,500. Water, 200 3, 650x, 121 SIXS. 8D. Shampoo plus conditioner bottle 500 ml, 60x, 375. Liquid bathing soap bottle 1L, 60x, 375. 3,371 SIXS. 8D. 1,000. Kenway family annual salary. Current balance, 1,243,963 4D. 39, 946, 712 R. Plus 600,000. Plus 38,500. Annual revenue for crops and livestock. Current balance, 1,882,463 4D. 60, 238, 829 R. Everything is multiplied by 5 for 5 years. Next chapter's the continuation of the 14-year time skip. Note, 100 is enough for a newly wedded couple to live comfortably for 2 years, especially if their only expenses are food and clothes. This took 6 hours to write. It was hard to convert currencies. So I had to use Excel and created a bunch of rules to make a currency converter. I also had to reread this chapter multiple times since I didn't want to make a mistake. If I did, please do tell me. I can finally sleep now. Also, the pricing of the mansion in the Kenway estate is ridiculously expensive. I know. Just know that the mansion is very large, larger than the one at the Penn estate. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 33, Chapter 33, Comforting Caroline Scott Kenway. Current balance, 1,882,463 4D. 60, 238, 829 R. 1712, 14th year. A year passed since Edward and Caroline got married. Emmett Scott, Caroline's father, was enraged by the fact that his daughter married to a dog of the likes of William Penn. However, he could no longer do anything about his daughter's marriage. He wanted to control the Bristolian commerce and secure a prestigious alliance with Aubrey Haig by marrying his daughter to Haig's son, but everything came to naught due to Caroline's actions. In due time, Emmett thought as he drank a small amount of liquor while on a balcony, observing a drunk blonde on a tavern near Bedminster, that dog will soon leave the city and go privateering with his scorny dream. He was observing a 6-foot Edward Kenway who was drinking his problems away. I will make sure my daughter will leave that drunkard one day, thankfully, my younger daughter's filial. Now, back to where we discussed. Yes, Emmett discussed with a couple of high-ranking Templars after glancing at Edward's drunk state for the last time, not noticing a dark-haired Reuben just on the roof, on top of the balcony, gathering intel while guarding the drunk Edward. Why did I have to do this task? Hey. Hello, Larrick. May I come in? As you see, it's drizzling. Yes, please, have you seen Edward? Yeah, drinking. Alaric replied while taking off his cloak and straw hat. Ah, again. Caroline got sadly was still soft about it as she offered Alaric a seat, while the now very tall Alaric thanked her and sat down. He promised me he'd never touch booze again. Did he say anything work-related? Alaric asked as he looked at Caroline who looked really sad. He then stared awkwardly as Caroline's tears fell down from her eyes. Why yes, privateering, he said. Caroline sobbed as Alaric continued to listen patiently. I can't, it's too much. Wouldn't pay so nice if it weren't, he said. Caroline repeated what Edward said to her during their last conversations. Why can't he just? Why can he not simply be content with staying here, in Bristol, with me? Why is his pride so great that he refuses to remain connected with you, his own family? Why just why? Alaric continued staying silent for a while as Caroline stayed sobbing. After a minute passed and Caroline finally calmed down a little, Alaric took a small linen towel and handed it to her. Here. Thank you. Caroline, are you able to wait for Edward? Alaric paused staring at Caroline who was busy wiping her tears and dripping nose, then continued, a lad like him, he has high ambitions, it's not an ambition that can be stopped. Unless I pound him to the ground, of course, but anyways. I'm afraid, Caroline replied, looking down at her hands trying to comfort herself, as he said, privateering is a dangerous life. Yes, but believe me when I tell you this. Alaric got up from his seat and knelt beside Caroline, putting a hand on her shoulder. He will not die, he will come back here, and if there comes a time where you cannot take it anymore, I'll take you to him, and by that time, you, Edward, and that little girl inside of you will live prosperously. How did you? Caroline could only widen her eyes as she kept it a secret from everyone, only keeping to herself. How did you know? Don't worry, Alaric smiled and stood up, leaving a huge pouch, then started walking towards the door outside. When Edward boards his ship, settle in the Kenway estate. I'll help you pack your things. But, they hate me. Hate you, says who? Alaric's voice became a little loud as he smirked. UNC and Aunt Lynette have been wanting to meet you again, you should visit your in-laws, you know. Ah really? Thank you, Larrick. Seeing as Alaric finally went outside, Caroline finally felt most of the weight on her shoulders being lifted away. Thank you, Larrick, you've given me the strength to keep believing in Edward. 100. Current balance, 1,882,363 4D. 60, 235, 629 R. Outside, Alaric could be seen leaning on wall beside the door as the drizzle became stronger, turning into rain. Damned bastard, if I weren't such a good-looking and loving cousin, I would have just let you eat a cattle's shit and throw you on a cliff. Jesting. He chuckled and shook his head as Edward could be seen dead drunk, carried by Reuben, who was annoyed as they were being washed by the rain. Report. Reuben stated monotonously, making the blonde chuckle. Drop him off first, then let's go back to the estate, Alaric replied, making Reuben nod with a straight face. Reuben immediately opened the front door with Edward on his shoulder, surprising Caroline. Huh, oh, Reuben, here. Caroline widened her eyes but recovered as soon as she recognized Reuben and immediately motioned for the black-haired man to drop Edward to the bed. There you go, thanks. Yeah, slap him next time, yeah. Reuben nodded and joked a little more booze to add the weight on his stomach and I wouldn't have been able to carry him here. Yeah, I just hope he won't do it again next time, but still, thank you truly, Caroline smiled softly, making Reuben nod in response. As Reuben got out, he could see Alaric patiently waiting while the ends of his straw hat were hit by the raindrops. Let's go. Let's. As they were walking within Clifton, Alaric couldn't help but think of one thing. Does this mean that fate is real? Edward would be a privateer, then would be a pirate next, then an assassin, but if so, how would it be? I can prevent the deaths of the Kenway family, fire on the Kenway estate? Pfft, please. Alaric was lost in thought as they walked past by the Penn estate. If Emmett does send his men to cause fire in this estate, I wish him luck. He shook his head as they were finally on the huge gates of the Kenway estate. The rain finally died down. You're gonna tease my like that, TSK. Report. Reuben, who was silent during their walk, finally opened his mouth as they got in the mansion. After I take a bath, Alaric smiled, making Reuben shake his head and proceeded to also take bath of his own. Why's he becoming so grumpy lately? I didn't even train them that hard. I guess he needs a wife. Yeah, I'm right. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 34, chapter 34, blah blah blah. Current balance, 1,882,363 4D. 60, 235, 629R. Alaric walked towards his bedroom on the mansion's second floor. Unsealing a key from his tattoo, he then inserted it into the doorknob and then turned it. His room was much larger than the room he had at the Penn estate. Black walls with intricate gold moldings, and brown tiled floor. A king-sized luxurious bed sandwiched by 2 imported bedside tables from who knows where, and 3 sofas with a coffee table in the middle. The room had numerous curtains and a single beautiful chandelier hanging in the middle. As Alaric headed towards his bathroom door to open it, he thought of something that could save him time and money before he touched the knob. Buy, sell. Anything related to bathing and laundry. He thought while mentally pressing buy. The system interface popped up in front of him as he scanned a few items, and these were the things he bought. For some odd reason, he never saw them before. Suiton, full bathing jutsu, grants the ability to create water out of thin air, coating the body and automatically cleaning it. Requires minimal amount of shampoo plus conditioner, and liquid bathing soap, 3 twos. 6D. Suiton, laundry jutsu, grants the ability to create water out of thin air, coating the clothes and automatically cleaning it. Requires minimal amount of laundry detergent. 6 fives. 0D. Damn, I could have saved so much money. Alaric shook his head and immediately bought it. Suiton, full bathing jutsu, 3 twos. 6D. Suiton, laundry jutsu, 6 fives. 0D. Laundry detergent, 7D. 9 eighths. 1D. Current balance, 1,882,354 zeros. 3D. 60, 235, 328R. Alaric then opened the door to his bathroom with a laundry detergent on his hand. He then took off his clothes and performed a single hand sign. Immediately, his laundry detergent opened on its own and levitated towards his clothes as his clothes got damp from the water created from moisture. While this was happening, Alaric's body became wet as he unsealed a shampoo plus conditioner bottle and liquid bathing soap bottle. 3 minutes passed by before Alaric was completely clean. He tried rubbing the surface of his skin, but there were no dead skin cells present. The youngest Kenway also smelled his clothes and turned them around to see if there were spots that weren't clean, but he could only widen his eyes at the effectiveness of the 2 jutsu he had bought. Why did I never see these jutsus in the Naruto lore? He thought as took his clothes and opened his bathroom door, walking towards the wardrobe with his bathrobe. Were there jutsu in the Naruto lore that weren't introduced in the anime or manga? I guess this is the time to confirm. I know there's no Phoenix Summon nor Phoenix Sage mode in the Naruto anime or manga. He shook his head and changed into his clothes, then went outside his bedroom. A minute later, he arrived at his personal office and walked towards the fireplace. Kneeling down in front of the fireplace, Alaric placed his palm on the floor and immediately, a small oak hardwood struck upwards, not damaging the floor. He then placed the wood on the fireplace and materialized a small fire on his finger, flicking it onto the wood, igniting it. It's normally hard to ignite this kind of wood, but after mastering my Phoenix Sage mode to its fullest extent, I've been able to use fire like the firebenders in Avatar. Depending on my choice, my fire can either burn at 1500 C or just warm something up. Wood burns at 300 C, lava is 700-1, 200 C, steel melts at 1,370-1, 540 C, the sun's surface is 500 C. There were lots of offices in this mansion. There was one for Leonard and Eleanor, and another for Bernard and Lynette. There were still more, but they only used 3 offices for now. There were lots of papers on his desk. These were all business ideas he had but never used since there were lots to think about. One of the things that made some business hard were the implementation. Speaking of business, Alaric finally gave most of the annual profits of the farm to his family. They denied at first as their salaries were already high enough. Alaric already knew that the Kenway family weren't greedy with money, so he persuaded them into receiving it. All he asked for is 30% of the profits. They knew of the responsibilities of managing the farm as it's been years since they started it. A few discussions and the farm was basically out of Alaric's hands. The Kenway family had a huge vault under the basement, and nobody aside from them knew of the password. If Alaric is absent, he told them that they could leave the money there. He made a serious statement that they should never ever tell anyone of the password of the vault. I know how much I should be getting anyways, the farm's ledger's there. Alaric looked at a blank piece of paper and thought of something this house needed. It's been a year since they settled in this house and there were things that were lacking. Let's see, we already have a housekeeper, he thought while taking out a quill pen. We also have lots of staff, but we don't have someone to oversee everything. We can't be managing each staff in this house while also managing the farm. Alaric then wrote only a few words on the paper. For hire. Butler, gatekeeper, coachman, 3 with 1 to oversee, security, 20 guards. Alaric nodded his head. We already have most kinds of staff, I think these are all what's left. I can leave Thulani in training the guards, he thought as he noticed Reuben walking towards his office. Imagine not being able to beat a supposed slave, and to also imagine, that slave is ranked higher than your job, that'd ruin their minds. Come in, Alaric called as Reuben who was about to knock shook his head and just opened the door. Report. Finally, Reuben thought as Alaric nodded his head. Emmett Scott had a meeting with a couple of people who just arrived here in Bristol today, Reuben started as Alaric listened. It turns out, Emmett Scott and these people had joined hands with Edward Colston. Seeing as Reuben paused, Alaric nodded. Continue. Yes, they are planning to increase the intensity in bringing more slaves. However, that's not the only thing that they talked about. Reuben paused again. What's with him being so dramatic? Alaric thought while nodding towards Reuben. Emmett made a deal with everyone there, commit arson and kill everyone in the Kenway estate. In exchange, he will help with the financial matters to their plans. Okay, that's quite surprising to hear, Alaric nonchalantly replied as he yawned. Did they talk about how many people they were going to send? Why is he so calm? Reuben thought as he raised a brow. Yes. I think they'll send about 50 people. Alright, when is that supposed to happen? Tomorrow night. Okay, you can go now. Why, aren't you afraid? Reuben asked as he saw Alaric looking at him like he was an idiot. 50 men, that's a lot. Alaric smiled as he stood up from his seat, towering the 6-foot Reuben. He then moved towards a large window and stared at the moon. Get Thulani and come back here, there's something you guys need to know about. Damn it, Baldy, what are you waiting for? Tisk. Reuben eyed Alaric one more time and snorted before walking outside. Stop calling me that. That was a long time ago. And bring some tea too. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. Commit arson in my estate? I guess you guys no longer value your lives. 50 men too, you should bring at least 500. It can't be helped, they only know us as dogs blessed by William Penn. Speaking of, I should probably visit the Quaker soon, that man's impregnating his wife too much. Minutes later, Reuben finally came back with Thulani behind him. All of them were now sitting on the chairs in front of the desk with a coffee table on the middle. Each of them had their cups of tea. Alaric leans back in his chair, swirling his tea before taking a sip. He glances between Reuben and Thulani, weighing his words. Ever wondered who truly runs the world? He asks, setting the cup down. Did he forget that Emmett's sending 50 men tomorrow? Reuben thought but snorts. Rich men. The ones who never get their hands dirty but somehow own everything. Thulani nods, his expression unreadable. Empires rise and fall, but the powerful stay powerful. Always the same story. Alaric smirks as he crossed his legs. You're not wrong, but there's more to it. A war, one that's been fought in the shadows for centuries. 2 sides, both claiming to fight for a better world. He leans forward, fingers tapping against the table. On one side, the Templars. They believe order is the key to peace. A world where men are controlled, guided, so there's no chaos, no uncertainty. A world ruled from above. He gestures upwards, as if pointing to an invisible throne. Reuben scoffs. Sounds like a fancy way to say, tyrants. Alaric chuckles. And the other side would agree. The assassins. They believe in freedom, choice above all else. That men should forge their own paths, even if that means risk, even if that means chaos. Thulani studies him, brows furrowing. And you? Which side are you on? Alaric picks up his tea again, taking a slow sip before answering. The side that actually understands the game. Reuben scoffs, setting his cup down with a clink. Alright, so we've got the Templars wanting to hold the world's leash, and the assassins running about cutting it. Sounds like a fine mess. Thulani folds his arms, eyes sharp. And you sit in the middle of it. Alaric exhales, gaze drifting toward the fireplace. Not in the middle. Above it. He looks back at them. Both sides claim righteousness. The Templars say order is the only way to keep men from tearing each other apart. The assassins say order is just another form of shackles. Neither is entirely wrong, but neither is entirely right, either. Reuben leans forward, curiosity creeping into his voice. So what's stopping one side from just wiping the other out? If they've been fighting for centuries, why ain't one of them won yet? Alaric smirks. Because power shifts, and men are flawed. The assassins undermine the Templars' control, but they struggle to build something lasting. The Templars establish empires, but they crumble under their own weight. It's a cycle. One side never truly wins. And most people. He waves a hand. They never even realize they're caught in it. Thulani's expression darkens. So what does this have to do with us? Alaric studies them for a moment. Everything. He leans back, fingers interlocked. The people who you gathered information from were Templars, Reuben. And Thulani? You were shackled because their order deemed it necessary for the Empire to thrive. Whether you knew it or not, you've already played your part in this war. Reuben frowns, staring at his cup. And what? You want us to pick a side? Alaric shakes his head. I want you to understand the world as it is. The assassins and Templars are both dangerous, and knowing their games means you won't be a pawn in them. Thulani exhales, looking thoughtful. And what about you? Are you playing the game, or are you making your own? Alaric chuckles, lifting his tea. Now that's the right question. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 35, poll. I've made a poll in Patreon. It's about the decision if the ISU civilization should be actual gods of mythologies in the universe, or just canon. You don't need to pay, go vote now. https://www.patreon.com/post/first poll for UTM medium clipboard copy and UTM source copy link and UTM campaign post Shari creator and UTM content join link. 36, Chapter 35, C. Current balance, 1,882,354 zeros. 3D. 60, 235, 328R. Thulani exhales, looking thoughtful. And what about you? Are you playing the game, or are you making your own? Alaric chuckles, lifting his tea. Now that's the right question. For a moment, the only sound is the quiet clink of porcelain as he takes a sip. Reuben raises an eyebrow. So, you like the assassins, then? All that, freedom, talk suits you. Alaric chuckles. Their way is, appealing. I don't care for chains, and I sure as hell don't want to be told how to live my life. He taps a finger on the table. But they have their flaws. They care about their cause more than anything else. They don't care for gold, only their grand ideals. Me, I want it all, gold, power, freedom. Thulani smirks. Now that sounds like a pirate. Alaric shrugs. Pirates are freer than most. But I don't just want to live free. I want to reshape the game itself. The Templars hoard power and wealth, shaping the world in their image. The assassins tear it down without thinking of the people caught in the rubble. Both sides ignore the ones who actually suffer. Reuben frowns. You're talking about the workers. The poor bastards toiling under a Templar's coin. Alaric nods. Not every man in a Templar's employ is loyal to the cause. Some are just trying to feed their families. The assassins? They don't care. They'll cut down a merchant, a dockmaster, a clerk, all because they serve the wrong master. But I've seen it firsthand, when a powerful man falls, it's the ones at the bottom who get crushed. Thulani leans back, thoughtful. So, you want to burn down the Templars, but do it your way. Alaric raises his cup, a smirk playing on his lips. Exactly. And while I'm at it, I might as well get rich doing it. Reuben chuckles, shaking his head. Now that's a creed I can drink to. Thulani lifts his cup as well. To a new way of playing the game, then. Alaric clinks his cup against theirs, eyes gleaming with purpose. To playing it better. Again, there was silence. Reuben couldn't take it anymore and asked the golden question. Reuben clears his throat. Alaric, now that we've talked about these organizations, what about those 50 men? How do we deal with them? How do we stop the arson that plan to commit here tomorrow? At this, Thulani's eyes widen in shock. 50 men? And they plan to set our estate ablaze. Alaric sets his cup down with deliberate calm and glances at Thulani. Yes. Emmett Scott, along with Edward Colston and their Templar allies, it's because he thinks that Caroline will no longer have anywhere to turn to aside from him when Edward's gone privateering. And, I've decided that the two of you will deal with them. Reuben's face tightens. You're serious? You want us to face 50 men on our own? A quiet smile curves on Alaric's lips as he leans forward. I do. I want you both to experience the real test. You've trained for 14 years now, it's time to put that strength to the trial. Reuben's eyes flicker with uncertainty and a hint of anger. But Alaric, this isn't just a scuffle. These are organized, armed men. Alaric interrupts gently, his tone laced with remembered pride. Remember, Reuben, when I took you in from that thieves' den? I killed at least 15 men without any hesitation. I was 5. He pauses, letting the memory sink in before continuing with a note of warmth. You are stronger than the 5-year-old version of myself, Reuben. I can assure you of that. And Thulani, he adds, turning to the other, fear is a luxury you can't afford. You've both been molded by hardship. This is your moment to shine. Thulani swallows hard, his shock slowly giving way to a determined glint in his eyes. I never thought this day would come. But if this is what it takes, then even if I die, I'll die fighting against those slave traders. You won't die, Alaric chuckled. I'm here, remember. Reuben, his voice low but resolute, finally nods. If you believe we can do it, Alaric, then we'll face them, even if my heart lingers with doubt. Doubt. Alaric's eyebrows raised as he took his cup of tea from the table. Who do you want to face, 50 men, or me? See. Morning came as Alaric squinted his eyes at the beam of sunray hitting his face. Damn. Yawning loudly, he sat up from his lying position and scratched his head. Grabbing a gold pocket watch on the bedside table, he looked at the time and yawned again. 8 in the morning. Alaric got up from his bed and proceeded to do some push-ups before going to the bathroom and activated Suiton, full bathing jutsu, cleaning himself fully. I'm so happy I bought this. He headed to the wardrobe and put on a white long-sleeved polo with ruffles, black umbu pants, and the expensive boots he bought years ago. He then took his gold pocket watch by the bed and placed it in his pocket. Alaric then looked at the mirror and brushed his hair with his hands, nodding in content. I'm really handsome, why's that? Edward's not. Deciding not to compare his beautiful face to his cousin, he walked towards the door and opened it. The invasion's tonight. I wonder how Reuben and Thulani's doing, he thought as he made his way to his office, grabbed the paper on his desk and folded it, placing it in his back pocket. He then got out of his office and headed downstairs. Good morning, sire. Good morning. Alaric nodded to a couple of maids cleaning as he walked outside the house. Your food is ready, master. Thanks. William Penn nodded to Sebastian as he got up from his seat. It's been a while since I last saw Alaric. Wonder what that lad's up to. He then made his way to the dining table of his Baroque mansion. Good morning. Good morning, father. Letitia smiled as she was eating her meal. Mornin', William, Hannah Collohill Penn, William's wife, greeted as she also ate her food. Penn nodded with a smile as he sat on his seat and saw his food. This looks delicious, he said as he dug in. Minutes later, they finished their food as Sebastian, their butler, announced the presence of a certain someone. Master, Sire Alaric Kenway has visited, the butler announced as Alaric popped up behind Sebastian with a smile. Sup? Ah, Alaric. Penn smiled as he recognized that face. 12 years of always seeing someone will not make you forget their face. I thought you forgot about me. I could never. Alaric grinned as he took out the piece of paper in his back pocket and handed it to William Penn. Do me a favor, will ya? I need some dependable men. Penn received the paper and unfolded it, reading the short writing. Butler, coachman, and security. You need security. I find that funny. No, my family does. Alaric shook his head while smiling. I can't always be around here, you know. William Penn looked at Alaric and mirrored the youngest Kenway's smile. Yes. Bristol's too small a city for your potential. You should sail away from here or go to London. I could, maybe soon, the blonde replied as he started walking away. I'm heading to your basement. Ah, please add 20,000 more, I'll bring them when I journey back to Pennsylvania. Penn shouted, I'll pay you immediately. Can't say no to that. Buy, sell. Hyaga Clan Secret Ointment, 28,000, 1,750. 1,750. Current balance, 1,880,604 zeros. 3D. 60, 179, 328R. This will be the last celestial salve of our contract for the royal palace. Alaric murmured as he settled the vials in the crates. Well, I should also start boosting the production of the farm with wood release. With that, Alaric walked to the door of the storage room and looked at it one last time. It's time I say goodbye to this room. He shook his head and went back towards the ground floor and saw Sebastian carrying a large pouch of money, expecting Alaric. I've readied your pay, sire, Sebastian smiled, handing out the pouch. Thanks, Alaric replied, grabbing it. The butler then walked away, leaving Alaric alone. Plus 420,000. Current balance, 2,300,604 zeros. 3D. 73, 619, 328R. Yay, 2 M's. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 37, Chapter 36, Money Will Do. Current balance, 2,300,604 zeros. 3D. 73, 619, 328R. Alaric went back to the Kenway estate. It was currently 12 p.m., and Alaric was finally feeling a little hungry. Let's just grab something to eat, then head to the farm. Your food, master, the head chef of the Kenway mansion said as he placed the platter in front of Alaric. This is the beef Wellington you taught me. I hope it meets your standards. Thanks. Alaric nodded as he looked at the food in front of him. It was a cut from a huge piece of beef Wellington. The beef was juicy, not undercooked nor overcooked. Appearance-wise, it looks good, Alaric analyzed and cut a portion of the meal, eating it. It's delicious, you've perfectly copied my recipe. He continued, nonchalantly lying. Thank you. That means a lot to me, the head chef beamed with joy. I'll prepare to serve the other portions to the madams and sires. Alaric nodded, continuously eating his meal while the head chef sprinted towards the kitchen. The other kitchen staff could only pull out their notes as the head chef bragged about his achievement. Sensing multiple people by the front door of the mansion, Alaric continued eating his meal. He knew the signatures of the people that were coming in. My body's aching too much. That's because you're too weak. You say that and you didn't even last 3 seconds against Thulani, you twig. And you didn't last 2 against Reuben. That's because I do. Alaric. Alaric looked up from his meal to see Bernard, Lynette, Leonard, and Eleanor staring at him, with Reuben and Thulani following behind. I'm glad you've been training with Reuben and Thulani in the cave. How'd you know that? Bernard's brows rose. Is it that weird sorcery of yours again? Leonard could only grunt at his brother's antics as he took a seat near Alaric, making the others follow. Could be. Alaric replied while slowly chewing the beef Wellington. I could be a wizard, or I could also be an alien. Lean. You keep spouting new words, lad. Bernard sighed as the entire kitchen staff came out from the kitchen and served several platters in front of everyone in the dining table. What's this? A new typo meal. The head chef smiled as he glanced towards Alaric, who only nodded in response, and announced, this is a new menu of the Kenway estate, created by Master Alaric. I introduce everyone, to the beef Wellington. Everyone, except for Alaric, salivated at the sight and aroma of their beef Wellingtons. Beef Wellington, you say, and my son created this dish. Eleanor, who was looking healthier than ever, looked at the head chef and at Alaric. You never not surprise me, Alaric. Yes. Lynette added as she cut a slice from her dish and ate it. It's also very delicious. I wish to have this every day. The head chef sheepishly smiled while Alaric sighed and finished his meal. Too much of one meal makes you lose your appetite, Aunt. Even so, I wish to eat this every day. If you say so. It's really delicious, I wish I could eat this every day too. Reuben murmured, but could be heard by everyone, making Alaric shake his head in disbelief. Minutes later, Alaric stood in the center of the vast farm beside the Kenway mansion. The farm's been really successful over the years, he thought as he carefully applied massive amounts of chakra to his hand. This time, I'm going to double our sales, maybe even triple. Feeling the amount of chakra in his hand, Alaric finally thought that this was enough and slammed his palm to the ground. And, nothing. Despite that, Alaric grinned. He could feel chakra radiating from all the crops across the 70 hectares of the Kenway estate. I wonder if I can build a huge fence using wood release. I should probably buy a jutsu for that. But let's do that by tonight, after that. Thus, night came. Be careful with your steps. Stop. Why the hell are you lighting your torch now? Listen to me, a man scowled at his companions. We light the torches when we arrive at the estate. That will be the signal for. His words died in his throat. His eyes widened as he could see shadow that seemed like a person. Who's the? A dagger suddenly plunged into his neck. Blood gushed from his lips, choking his scream. Wilson. That guy's name is Wilson. A dark-haired man taller than every one of them appeared from the bushes. Aren't you guys Edward's enemies? The ones at Old Shillelagh Tavern. Damn. You bastard. Get him. Reuben, who was towering everyone smirked as took out his main weapon. A dagger. Reuben scoffed. Get me. There's only 2 of you left though. He sidestepped a clumsy slash aimed at his head, grabbed the attacker's wrist, and wrenched it backward. You're Tom Kalbe, right? The bastard who tried to force himself on that drunk woman, rose. Tom's face twisted in rage. Who the hell are you? Reuben chuckled. Me. Why would I tell you that? His gaze flicked to the man behind Tom. And you Julian. Emmett really hired cowards like you. Julian's grip on his weapon trembled. With a snarl, he pulled out a flintlock pistol. You're dead. Reuben's smirk didn't fade. Really? The flint's missing, though. The moment Julian glanced at his weapon, Reuben acted. He flipped his dagger, stabbing Tom's throat with brutal precision. Tom gurgled, clutching at the wound, his body convulsing before collapsing like a sack of meat. Julian stared, frozen. What? Reuben kicked Tom's corpse forward, slamming it into Julian and knocking him to the ground. The flintlock fired, the bullet harmlessly hitting a tree. You write your will yet? Reuben sneered, stepping toward the fallen man. Julian scrambled backward, terror in his eyes. Please don't kill me. My mother she'll get sad. Reuben finished for him. Yeah, don't care. PP please. Reuben sighed, shaking his head. Pathetic. He drove his dagger into Julian's throat. For a moment, there was silence. Then, nausea hit him like a punch to the gut. His stomach twisted. He barely had time to turn his head before vomiting all over Julian's corpse. Blurg. Reuben wiped his mouth, panting, while his grip on his dagger tightened. Alaric was right, it doesn't feel nice. Shaking it off, he turned his gaze toward the estate. I should head toward Thulani. Meanwhile, Squatting on a tree branch, Tholani scanned the incoming wave of enemies. Dozens of them were advancing toward the Kenway estate, torches flickering in their hands. 50 people, they were right. I can do this. I can do this. He clenched his fists around the smoke bombs in his palm. I can do this. With a deep breath, he jumped. His massive blade reflected the moonlight as he descended. With a single, powerful swing, he cleaved through the skull of the man in the center. Thud. He landed on the body, absorbing the impact before twisting his hips in a full rotation, his sword following the motion in a deadly arc. Splurch. 3 more heads rolled to the ground. An enemy. Boom. Smoke erupted from the bomb in his hand as the enemy coughed and stumbled, blinded. Unlike the others, Tholani had trained under Alaric to fight through smoke. He didn't flinch as the smoke swallowed the battlefield. He immediately began slashing left and right, directly killing his enemies. You're a brave one, musclehead. Tholani's lips curled into a smirk. He'd recognize that voice even if the world turned upside down. Reuben, it seems you dealt with the other side. Duh. Reuben grinned as he threw a smoke bomb on the ones that weren't affected. I'll handle them. I can handle all of them just fine. Tholani grunted as he kept slashing the nearest enemy. The ones he couldn't reach. Alaric taught him to use his powerful legs to burst towards enemies, and so he did. From above, Alaric watched it all unfold. He was on top of a tall tree, amused by the scene he was witnessing. I think I taught them too well. More than a half of the men sent by Emmett were dead. The people who were out of the smoke bomb's radius were confused but immediately readied their cutlasses. I think there's only 2 of them. We can take them on. Damn it, if only we had guns. They were rallying, trying to form a defensive line, until another smoke bomb sailed through the air, landing at their feet. Boom. Not again. Just how many smoke bombs do they have? Damn, I gotta run. Ugh. Foo UGH. W where UGH. Bodies dropped one after another as the last one finally dropped his cutlass in fear. I can't do this no more. He yelled, then ran towards the forest as fast as he could. Run all you want. Reuben, who was still blinded by the smoke, smirked as he threw a small dagger towards the direction of the sound, but my dagger will always be faster. Thud. The running man's body could only drop as he tried to crawl away. Damn it all, how could this be? Walking away from the smoke, Reuben's smirk remained as he saw the running man's body. Damn, my senses have improved. Me too. Tholani added, I can't believe I was able to blurg. The former slave threw up while Reuben grinned, throwing up already. Such a baby. Shut up. Clap, clap, clap. Reuben and Tholani looked left and right, but the sound was echoing everywhere. They couldn't see who was clapping. They readied their stance, preparing for an opponent. I thought your senses improved, Reuben. A shadow dropped from the highest branch. The moment his feet touched the ground, all the smoke in the battlefield were blown away by a huge gush of wind, revealing Alaric. Reuben's eyes widened. Where did you? Damn, I couldn't sense you at all. He clicked his tongue. I'm really starting to believe you're a wizard. Nah, it just means you still have more to improve. Alaric grinned as he looked at the bodies scattered everywhere. Anyways, you guys have definitely improved. I should reward you for this. Money will do. Yeah, a few pounds will do. Alaric blinked. He chuckled. Sure. Really? No jest. Reuben widened his eyes as he stared at Alaric. Promise. Yeah, I promise. I'll give it to you tonight. Alaric nodded. But first, you go and clean yourselves up. You're bathing in blood. Reuben and Tholani exchanged glances, taking in the blood splattered across their clothes. They nodded at Alaric, the man they had come to respect, and perhaps, fear just a little. Don't forget about the reward. Reuben called as he and Tholani made their way toward the Kenway mansion, racing each other like children. Alaric watched them go, a small smile playing on his lips. I like their rivalry. Shaking his head, he turned back to the battlefield. He raised one hand, forming a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. Multiple puffs of smoke appeared beside him. Time to clean up. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 38, Chapter 37, Wooden Wall, Reward and Edward. Current balance, 2,300,604 zeros. 3D. 73, 619, 328R. Plus 8 12s. 1D. Current balance, 2,300,612 12s. 4D. 73, 619, 604R. For 50 people, they're all fucking poor, Alaric thought as he walked towards edge of the Kenway estate while ordering the shadow clones to dispose of the bodies to the mountains. The properties line should be, here. He stopped, then opened the system interface. Buy, sell. Anything that revolves around making wooden fence and gates. Wood style, wood locking wall, uses chakra to activate the roots in the ground and, using the user of the technique as a reference point, makes wooden pillars appear from left and right. 93/15. 12D. This means that there's more but will not be mentioned. Alaric analyzed the list but eventually closed the system interface. Let's try doing this on my own first. The youngest Kenway closed his eyes and visualized a huge wall with sharp edges on top. I hope this works. He opened his eyes as he formed multiple hand signs and slammed his hand to the ground. It took a few seconds, but Alaric widened his eyes as a huge wall spanning over 20 meters in height and 50 meters in length rose up from the ground. Damn, not that tall. He couldn't help but exclaim as he performed a single hand sign. The length's fine, but that height, that's too much. The wall slowly descended until it became 6 meters. That's good enough. Alaric continued doing this for another 10 minutes, dashing around the Kenway estate while performing this jutsu. I hope that didn't alarm anyone, he thought as he stopped at the main way for the estate. Again, he visualized. However, this time, it was of a gate. Performing another set of hand signs, he slammed his hand on the ground as a large gate rose from the ground. Shockingly, it has iron hinges to hold the gates. He then sprinted towards the middle of the Kenway estate and activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, making his blood-red eyes shine in the middle of the night. Vulcan. He mentally cast as he created a large chunk of iron on the air and compressed it to produce a heavier and a very durable barbed wire. Manipulating them, he levitated all of them, placing them on top of all the wooden walls throughout the edges of the estate, sinking all the metals to the walls so that they will never come off. If they ever rust and someone tries to ladder their way up, good luck with tetanus. Inside Alaric's office, Thulani, Reuben, and Alaric sat across from each other in Alaric's office, drinking tea. So, Alaric started as he glanced at the two of them. How was your first time killing? And the battlefield? They took their time sipping tea before Reuben finally replied. It was disorienting. He looked at the fire burning in the fireplace. But something was burning inside me during that time to kill more. Is that normal? Yes. Alaric nodded. That was your adrenaline speaking. It's scary, huh? How easy it is to kill. Very easy. Thulani replied this time. A swipe of my sword cut off 3 heads at the same time. I couldn't believe how strong I got. Yeah, it was also easy for me to react, Reuben added, looking at Alaric. For 14 years, I only sparred with Thulani. We could read each other's attacks and he could always make me use everything I got. But when I fought them, there was this sense of boredom. Yet, I also felt relief that I could defeat them. Alaric took his time responding as he drank from his cup. What you're feeling is normal. I've felt it too. But here's what I'll tell you. Alaric leaned forward slightly. Don't get drunk on the feeling of killing. Drunk? Thulani raised an eyebrow. Why would I ever get drunk on something like that? Hey, you won't notice it until it's too late. Alaric smiled calmly, folding his legs. But don't worry. I'm here to guide you, remember. I can just bonk your heads if that happens. Bonk? What's that? Reuben cleared his throat. That aside the money. Of course. I never forget when it comes to rewards. Alaric smirked, standing up and walking to his desk. He grabbed 2 pouches from a drawer, withdrew money from his system balance, and placed an even amount in each pouch. 40. Current balance, 2,300,572 12s. 4D. 73, 618, 324R. Walking back, he handed each of them a pouch. This one's for you and this, for you, Alaric said, smiling. 20 each. Count if you want. Damn. Reuben's eyes widened as he felt the weight of the pouch. 20. You have the kind of fortune to just give this amount away. Thulani, although shocked, didn't say a word. Am I even allowed to roam the city to buy anything? Alaric noticed his hesitation and glanced at him. Don't worry, I'll get the papers so you can walk around freely. Thulani looked up, then shook his head. No, I don't mind. But I do, Alaric smiled. I'm sorry that this world has normalized enslaving your kind. I'll do whatever I can to change that. Alright, I need to go back to Penn to sort this out. No, just place them here. Yes, that's enough. Don't take too long. The new dock in Bristol was busy with activity as sailors moved about, preparing for the ship to set sail. Large crates of supplies were being loaded onto the Emperor, and ropes were being pulled tight to secure the cargo. The sound of hammers and voices filled the air as the crew went about their work. Edward Kenway stood near the edge of the dock, watching the commotion. He was still adjusting to the life of a privateer, having recently joined the crew. His gaze moved to the captain, who was shouting orders to various men on deck. Kenway. The captain called, spotting him standing off to the side. Get over here, now. Edward walked quickly toward the captain, who was supervising the crew as they loaded the last of the barrels. Take that crate of provisions and help load it into the hold, the captain ordered, pointing to a large wooden crate nearby. We're almost ready to set sail, and we can't afford to be slow. Edward nodded and walked over to the crate. When he bent down to grab the crate, his grip tightened against the rough wood, the weight causing his muscles to strain slightly. He let out a quiet grunt as he and the others lifted it, moving carefully to avoid tripping over scattered ropes. As he stepped back onto the main deck, Edward rubbed his hands together to shake off the soreness, only to freeze mid-motion. His eyes locked onto a familiar figure standing casually near the railing. Yo. Larrick. Edward's face painted mixed emotions but kept a straight face. If you're here to tell me STO dash. Nope, Alaric said, cutting off whatever Edward was going to say. Come, I borrowed a few minutes of your time from the captain. Sure, Edward replied, taking a glance at the captain who was busy with other things. Edward followed Alaric a few meters away from the busy port as the younger but taller Kenway stopped and turned towards Edward. I'm going to be honest with you, Alaric started while staring at Edward's eyes. I've been giving Caroline some coin because you spent your time chugging booze rather than finding a job. Hearing this, Edward's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, so that's what it was. I thought. Why did you stop? Alaric asked as he raised a brow. You thought what? I thought, she wasn't being faithful with me. Edward's breath hitched slightly. He looked away, rubbing the back of his neck as he processed what Alaric had just said. His fingers clenched into a loose fist, shame creeping into his expression. I knew she was keeping lots of shillings, even pounds. I never used to. I thought that money belonged to another man. Alaric threw his head back slightly as he let out a hearty laugh. His shoulders shook, and he wiped at his eyes before shaking his head at Edward's embarrassed look. Come on, lad. Alaric stopped laughing as he could see Edward's embarrassment. Anyways, don't find another woman, Edward. Caroline's been very faithful and only thought of you. And here, Alaric grabbed a vial from his pocket and handed it to Edward. Use this if you ever get wounded in battle, but be careful. If anyone from the ship knows of this, even men you trust will stab your back to acquire this. Hyaga Clan Secret Ointment -1s. 3D. Current balance, 2,300,572 1D. 73, 618, 322R. This. Edward's eyes widened once again as he saw the vial on his hands. Ain't this the Celesti? Yes, shut up. Ah. Edward looked around after Alaric's confirmation and sighed in relief as there were no one near them. Thanks. Do me a favor, will ya? Alaric's hand landed on Edward's shoulder with a firm squeeze, his gaze serious despite the slight smirk tugging at his lips. Hone your skills as much as you can. I know you've got the sense. Eagle vision, as I call it. Maximize its potential, and survive. Hearing Alaric's advice, Edward exhaled through his nose, rolling his shoulders slightly. His brows furrowed as he nodded, tucking the vial safely away. I don't know how he knows of my ability, but I guess it just comes with the family. Eagle vision, and also, come back with lots of money. Alaric continued with a smile. The Kenway family will take care of Caroline. I know you'll get busy, but the moment you get to Havana, send her some letter. Give her updates, so that she won't die from worrying. Edward, let's go. Edward turned while Alaric looked over his shoulder, seeing the captain watching them impatiently. Edward let out a quiet sigh, adjusting his belt as he prepared to leave. Here, some coin for good luck. 1. Current balance, 2,300,571 11s. 1D. 73, 618, 290R. Alaric flipped a single pound between his fingers before flicking it towards Edward. The coin spun in the air before Edward instinctively caught it with a single hand. See ya, cousin. The youngest Kenway smiled as he slapped Edward's shoulder. Yeah, see you, cousin, Edward scoffed chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. He rolled the coin between his fingers before tucking it into his pocket, glancing at Alaric one last time before stepping away. The Emperor was finally ready to leave the dock. The sound of the ship creaking and the activity on the deck signaled that it was time. Sailors ran to and fro, shouting as they worked to get the ship ready for the open sea. The captain stood on the quarterdeck, his voice loud and clear as he barked orders. Hoist the sails. Get those lines cut, we're leaving now. He turned to a nearby sailor. Make sure the anchor's hauled up quickly. Edward, standing at the top of the mainmast, was busy untying the sails. The ropes were thick in his hands as he loosened them from their knots, ready to let the wind catch the canvas and push the ship forward. He worked with quickly, his eyes darting between the ship's movements and the steady hands that held the ropes below. His boots shifted carefully along the wooden crosstree, a sturdy horizontal beam that connected the mast to the ship, giving him a clear view of the entire deck. As he prepared the sails, Edward's eyes were drawn to the docks, where he noticed a man that was wearing a white ruffled long-sleeved polo, his blonde hair strikingly similar to Edward's own. The man stood still with crossed arms, watching Edward. Edward felt a brief pause in his work, and smiled slightly, then turned his gaze back toward the horizon, where the sea stretched out before them, endless and welcoming. The wind began to pick up, tugging at the sails as they unfurled. Goodbye for now. Bristol. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 39, Chapter 38, Welcome to Narnia. Current balance, 2,300,571 11s. 1D. 73, 618, 290R. The Penn Estate Office. Morning came as Alaric was drinking tea with William Penn in the latter's office at the Penn Estate. Say, lad, Penn said, catching Alaric's attention as they drank their tea. Penn in the latter's office at the Penn Estate. I've already gathered several men and tasked Sebastian onto doing some background checks before sending them to your estate, like how I hired most of your staff for you. What brings you here? No response. Hello. Alaric calmly sipped some tea then nodded his head. Good to know. What? Edward raised a brow at the blonde's response. You must have some big request, I don't believe I have seen this side of you. Finally drinking his cup of tea in one go, Alaric placed down the cup on the table as he stared at William Penn. You don't like slavery, do you? Alaric asked calmly. As I heard from you, years ago, you're trying to minimize the amount of slaves in Pennsylvania. Penn nodded at this but found the conversation uncommon. He and Alaric never discussed these things, always trade, always celestial salve. So, what is it that you want to say? What I want to say is that, I want to abolish the slave trading system here, in Bristol, Alaric stated, making the Quaker widen his eyes in disbelief. Alaric, what in the heavens are you saying? He nearly choked on his next sip, quickly placing the cup down before he spilled it. His chair creaked as he leaned forward, his expression shifting from surprise to mild panic. That's not just audacious, lad, that's madness. You're talking about upending an entire economy. Alaric's gaze didn't even flicker as he replied, so what? Isn't my celestial salve audacious enough? It could even be considered witchcraft. That's not what I mean. Penn shook his head, sighing as he tried to calm himself. Think of how many enemies you're going to make. Even if you're going to use my influence, it's not enough to even budge Her Majesty. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples before throwing up his hands in frustration. You're talking about a system that fills the crown's coffers. That money isn't just disappearing into thin air. With slave trading alone, Bristol pays about $150,000 in annual tax. Penn continued. That money funds the crown's needs. No, that money funds wars, Alaric countered, folding his arms. His eyes flickered toward a contract atop Penn's desk. 40,000 celestial salves. Upfront payment will be given. He looked back at Penn. I always get 15 per vial, but how much are you selling them for? 25? That's £1 million right there. Look, Alaric continued, leaning forward. Whether you like it or not, the royal palace wants to go to war. Bristol's annual tax is a $150,000 through slavery, right? Alaric crossed his legs, swaying his foot playfully. 40,000 vials of celestial salve, free. Not within the next few years. I mean, now. You're insane, you know that. Penn ran a hand through his graying hair, shaking his head with a tired chuckle. However, if Her Majesty were to permit it, that 40,000 celestial salves will only give us 4 years of liberation, considering that the crown will want to maximize what they get and minimize what they'll give. Do you know how much uproar the country and its neighbors will have? 4 years is a lot of time, Alaric shrugged. I've come up with a couple of products that will sell much more than the celestial salve. Despite the weight of the conversation, he leaned back casually, his foot still moving lazily. The contrast between his carefree posture and Penn's mounting stress only sharpened the tension. And uproar? I don't care. Besides, Queen Anne won't even mind as long as he gets the money, or celestial salve. Plus, your influence in London could get bigger due to this. No. Penn shook his head and massaged his temples. I plan to go back to Pennsylvania once and for all after this year ends. Why in heavens are you doing this to me, Alaric? Come on, old man, don't tell me you're scared. Alaric's smirk widened. He leaned in, elbows on his knees, watching Penn struggle between amusement and frustration. Old? Who's old? You're old. Penn scoffed, sitting up straighter as if the mere suggestion offended him. He pointed a finger at Alaric. And I ain't scared, boy, and, you're going with me to London to discuss this with Her Majesty. I'm not dying alone. Alaric paused, then continued swaying his foot. London, I don't mind. The room fell into silence. Penn exhaled, finally nodding. His fingers drummed against the armrest as he mulled it over. Fine, but we'll need a damn good plan before we set foot in London. The king won't just shake our hands and say, well done. Glad you're on board. Hours passed as Alaric massaged his neck while walking through the streets of Hot Wells, near the river. That old Quaker certainly doesn't know how to take a break. Well, I guess, we're talking about abolishing slavery. He expanded his awareness, mapping half of Bristol's layout. Within that quiet focus, he could sense the unique presence of those around him. Rubens in the city center, probably buying something. Tholanese in the estate, as always. As he strolled, his thoughts continued. Multiple people are in the Penn estate, heading toward the mansion. They must be the ones Penn hired, and Caroline. His contemplation paused upon reaching the modest house he had gifted Caroline at her wedding with Edward a year ago. She's here. Inside, he found Caroline seated in a chair, her head resting on the table as tears fell. Poor you. Hey. Alaric announced his arrival. Caroline's eyes widened as she quickly wiped her tears. Ah, Alaric. She exclaimed. I've readied my things. Already. He raised an eyebrow as she moved toward 2 large bags that she couldn't possibly lift alone. I was going to help you pack, he offered. It's okay, I started as soon as I woke up, Caroline replied, attempting to lift one of the bags but failing. Let me. Seeing her struggle, Alaric stepped forward, grasping the strap in her hand and, with his other hand, easily taking hold of the second bag. Do you have anything else to bring? Caroline hesitated. Her first instinct to decline was overtaken by surprise at his effortless strength. No, that's all. Well then, let's go. As Alaric and Caroline crossed from Hot Wells to Clifton, curiosity stirred in Edward's wife. "Tell me, Alaric, what do you do?" she asked. The blonde, who was leading the way, slowed down slightly. "What do I do? Edward never told you anything." "I know you're William Penn's student or whatever. Edward told me about the Kenway family years ago," Caroline replied as they looked at Alaric's frame. "But, you seem muscular, wealthy, and generous. So, what do you do?" "I'll take that as a compliment," Alaric could only chuckle. "You could say that I helped the family going from rags to riches. I made the farm business with Penn as my mentor and business partner." "What about your physique?" Caroline asked as she looked at Alaric. "None of the Kenway family are as tall as you." "Edward's this tall," she joked, comically gesturing, "and you're gigantic." "Well, I do some light exercise here and there," Alaric replied as they found their way to the street near the Penn estate. "However, I'm not that tall. Haven't you seen Thulani during your wedding?" "Who?" "You know, that tall, dark-skinned guy." "Oh, the one that Avellini liked." Caroline recognized the moment Alaric said dark-skinned. "I agree, although, I think he's an outlier. He's a bear." "Yeah, wait," Alaric shook his head, processing what Caroline said. "Did you just say Avellini, your sister, likes Thulani? As in, romantically?" Caroline nodded. "However, my sister is sensitive of the social norms. I broke one while marrying Edward. Avellini doesn't really care, but she's afraid of breaking mother's heart." Alaric hummed thoughtfully before replying, "Your mother, Elizabeth, isn't troubled by social norms. We talked at your wedding, she was moved that her eldest daughter married for love, not because of an arranged match." "Really?" Caroline's eyes widened. "How come you never told me?" "You never asked," he smirked as they reached a massive wooden gate bearing an iron plaque, "Kenway Estate. We're here." "Good afternoon," a man dressed in a butler's livery greeted. "You must be Master Alaric Jonathan Kenway." "I am Jonathan Hugh, the newly hired butler of the Kenway Estate. I'm pleased to serve you and your family for the coming decades." Jonathan Hugh's light brown hair, brown eyes, and clean-shaven face lent him a composed, professional air beneath his friendly smile. "He looks dependable enough." "Jonathan Hugh, good afternoon to you as well," Alaric said with a nod. "Meet me in my office in the next 30 minutes. I have something to discuss with you." "Yes, master," Jonathan replied, maintaining his formality. "Please allow me to carry those bags for you." Alaric glanced from Jonathan to the heavy bags he had been holding. "Are you sure? They're quite heavy. I cannot let my master struggle with heavy objects when I can help." "Okay then," Alaric shrugged, releasing his grip. As Jonathan took hold of the bags, his eyes widened and he grunted. Noticing his struggle, Alaric grew concerned. "Are you okay? Here, let me." "No, master. I can carry this." Jonathan insisted, his face reddening. Please. I'll follow you." "Okay." Jonathan's persistence left Alaric with little choice. Caroline, watching the exchange, shifted her gaze between the two. While they walked, Caroline asked, "Just how strong are you, Alaric?" "I don't know," he replied with a light tone. Caroline shook her head, momentarily unsatisfied with his answer. But then her attention was captured by the scene ahead. Before her stretched a vast mansion, bordered by gardens and fields where wheat, barley, and tobacco swayed with a gentle rhythm. "Heavens!" Caroline gasped, covering her mouth. "This is the Kenway Estate," she whispered in awe. "Yes, welcome to Narnia. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 40, Chapter 39, Jonathan Hugh. Current balance, 2,300,571 1D. 73, 618, 290R. Oh my. Caroline. Alaric watched as Caroline was approached by Bernard and Lynette. He could see that they were hugging her when she told them the reason why she was here. Deciding not to bother the three for now, Alaric moved to Leonard and Eleanor, who were spectating from a distance within the grand hall. "Ah, Alaric, son." Leonard smiled as he saw how amazing his son turned out to be. "You've helped our family once again." "Nah, I'm just doing what needs to be done." "No, son," Eleanor shook her head as she grabbed Alaric's arm and hugged it while looking at Caroline and her in-laws. "You've been helping us all from the start." Yeah, Alaric was a little bit uncomfortable with her affection but didn't mind it. He didn't have a mother growing up, so he was going to value these kinds of interaction with his family. "I'm going to protect the family that Cammy has given me. I didn't have one in my previous life, I'm sure as hell not going to lose this one here," he thought as he spectated the crying Caroline. "Poor woman. I get the urge to fucking punch that bastard Edward in the gut." Language, Alaric. What? I'm 18. I'm your mother. Minutes later, knock knock. "Come in, Jonathan." "Ah, yes, master." Alaric was calmly sitting behind his desk as the butler walked towards him, and stopped in front. "Is there anything you need, master?" "I'm just going to ask you one question." Alaric smiled as he played with his quill pen. "First, introduce yourself to me, tell me of your origins." "Yes," the butler nodded and cleared his throat. "I am Jonathan Hugh, 25 years of age. I was born and raised in a modest household in Cardiff, Wales. Following the passing of my parents, it was my elder brothers who took on the responsibility of raising me. I have never attended a formal school however, I passed multiple examinations during my 7-year apprenticeship as a butler, which I commenced at the age of 14. I went on to serve as a butler for the Jenkins family in Cardiff, under the household of John Jenkins, the family head. During my 2nd year of service, a most disgraceful incident occurred. The head butler committed a grievous act, peering upon the lady of the house in her chambers during the night. The household was thrown into alarm, with only a single clue to the culprit's identity. He had been seen wearing a butler's uniform. When we were all gathered for questioning, the head butler himself was the first to accuse me, shouting my name and pointing the blame in my direction. Though I protested my innocence, the family head would hear none of it, and I was cast out from their service. With no other recourse, I journeyed to London in search of a new household to serve. Yet, as I soon discovered, securing employment as a butler was no simple task, even in a city abundant with affluent families. Thus, to sustain myself, I took up work as a tavern keeper in London. Years passed, and at last, I had saved enough to make my way here to Bristol. It was then that I had the great fortune of being hired by Sire William Penn to serve as your butler. That's quite sad, Alaric, who was patiently listening, commented. Ah, yes. Jonathan smiled. However, I am here now, eternally grateful for being able to serve a family such as yours, Master Kenway. Alaric nodded, then sighed. You had a question, Master? Jonathan smiled and Alaric looking at him silently. Sire. Yeah, I was touched by your story, Jonathan. Alaric stated as he finally stopped playing with his quill pen and smirked at the Jonathan. But tell me, what's an assassin like you, playing butler? Jonathan could only widen his eyes in response, but then furrowed as he reached for the insides of his butler's coat, wanting to grab a small dagger to throw. However, he widened his eyes again as he couldn't pull out the dagger hidden inside his coat. Not wasting his time pulling it out, he ran towards Alaric and used the momentum to leap, charging towards the blonde while triggering the mechanism of his hidden blade. Until, it didn't. He couldn't feel the blade coming out of the mechanism. However, he had no other choice as he was mid-air, so he decided to just lunge himself towards his enemy. Ugh. Both Alaric and Jonathan grunted as they fell on the floor. Alaric kicked Jonathan's face as the latter winced in pain. Doing what best in this situation, Jonathan got up from his position while Alaric did the same. You Templar dogs. Jonathan yelled as he kicked the desk as it crashed towards Alaric, who grunted once more. I'll have you all killed. Alaric widened his eyes. He ducked against a punch to the face as the assassin was on top of the desk. Not wasting time, he punched Jonathan's ribs, earning him a gasp in return. He then pushed the desk, breaking Jonathan's balance. Alaric ran towards the seats, away from the desk as Jonathan finally got up and recovered his breath. Why the hell are you targeting me? Alaric spat as Jonathan ran towards him with gritted teeth. The assassin flicked his forearm as the mechanism finally activated, revealing the hidden blade that didn't work minutes ago. Alaric, who didn't know what to do, ran towards the bookshelves behind the seats and grabbed some books to throw towards Jonathan. However, this distraction did not work as Jonathan could be seen unaffected as he neared the blonde. Die, Templar. Jonathan screamed as he plunged his hidden blade onto Alaric's chest, where the heart was located. Alaric widened his eyes as he looked at the wound, then raised his head to meet Jonathan's gaze. I wish you eternity in hell, Jonathan sneered as he retracted the hidden blade, while the blonde's body fell on the floor. Thud. With that, Jonathan sighed a deep breath as he glared at the lifeless body. Alaric Jonathan Kenway, dead. I heard there was a slave in one of the rooms. I need to free him, Jonathan murmured as he adjusted his hidden blade and the hidden dagger within his coat. Planning to use the windows to climb down, Jonathan inspected his hidden blade one more time before turning around. His eyes widened as he was met with a sight that he couldn't believe, even if he saw what he was seeing. Alaric Jonathan Kenway, the man who he killed, was in the same position as to when he had entered the office, sitting behind the desk. Alaric was playing with his quill pen, spinning it around his fingers while his eyes were shining blood red with some sort of pattern spinning slowly. Jonathan couldn't even gasp, grunt, shout, or let out a single noise as he couldn't control his lungs not breathing due to fear. He was then able to notice that there were no damage on the surroundings. There were no signs of fighting, no books were scattered, nothing. Jonathan slowly looked behind him. Underneath, were no body. Hey. He could finally yell while gripping the sides of his head, as his reality was going upside down. Alaric was quietly spinning the quill pen as he was having a crisis with his own perception. What is going on? What the hell is happening? Why is he sitting there? We fought. I killed him. His body was right behind me. I used my hidden blade to kill him. I don't understand. 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 He finally yelled as he gasped. He couldn't breathe from all the thoughts that were bouncing in his head. Of course you don't. Jonathan raised his gaze to meet Alaric's, only for him to see a smirk. Anyways, I like your story. It's good that you were honest with the introduction, the blonde said as he finally placed the quill pen aside. You do your butler duty from early morning until 5 p.m. After that, you'll train with Ruben and Thulani. Your skills are below than my expectations, Alaric continued as he got up from his seat and walked towards Jonathan. I wonder why an assassin's targeting me. Shouldn't they know of my identity through Solomon or Helena? That's weird. The assassin's gaze never left the blondes as he finally saw the towering figure of Alaric after the latter neared him. Bye-bye now, was all Jonathan heard as Alaric's smile was the last thing on his vision before everything went dark. What did you do to him? Ruben, who was behind the curtain the entire time, finally got outside of his cover. I don't know, he suddenly went crazy after introducing himself. Alaric grinned while the former bald head shook his head. Anyways, you bring this guy to his quarters. I have things to do. Fine. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 41, Chapter 40, Products, 1. Current balance, 2,300,571 1D. 73, 618, 290R. Nighttime. Alaric was alone in his office as he browsed the system interface on items that he could use to sell. There are lots of things here, he thought as he mentally scrolled down while playing with the quill pen. Okay, I've decided to choose these. Ichiraku Ramen Instant Noodle Cups, a ready-to-eat ramen kit inspired by Naruto's favorite dish, featuring authentic flavors and collectible packaging that reflects the iconic Ichiraku ramen shop. 10x, 2D. Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce, a spicy condiment that draws inspiration from the Uchiha clan's passionate legacy. This hot sauce blends fiery peppers and secret spices to deliver a burst of heat and flavor. 7D. Kunoichi Beauty Mask, commonly used by kunoichis, this rejuvenating face mask uses ingredients sourced from traditional remedies to help purify and refresh the skin. Packaged in elegant, collectible containers, it taps into the allure of secret beauty rituals passed down among ninja clans. 5x, 2s. Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea Bags, a premium tea blend that combines rare herbs reminiscent of the meditative practices of Jiraiya. Every brew offers a unique, soothing flavor profile, and the packaging encourages fans to collect and share the story behind each blend. 1 box, 10 tea bags, 3s. I'm surprised of the names, it doesn't feel real. Alaric thought as he shook his head. It doesn't matter. As long as I make money off of these, I'll take them. Ichiraku Ramen Instant Noodle Cups, 10x, 3D. Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce, 7D. Kunoichi Beauty Mask, 5x, 2s. 3D. Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea, 1 box, 3s. SIXS, 1D. Current balance, 2,300,571 5s. 0D. 73, 618, 280R. Buying one of each, Alaric closed the system interface as the items appeared on top of the desk out of thin air. I'll name the Ichiraku Ramen Instant Noodle Cups as Ramen, Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce will be Hot Sauce, he thought while looking at the items. Konuaki Beauty Mask will be Beauty Mask, and lastly, the Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea will be named as Celestial Tea. Getting out a piece of paper from the compartment of his desk, Alaric wrote a few things in relation to the items in front of him. Ramen Cup, premium food for cheap price. 2D. Per PC. Hot sauce, spicy sauce for dishes. Caution, keep out of reach from children. 3s. Per PC. Beauty mask, apply on face for 15 minutes before removing. Caution, keep out of reach from children. 10s. Per PC. Celestial tea, premium tea that promotes calmness and has soothing aroma, 5 per box. After writing all these down, Alaric nodded in content. I haven't tasted the ramen, hot sauce, and celestial tea bag, he thought, looking at them. Let's test them with the others. Knock knock. Great timing, Alaric smirked as he called. Come in. The door to his office opened, revealing a haggard Jonathan as the assassin closed the door after coming in. You calm now. Jonathan didn't reply but kept walking, and stopped in front of Alaric. Who are you? He questioned, trying to maintain his composure. What are you? You already know my name though. Alaric smirked, folding his arms. I'm a human, like you. Lies. The assassin screamed, those eyes. What eyes? Alaric raised a brow, as his eyes were clearly blue. Anyways, answer me. I thought news fly fast, don't the assassin brotherhood know of my existence already? The youngest Kenway questioned as the man in front of him furrowed his brows. Yes, years ago. Jonathan replied, still glaring at Alaric. The brotherhood received a letter from Helena, a child by the name Alaric. Jonathan Kenway had the physical abilities and thought process of an adult, killing a Templar. I came to recruit you to our brotherhood, however, Jonathan murmured but sneered on the last part. You're dangerous. You're working with William Penn, a man of the Templar Order. Why did you sell yourself to the Templar Order despite knowing the truth? Do you wish to have everything under your control as well? Alaric didn't reply as he let the man finish. Not once did he cut off Jonathan's statements and questions. Figures. I know I can't kill you, but don't think nothing will happen by leaving me alive. What do you think will happen? Alaric finally spoke. What's your rank in the Brotherhood, anyway? Since you couldn't kill me, did you plan to kill my family? He sighed and shook his head in disappointment. You couldn't even spot my disciple when he was hiding in the curtains when you lost your head. Your head would be falling the moment you show hostility on anyone here. Alaric pointed his finger to the curtain behind him, where Reuben was hiding when Jonathan confronted Alaric a while ago. If I were you, what would you do to kill me? Alaric cupped his chin in a thinking position. Poison my food? Nah, poison doesn't work on me. Shoot me with a flintlock pistol? Too slow. Nah, you can't kill me. Assassins are good at gathering information, but I guess not you, Jonathan. Alaric sighed then stared at the assassin's eyes. William Penn is not a part of the Templar Order. However, he is under the command of King William III, who may or may not be a part of the said order. I am neither a Templar, nor an assassin. Then what are you a part of? Jonathan doubted but asked. Someone as wealthy as you should be backed by an organization of some kind. None. I'm not a part of anything. Alaric smiled and got up from his seat to look at the moon behind the window. I'm just someone trying to be as wealthy as possible, and organizations? I don't need that. I have a rich and influential business partner called William Penn. What organizations do I need? You better thank whatever god you worship that you didn't kill him. I would have tortured you and annihilated your entire brotherhood. Alaric continued, then turned his head to look at the assassin. Despite the Kenway's light attitude, Jonathan felt the weight of the words he received. Anyways, why don't you boil some water and bring the 2 kettles in here? Call everyone here the moment you come back, Alaric ordered while folding his arms. Reuben and Philony, too, bring some cooked meat, and teacups for everyone while you're at it. What? What do you mean, what? Alaric raised a single brow. You're still the butler of this family. Ah, yes. I mean, Jonathan composed himself up as he hesitantly nodded. Right away. The assassin's response made Alaric chuckle as he shook his head and turned his sight to the moon. I wonder if there's someone like Kagaya that's sealed in the moon, or people like Toneri living there. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 42, Chapter 41, Products, 2, End Plan. Current balance, 2,300,571 fives. 0D. 73, 618, 280R. A squeak could be heard as the door to Alaric's office with many people coming inside. The hinges should be oiled. It's still considered new, what the fuck? Alaric thought as he glanced at the people in front of him. Lad, you called us. What's this about, Laric? You need something, son. Everyone's called. Multiple voices of his parents, uncle, aunt, Caroline were heard while Reuben and Philony just went inside silently. Jonathan, who was first to enter and last to arrive, finally made his way beside Alaric with a service trolley on his hands. I've done everything you told me to. Master. The butler. Alaric nodded at Jonathan and cleared his throat, gathering everyone's attention. I've called all of you tonight as I made multiple products for our Kenway family to sell, he started as they listened to him. Jonathan, please gather these items in front of me and place them on top of the coffee table, Alaric instructed as he stood up, grabbing the handle of the service trolley, and walked towards them. Sit down guys. All of them sat down on the sofa and seats at the center of the office aside from Reuben and Philony as there were no more seats available. Alaric stopped by the table, placing the cooked venison at the center. Jonathan then went beside him to arrange the items he took from the desk beside the cooked venison. What are these? Bernard asked while looking at the items and cooked venison. If you're just going to eat, I'll be off. No, Alaric shook his head as he grabbed the cup of ramen from the table. After peeling back the paper lid halfway, everyone could see a small packet inside the cup on top of what looked like yellow worms. This is ramen. Alaric tore open the small packet and spilled the contents into the cup. He gave the cup a gentle shake, making sure the seasoning was spread evenly over the noodles. Next, he turned to the kettle, which had been sitting on the trolley. Alaric grabbed it calmly, his hand wrapped around the metal handle. The steam rose in small clouds as he tilted the kettle over the cup. He poured the hot water slowly, watching as it streamed into the cup, while the noodles floated up to the surface. He filled it until the water level reached about 2/3 of the cup. Alaric placed the kettle back down and took a step back, watching the water mix with the seasoning and noodles. The heat of the water instantly softened the noodles as he used the lid that wasn't peeled all the way to cover the cup of ramen. He placed a spoon to put some weight on the lid. Alaric then placed the cup of ramen aside. He then turned to Jonathan and signaled him to follow with the other cups as the butler nodded, albeit hesitantly. Set the ramen cups aside for 3 minutes after you're finished. Alaric then grabbed the hot sauce and opened the lid, making everyone turn their attention towards it. This is hot sauce. It's a sauce that adds some spice on dishes, he said as he poured some beside the venison. Seeing as Jonathan was busy with filling the ramen cups, Alaric grabbed a knife and cut some small parts of the venison skillfully. Everyone try dipping some venison on that sauce. Alaric smiled as everyone looked at him. What about that, ramen? Why did you set it aside? What did you do to it? Alaric shook his head from the barrage of questions and remained calm. The ramen cup needs at least 3 minutes to fully cook itself. Try the sauce first. Sure. It's not like we'll die from some ingredient. It's Alaric we're talking about. As everyone neared the vention, grabbing a small piece and dipped it into the sauce, they looked the food on their hands and hesitantly ate them. Heavens. Caroline was the first to react as she widened her eyes and looked at Alaric. You made this. Uh-huh. Alaric nodded while opening the box of celestial tea. This is delicious. Oh my. Even Reuben, whose face always looked either calm or pissed off, widened his eyes. Their faces were a little red and hot from the spice, but they didn't mind it. Leonard, who was always silent, immediately grabbed the knife and made more slices of the venison. Everyone took every slice he made, making him pissed off. Stop. However, none of them stopped eating. Seconds later, only a slice was left. This made Leonard glare at everyone, but dipped the last slice and ate it anyways. During all the commotion, Alaric finished dipping all the tea bags in the cups filled with hot water. It seems everyone loved the hot sauce. He smirked as he introduced the next product. These are teas I harvest from far away. Far away. Alaric nodded at the question without missing a beat. I call these celestial tea. However, let's wait a few minutes for the tea bags to fully steep in the cups. Okay. Lynette spoke, but as soon as the aroma from the tea filled the air, she widened her eyes. Is the pleasant smell from the tea? Yes, Alaric nodded and smiled. I haven't tried these products. I don't need to, I know they're good. But, Master, 3 minutes have passed. Alaric nodded to the butler and signaled for the butler to serve the ramen cups to everyone, Jonathan included. The youngest Kenway took a look at everyone. They no longer had doubt and hesitation in their eyes, no. They were filled with excitement as all of them salivated at the smell of the ramen cups they were holding. Everyone ate their cups and widened their eyes. Although they didn't say anything, Alaric could see that they loved it as they finished their cups quickly. Damn. Bernard shouted. I know I said I was full, but this is damn delicious. Everyone agreed but were still eating their fill. Alaric couldn't help but chuckle. However, he too enjoyed the ramen cup on his hand. This brings back memories, though I don't miss my NEET life at all. Minutes passed as everyone finished their cups as Alaric turned to Jonathan, and could only chuckle as the butler looked at him like he was a missing son who just found his home. Jonathan, help me with the teas please. Ah, yes master. Jonathan sat aside his finished ramen cup as both him and Alaric were giving out the teacups. Minutes ago, he hesitated to call me master. But Alaric shook his head at Jonathan's 180 personality change. Finally. Lynette murmured as she received the small plate under the teacup. Celestial tea, this is not a scream. She closed her eyes. She let out a satisfied long sigh after sipping some of the celestial tea. This is celestial. She smiled, finding the word true to its name. Celestial indeed. When are we gonna sell these? Tomorrow. Alaric chuckled at their response. Relax. I'm going to dig a huge hole underground, near the vault. By the time I finish with that, we'll start selling. Dig. Underground. What do you mean? You'll see. Anyways, Alaric smiled as he grabbed the last item on the coffee table. This is beauty mask. Beauty mask. This will sell well amongst the ladies. Alaric continued and opened the tiny packet of the said mask. This one improves the texture of the skin and makes it glow, removing impurities from the surface of the skin. This is best used in the night. Skin. Not food. Honey. Sorry, dear. Alaric chuckled as he neared his mother. Eleanor, look up for a second. Okay. Eleanor was confused but complied. Seeing as his mother extended her neck, Alaric pulled out a white mask from the packet that was slimy. This may feel a bit odd, but bear with me. Eleanor nodded as her son applied the beauty mask and spread it across her face gently. You have to keep this on for 15 minutes, Alaric instructed as everyone observed quietly. After that, dispose of the mask immediately. Any more than 15 minutes and there will be side effects. Alaric spoke as Eleanor widened her eyes. Does that mean something will happen to my face if I remove them too late? Well, you keep the mask for 20 minutes, at most, Alaric replied. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. Anyways, after removing the mask, don't remove the slimy substance that will be on your face. Just air dry it and sleep right after. While waiting for the 15 minutes, Alaric got up and went behind his desk. Opening a compartment, he secretly purchased the items he bought and placed them on top of the desk, acting like he took them from the compartment. Ichiraku Ramen Instant Noodle Cups 30x, 9D. Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce 8x, 4s, 8D. Kunoichi Beauty Mask 5x, 2s, 3D. Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea 1 box, 1 7s, 1 15s, 3D. Current balance 2,300,569 9s, 9D. 73, 618, 224R. These are for you guys, including you, Jonathan, Alaric said as he finished placing everything on the desk. Please help me in distributing to everyone. Yes, master. Jonathan excitedly went and grabbed the items, handing them to each of the people present. Make sure that the hot sauce is on the dining table every day. Yes, master. Alaric nodded and looked at the piece of paper that had the contents of his writing, grabbing it and made everyone read them one by one. When I finish drilling underground, let's start selling. That's all for tonight, you guys can go now, aside from Reuben, Thulani, and Jonathan. It was still night. The estate was silent, its occupants asleep, except for Alaric, Reuben, Thulani, and Jonathan. Are you speaking the truth? Do I look like someone who makes up nonsense? Jonathan stared into Alaric's eyes, processing the intel he had just received. The names, locations, and roles of every high-ranking Templar in Bristol. Reuben had already briefed Thulani. They sparred daily, after all. Tonight, we execute them all, every last one who stands in our way, Alaric stated, arms crossed. They're the key figures in the slave trade here in Bristol. What? Jonathan gasped. Tonight? Why so suddenly? Everyone turned to him. The hesitation in his voice made him the outlier of the group. Alaric let the silence stretch before standing up. You can stay if you want. Reuben and Thulani are used to my decisions. Jonathan clenched his fists, but before he could respond, Alaric shook his head. His gaze shifted to the moon outside the window before locking onto Jonathan again. A butler who can't fight in unpredictable situations won't be able to protect this estate. A pause. Decide now. Are you in, or not? Alaric smirked. Jonathan's pride as an assassin flared. Give me a few minutes to get ready, he said, then turned for the door. You're not even ready. Alaric teased. You have to be prepared at all times, even here in the mansion. You never know when a maid's going to stab you in the back. Jonathan didn't reply. He only gave Alaric a firm nod before disappearing down the hall. As the door clicked shut, Reuben and Thulani chuckled. You're too hard on the bastard. He's just a butler, Alaric. I know, but... Alaric shook his head, amusement flickering in his eyes as he sat back down. What I said was true. He needs to be ready. We don't know how many enemies we'll make. Yeah. Reuben nodded, then leaned forward. We're going on that journey soon, right? You told us a year ago. This was true. Alaric told both Reuben and Thulani that they were going to journey towards London, then to Italy, then towards the south of the Ottoman Empire. Alaric hummed. Yes, so you best prepare. He then turned to Thulani. Though I might not bring you with me. Thulani blinked. What? Why? Well, you're in love, Alaric smirked, watching the man freeze. Caroline told me Avelini likes you too. Don't tell me you're planning to leave her behind. Thulani's face fell. He hesitated before mumbling. It's forbidden. She's from an influential family. And I'm a slave. Oi, musclehead, did you miss the part where Avelini likes you too? Reuben groaned. I'm so jealous I could die. And you're saying you're just gonna leave her. Don't butt in. Thulani shot him a glare, but Reuben only scoffed. Look, she likes you, you like her. End of story. Reuben sighed, then shot a glance at Alaric before turning back to Thulani. Besides, her father's one of our targets tonight. You sure you want to leave her fatherless? You could be her daddy. Thulani stiffened. Even with his dark skin, the faintest blush could be seen. Stop, how can I love her when I'm guilty of conspiring against her father? Silence. Alaric shrugged. That's up to you. But her father? He asked for it. I don't see how she'd forgive me. Then don't tell her. Knock, knock. The door opened, revealing Jonathan, now clad in his assassin garbs. I'm ready. He frowned when he noticed Alaric, Reuben, and Thulani were still in their normal clothes, weapons nowhere in sight. Are we still doing this? Of course, Alaric said, standing up and moving to his desk. I don't even need a weapon, but I'll bring one, just in case. Resting on the desk was Sasuke's Kuzenage. Alaric picked it up, unsheathing the blade with a smooth shhhk. The steel gleamed under the dim light. A blade. Jonathan muttered as Reuben and Thulani nodded. He calls it Kuzenage, Reuben explained, eyeing the weapon. Apparently, it's a grass-cutting sword. It has no hilt, Thulani added, arms crossed. But don't let that fool you. Last time I saw Alaric use it, he sliced tree trunks with a flick of his wrist. Jonathan's brows furrowed as he stared at the sword. That's impossible. Alaric admired the blade for a moment longer before sheathing it. I'm ready. Reuben and Thulani nodded their heads, as the former walked towards the door. Reuben and Thulani nodded, and Reuben stepped toward the door. Reuben, take out the Templar in Easton. Jonathan, you handle the one in Long Ashton. Thulani, the docks, clear out the slave traders. Alaric's tone was firm. I'll kill Emmett Scott and have a little chat with Edward Colston. Then, his gaze flicked back to Thulani, then to everyone, a smirk playing on his lips. And once you're all done with your part, meet me at the Colston estate. I'll have a once-in-a-lifetime gift for our friend, Thulani. I don't care what methods you use, make sure they're dead. Am I making myself clear? Yes. Alright, let's go. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 43, Chapter 42, Emmett's Death. Current balance, 2,300,569 9s. 9D. 73, 618, 224R. As everyone split up to their respective targets, Alaric walked through the quiet streets of Bristol. Despite being a city, Bristol at night was empty and silent. No street lamps, no artificial glow, just the faint flicker of candlelight through windows and the occasional torch-lit alley. I mean, it ain't 21st century. He glanced up. The sky stretched wide and open, the stars were shining without obstruction. Alaric always admired the view of the sky and celestial bodies at night as every constellation stood out, clear and bright. I should summon embers here once in a while. The phoenix would probably love it. His steps slowed as he reached his destination. A modest, well-kept house stood before him, blending into the row of homes along Hawklands Lane. This was where Emmett Scott was hiding. Alaric cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as a smirk played on his lips. A window could be seen open as a familiar signature could be felt. Now let's play a little game. Puff. Emmett was inside his office, drinking tea while checking some papers and signing some contracts. Today had been terrible for him. He waited until dawn and there were no fire that could be seen within the upper side of Clifton. He also didn't receive any news from the men he and his other Templar allies sent. A few hours ago, they held a Templar meeting and everyone showed signs of distress. Even if losing 50 men within Bristol wasn't a significant amount, losing them in a simple mission was considered odd, if not, impossible. Edward Colston and the other high-ranked Templars pressured Emmett into finding out what's going on. However, they didn't even need to pressure him as Emmett too wanted to know what the hell is going on. How could 50 men disappear without a word from the Kenway estate? Emmett thought as paused from his work. It's mind-boggling. Is there some kind of military protecting that estate? Did the men took their chance on leaving after receiving the pay up front? He continued, staring at a wall. Even Tom, Julian, and Wilson, did they betray me too? Or did they die there? I'm losing my mind. He gripped his quill pen as he grit teeth and threw the pen towards the wall. Not hearing a single bounce, he raised his head only to widen his eyes as a man wearing a Templar uniform could be seen. Who? Emmett trailed as he could now clearly see the man's face. The man had black hair, and a mustache. You know, it's waste throwing away such fine quill pen, you mind if I keep it? Who are you? Emmett furrowed his brows. How come someone as lowly as a Templar guard breaking his way inside my house? Calm down, will ya? Yelling won't help you. The Templar guard grinned as he walked towards Emmett. Bang! The door to Emmett's office opened loudly as a woman could be seen. Honey, I heard screaming, what's going on? Who is that? Elizabeth, Emmett's wife and Caroline's mother, became alerted while Emmett and the man turned their heads towards her. Oh, this is a nice setup, the man smirked as he turned his head back towards Emmett. As to why I'm here, the Order's upset with you. Upset? I've donated a huge portion of my wealth for the cause, and the Order is upset. Emmett yelled as he balled his fist. I've offered most of my life for the Templar Order, and they're upset. What do I know? I'm just someone they sent. The man shrugged, then suddenly slammed his boot against the desk. Crash. The heavy wooden desk lurched forward, barreling into Emmett before he could react. His eyes widened in shock as it rammed into his chest, knocking the air out of his lungs and pinning him against the wall. Arg! Emmett screamed in agony, his bones creaking under the weight of the impact. Elizabeth gasped, horror flashing in her eyes. Emmett. She took a step forward, but fear rooted her to the spot. Emmett panted heavily, struggling to push the desk off, but his arms trembled, weak, useless against the force crushing him. He lifted his head, eyes pleading. Please don't touch me. The man chuckled, stepping closer. Elizabeth's voice cracked as she begged, please, don't kill him. Tool do anything. But the man didn't stop. Instead, his face began to change. Skin shifting, bones contorting. Emmett's breath hitched as the features twisted and reshaped into something familiar. Someone familiar. His pupils shrank in terror. His lips trembled. Why you? Crack. A brutal fist smashed into Emmett's face, his head snapping back. Before he could even slump forward, a sharp, precise motion followed a swift, horizontal slash across his throat. Not with a blade, but with the man's own hand. Blood sprayed as Emmett let out a garbled gasp, his body convulsing for a second before going limp. Elizabeth's shriek tore through the room. The man, no, Alaric, stepped back, letting his face morph once more, concealing his identity. He turned to the sobbing woman, his expression unreadable. I'm sorry, he said, voice quiet. It's nothing personal. And with that, he leapt toward the open window, vanishing into the night. Elizabeth collapsed to the floor, her body shaking. She tried to breathe, but each breath felt like a struggle. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her chest, her vision blurred. She muttered, almost inaudibly, Templars. Order. Despite Alaric jumping outside the window, he didn't really run away. He just left the poor Elizabeth alone on the second floor as he had other plans. Stepping lightly across the damp grass, he circled back to the front of the house, his boots making almost no sound against the cobblestone path. This time, he entered through the door. Inside, the house was silent. Not the comforting kind, but the tense, eerie quiet of a place that had just witnessed death. Elizabeth was still upstairs, likely in shock, while the servants, frozen in fear, remained in their quarters. None of them would dare to move, not after hearing Emmett's final scream. Alaric closed his eyes for a moment. He could sense the presence of every soul inside the house, but they were irrelevant. His focus was on something else. Now where could it be? His gaze swept the grand interior, past the polished furniture and gilded paintings. Emmett was a high-ranking Templar and a very wealthy tea merchant, which meant one thing: money. Lots of it. And it had to be stored somewhere secure. Then, his eyes landed on a door. A simple wooden one, but one that seemed oddly out of place among the lavish decor. Bingo. He approached and pulled it open, revealing a narrow stairway leading downward. The air grew cooler as he descended, the scent of damp stone filling his lungs. Reaching the bottom, he was greeted by the sight of a massive iron vault. Thick, reinforced, and secured with multiple locks. A normal man would have struggled to break in. However, this was Alaric. Rolling his shoulders, he stepped forward, placing both hands on the heavy locks. With a slight surge of chakra, his fingers dug into the metal. Then, with a sharp snap, he tore them off like they were made of paper. The locks clattered to the ground, useless. He smirked, grabbed the vault handle, and pulled it open. Whoosh! The dim basement light reflected off a sight that would make any common man weep. Stacks of massive gold bars lined the walls. Wooden chests, no doubt filled with thousands of pounds, sat in neat rows. And in the corner, an entire shelf dedicated to an extravagant tea collection, some of which likely cost more than an average family's yearly earnings. Alaric let out a low whistle. Well, of course, he's rich. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and began touching everything in sight, selling off the tea collection and transferring the bulk of the money into his system. Plus 85,000. Current balance, 2,385,569 nines. 9D. 76, 338, 224R. As he finished, he glanced at the remaining wealth, his expression thoughtful. Let's leave some for Elizabeth and Avelini. I can't leave them both moneyless just because Emmett was a bad husband and father. Satisfied, he turned on his heel and strode out of the basement, closing the vault door behind him, not that it mattered anymore. Exiting the house with an extra 85,000 to his name, he stretched his arms as he yawned. Edward Colston, here I come. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 44, Chapter 43, Thulani and Ruben's POVs. Current balance, 2,385,569 nines. 9D. 76, 338, 224R. The Bristol docks reeked of salt, damp wood, and the lingering stench of unwashed bodies. Thulani moved through the shadows, his dark skin blending seamlessly in the night. The waters washed gently against the wooden posts, masking the faint sound of his boots against the planks. He took a slow breath, his grip tightening around the hilt of his greatsword, resting at his back. Ahead of him, a single brig was docked beside the port. Lanterns flickered along its rails, illuminating the figures of guards and slavers. Thulani had seen men like them before. He had suffered under their hands. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then, like a rush of clarity washing over him, his world changed. The darkness around him bled into gold and blue hues. The ship, the docks, the people, everything was bathed in an ethereal glow, yet some stood out more than others. Figures shrouded in a red hue. 50 of them. Alaric had trained him and Reuben to their absolute limits, and in doing so, unlocked something inside them, a sixth sense that allowed them to perceive what others could not. It was as if the world spoke to him in whispers only he could hear, showing him dangers, hidden paths, and the truths men wished to conceal. His jaw clenched. 50 men. Again. It was just like yesterday when he and Reuben had fought through an entire force of armed men. But this time, he was alone. He exhaled, opening his eyes. The golden glow faded, leaving only the dimly lit brig before him. It was time. Thulani moved silently, slipping past the first two guards stationed near the loading ramp. As he approached the ship, he grabbed a loose rope hanging from the mast and pulled himself up silently, climbing onto the deck. The first man never saw it coming. Shink. Thulani swung his greatsword in an arc, slicing through flesh and bone as easily as cutting through butter. The man gurgled, his body going limp as blood splattered onto the deck. What the dash? The second guard barely had time to react before Thulani grabbed his face and slammed it into the wooden railing. A sickening crack followed as his skull caved under the force. Thulani didn't even blink. The alarm was raised before he could strike down another. Shouts echoed across the brig as men rushed onto the deck, cutlasses drawn. It's a raid. One of them shouted. Thulani rolled his shoulders, shifting his stance. His greatsword was massive, powerful, but limited in a fight like this. Against overwhelming numbers, he needed to be smart. The first wave came. 5 men charged him at once. Thulani swung low, sweeping his blade in a wide arc. 2 men screamed as their legs were cleaved clean off. Before the others could react, he dashed forward, driving his knee into another man's gut. The slaver bended over, wheezing, just in time for Thulani to grab his cutlass and slash his throat open. A blade came from behind as Thulani spun, barely dodging the attack. He twisted his body, letting go of his greatsword, and drove his elbow into the attacker's ribs. The man stumbled, and in one fluid motion, Thulani yanked the cutlass from a corpse and drove it through the slaver's chest. His greatsword was powerful, but his fists were just as deadly. More came. 10, 15. The deck turned into chaos. Steel clashed. Sparks flew. Thulani weaved between strikes, using his environment to his advantage. A slaver lunged, but Thulani grabbed his wrist, twisted, and snapped the bone in half before shoving his cutlass through his throat. Another came from his side as he ducked, grabbed a loose chain, and wrapped it around the man's neck, choking him before kicking him overboard. Blood slicked the deck, but the fight wasn't over. He fought his way below deck, where the cramped corridors made wielding his greatsword difficult. He switched tactics, using cutlasses, daggers, even his fists. He drove a knee into a man's stomach, flipping him over his shoulder before stomping his head into the ship's wooden floor. Another slaver slashed at him, but Thulani caught the blade between his palms, twisted it free, and plunged it into the man's eye socket. His body burned with exertion, but he pushed forward, cutting down the last few men before silence finally settled over the ship. The only sounds that remained were the heavy breathing of freed slaves, their wide eyes staring at him in disbelief. Thulani turned to the last door, the captain's cabin. He kicked it open. Inside, the captain sat behind his desk, his hands trembling as he reached for a pistol. The moment his eyes landed on Thulani, they widened in horror. Slave. Thulani didn't respond. He raised his greatsword like javelin and threw it towards the captain. The massive blade cut through the air, impaling the captain straight through the heart, pinning him against the wooden wall. The pistol slipped from his grip, clattering uselessly onto the floor as his mouth opened in a silent scream. And just like that, it was over. Thulani stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword and yanking it free. The captain's lifeless body slumped forward while blood pooled beneath him. He turned to the freed slaves. Their eyes were still filled with shock, some with fear, others with hope. "Wait here," he ordered. His voice was firm, steady. "Defend yourselves if anyone tries to board. Use the weapons around you. I'll return." They nodded, some grabbing cutlasses from the corpses around them. Thulani exhaled and stepped back onto the deck, the night air cool against his sweat-slicked skin. His task was done. Now, it was time for the next. He leapt off the ship and stretched his muscles. "Alaric said to go the Colston estate after I'm done here, right?" Reuben crouched on the rooftop, his black cloak blending in the night as he scanned the streets below. He was in Easton, watching a two-story house gifted by Edward Colston to one of his top Templar allies. Modest compared to the grand estates of Bristol's elite, but well-guarded, at least, against ordinary people. 10 guards patrolled the perimeter while a single figure moved on the highest floor. Reuben smirked. "That must be my target." His fingers brushed against the cool steel of his throwing daggers hidden beneath his cloak. His main daggers rested at his waist, ready. "I'm not gonna waste my time and let them sound the alarm. They would all die quietly." The first guard stood near the entrance, yawning, his musket resting lazily on his shoulder. Reuben didn't give him a chance to react. A throwing dagger whistled through the air and embedded itself in the guard's throat. The man let out a choked gurgle and collapsed onto the ground as his own blood was pooling beneath him. While that happened, Reuben was already moving. 2 more guards patrolled the side of the house. One turned the corner just as Reuben landed silently behind him. With a flick of his wrist, his dagger sliced clean through the man's spine. The guard crumpled without a sound. The second one had just enough time to widen his eyes before Reuben lunged. A quick slash across the throat. Blood sprayed against the wooden wall as the man collapsed. 7 left. The act of killing is still making me want to throw up, but I'll manage. Reuben scaled the side of the building with ease, gripping the wooden beams and pulling himself onto a narrow ledge. 2 more guards stood on a balcony above, engaged in quiet conversation. They had no idea what was going to happen. Reuben climbed up swiftly. As soon as his boots touched the railing, he grabbed the closest guard by the chin and stabbed his dagger upward into the base of his skull. The body went limp. The second guard barely turned before Reuben's second dagger plunged into his chest, straight through the heart. He gripped Reuben's wrist in shock before his strength faded, and he slumped onto the floor. 5 left. A window was slightly open. Reuben slipped inside without a sound, landing in a dimly lit hallway as footsteps echoed from the other side. He pressed his back against the wall as 2 more guards walked past. They were speaking about the recent disappearances of their fellow Templars. "Something's wrong. There's no one posted outside." "Reckon we should." Reuben struck. 1 dagger into the kidney, twisting before yanking it free. The second guard barely turned before Reuben drove his second blade under his chin. The body dropped before a single sound escaped his lips. 3 left. Reuben reached the staircase leading to the second floor. A single guard stood at the top, hands resting on the hilt of his sword. He looked alert. Reuben grabbed another throwing dagger and flicked his wrist. The blade buried itself between the guard's eyes. The man twitched once before falling backward down the stairs. 2 left. The final 2 guards stood outside the target's room. They were better armored than the others, likely personal bodyguards. Reuben knew a direct approach would be easy, but was not his style. Instead, he retrieved a small vial from his belt, uncorked it, and poured the contents onto one of his daggers. A rare poison, courtesy of Jonathan's pockets. He stepped into view. The guards tensed. "Who the hell?" Reuben dashed forward. The first guard swung his sword, but Reuben ducked under the attack, slashing his poison dagger across the man's exposed forearm. The second guard lunged, but Reuben sidestepped and drove his second dagger into his side. The poisoned man staggered, his breaths turning ragged as his body shut down. The other guard groaned, blood seeping through his armor. Reuben ended them both with 2 swift slashes. None left. The door creaked open. Inside, a man sat at a desk, a candle flickering beside him. He was writing something, unaware of the massacre outside. Reuben stepped forward. The high-ranking Templar turned, eyes widening in shock. Who? Reuben didn't give him a chance to finish. A dagger plunged into his throat. The man's hands grasped at his neck, blood spurting between his fingers. He made a weak, gurgling noise before slumping forward onto his desk, staining the parchment with red. Reuben pulled his blade free, wiping it clean on the man's coat. His eyes scanned the room, settling on a small wooden box near the desk. He pried it open. Inside, glistening coins stacked neatly, gold and silver. He counted quickly. 69. Not bad. He pocketed the money and turned towards the open window. His mission was done. He leapt out, vanishing before the first scream could be heard. Now, unto the Colston estate. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 45, Chapter 44, Colston Estate Massacre. Alaric walked down the dark streets near the Colston estate, hands in his pockets, his usual confident smirk resting on his face. He didn't bother hiding, didn't cloak himself in shadows, didn't even act like an assassin on a mission. Because he wasn't hiding. And I'm not an assassin, but he was here for a massacre. When he arrived at the estate's massive gates, he stopped. 265 people inside. 200 of them were likely well-trained guards. The rest, servants, who had no part in what was about to happen. Alaric took a deep breath and sent a pulse of his senses outward, as the foresight pulse covered the entire estate. The location of every person inside was entirely mapped out as he could feel them all, hear their steady breathing, sense their movements. It was almost too easy. He lifted his leg and kicked forward. The iron gates blasted open, the sheer force ripping them from their hinges. The guard stationed nearby barely had time to react before Alaric moved. In a single fluid motion, he unsheathed his Kuzenagi and swung it in a perfect arc. Heads separated from bodies. Blood sprayed against the stone path like a crimson fountain. The guards hadn't even managed to shout before their lives were snuffed out. Alaric exhaled through his nose. Let's get this over with. More guards rushed toward him, alerted by the sudden destruction of the gate. Some were already drawing their weapons, others shouting orders. It didn't matter. Alaric flicked his wrist, sending his blade forward at an impossible speed. The Chokuto sliced through 3 men before they realized what happened. Their torsos split apart, organs spilled onto the ground as their eyes remained frozen in shock. Another swung a halberd toward him. However, Alaric caught it with his bare hand. The guard barely had time to react before Alaric crushed the shaft in his grip, sending splinters flying. He grabbed the man's face and drove it into the cobblestone with enough force to crack the ground. A dozen more closed in, then 2 dozen, then more. They moved in waves, attempting to encircle him. It was the best tactic for normal people, but a foolish tactic when it came to Alaric. Well, it's not like they know. Alaric stepped forward. His movements were almost lazy, but his sheer speed was impossible to follow. He weaved between them, cutting through their flesh, severing limbs, rupturing throats. Blood rained down, the ground beneath them growing wet and slippery with blood. One reached for a pistol, however, Alaric appeared in front of him and jammed his fingers into the man's chest, making his ribs shatter. Blood burst from his mouth as his lungs collapsed. He crumpled to the ground, gurgling on his own fluids. More kept coming. Dozens of men surrounded him, desperate to take him down. Their attacks were relentless, blades slashing, muskets firing, pikes thrusting. But it was useless. Alaric danced between them, his blade carving through bodies like a hot knife through butter. One man swung an axe, however, Alaric severed his arm at the shoulder before running him through. Another lunged with a rapier, but Alaric sidestepped and drove his knee into the man's face, shattering bone and sending him flying. Monster. One of them whispered, stepping back in horror. Another repeated it, and another, until the word spread like wildfire among the remaining guards. Alaric smiled, flicking blood off his blade. He turned his gaze to the dozen still standing, trembling, their weapons slipping from their fingers. You're just now realizing? He asked, stepping forward. One guard panicked and swung his sword wildly. Alaric sidestepped and slammed his elbow into the man's face, caving in his skull. Another lunged, only for Alaric to seize his wrist and twist. A bone snapped, and the man screamed before Alaric buried his blade into his throat. More came, driven by fear rather than strategy. He cut them down effortlessly, slashing through torsos, severing limbs, carving a path through the overwhelming wave of bodies. Blood coated the floor as he continued his relentless massacre. The remaining guards hesitated. Some took a step back, eyes darting toward the mansion, weighing whether to fight or flee. Alaric tilted his head. Go on, run, see if it makes a difference. A handful took the chance, turning to flee. Alaric raised a hand. Fukin. He willed the metal of their own weapons to rise against them, swords spun midair, impaling their fleeing backs. Spears shot forward, skewering them like cattle. Their dying screams filled the air before silence reclaimed the night. Alaric exhaled, lowering his hand. Cowards. I mean, it's logical to run. Then, 3 figures emerged from the mansion. Unlike the others, they were massive. At least 7 feet tall, their muscles thick, their armor heavy. They carried oversized weapons. One had a massive warhammer, another wielded a flamurge, the last carried a large, spiked mace. Finally, Alaric muttered, "Something different." The man with the hammer sneered, "You should have stayed hidden, boy. We dash." Alaric vanished from sight. Not even a second later, he was already in front of him. His fist crashed into the giant's face, and the man's skull exploded like a crushed fruit. Bone, brain matter, and gore splattered onto the walls as his body shot backward, crashing through the mansion's entrance before coming to a bloody halt. The other 2 flinched, staring in horror at their fallen comrade, his head nothing more than a pulped mess. Alaric tilted his head. "Go on, try it." "Ah!" The one with the flamurge roared and swung. The massive sword descended with enough force to split a horse in 2. Alaric caught the blade effortlessly, his grip stopping it mid-air. The giant's face twisted in horror as he tried to pull back, but the sword didn't budge. Alaric sighed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the entire blade shattered into 1,000 shards. Before the man could react, Alaric lashed out with a palm strike to his chest. The sheer force caved in his ribcage, shattering bone and rupturing his organs. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body convulsed before going limp, his broken frame collapsing to the ground in a heap. The last one stood his ground, gripping his sword with trembling hands. Fear was evident in his eyes, but he still lunged forward, swinging wildly in desperation. Alaric didn't even bother to raise his blade. He simply stepped to the side, dodging with minimal effort. The man swung again, and again, and again, each strike more frantic than the last. Alaric weaved through them effortlessly, his movements flowing like some kind of dance, as if he moved to a rhythm of a song. The guard panted, sweat dripping down his face. His arms were trembling from exhaustion as his swings grew sluggish. Alaric sighed, tilting his head. "Okay, thank you for entertaining me a little." Before the man could react, Alaric performed a single slash. The giant's head separated from his shoulders, blood spraying in a perfect arc before his body collapsed to the floor. Alaric walked past the corpse, his boots splashing in the pool of red. Pathetic. He stepped through the front doors of the mansion, his blade dancing in his grip like an extension of his will. The guards inside barely had time to react before they were reduced to little more than severed limbs and gory remains. Alaric moved with lethal grace, each strike swift, efficient, and merciless. Blood splattered across the walls, pooling in dark puddles on the marble floor. One guard let out a choked scream before his throat was slit, another raised his weapon only for his arm to be cleaved clean off, his body following moments later. Alaric didn't stop. He moved through the mansion like a reaper. Every step he took left behind a gory masterpiece of severed limbs and lifeless bodies. Blood painted the walls, pooling around him in thick, dark rivers. The stench of iron filled the air, mingling with the final, choked gasps of the fallen. Then, he got bored. His eternal mangekyo sharing and flared to life. His vision sharpened, the world slowing down. With a mere thought, he activated Fukin. Every metallic object around him twisted to his will. Swords ripped from their owners' hands and impaled them. Armor tightened, crushing the men inside. Daggers, cutlasses, sabers and many types of weapon floated in the air before launching forward like bullets, puncturing skulls and hearts. In mere moments, the hallway became a graveyard. But he wasn't done. Ignoring the luxurious decor and blood-soaked carpets, Alaric made his way underground. He already knew where it was. The vault. It was massive, far larger than Emmett's. A thick 4-meter-tall door of reinforced steel stood before him. Alaric's sharing and spun again. With Fukin, the metal groaned, twisted, then burst from its frame. The humongous door levitated for a moment before Alaric flicked his fingers, sending it crashing to the side. What he saw inside made him pause. Piles of gold bars, chests overflowing with pounds, rows of high-quality weapons and armor, diamonds, jewelry. This was wealth beyond measure. He whistled. "Colston, you absolute bastard." His system notification chimed as he started selling every item and deposited every coin. Plus 8,846,623 1D. Current balance, 11,232,194 10D. 359, 430, 222R. Colston, you son of a gun. Alaric let out a low laugh, genuinely surprised at the sheer amount. So this is what a slave trader's wealth looks like. He shook his head and turned away. His business wasn't done. He moved upstairs at a steady pace. No guards were left to stop him. The ones he hadn't killed were unconscious, spared only because they were mere servants. At last, he reached the highest floor. The master bedroom's door stood before him. Alaric smirked. "Edward, what are you doing? Sleeping? Bathing? Why aren't you helping your men outside? He. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 46, Chapter 45. I was just doing business." Reuben arrived at the Colston estate first, having finished his task in Easton, which was the closest to the estate. The moment he laid eyes on the scene before him, his breath caught in his throat. From the massive gates all the way to the entrance of the mansion, bodies were scattered like discarded dolls as their blood were pooling into dark puddles on the floor. Severed limbs, broken skulls, and sliced torsos painted a gruesome picture of what could only be described as a massacre. He swallowed hard while his mind was spinning. Damn, did Alaric do this alone? He thought, his eyes scanning the sheer scale of the carnage. Did Thulani and Jonathan help him? His silent thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning his head, he saw Thulani arriving, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Did you guys do this? Why were you still here? Thulani asked, his voice carrying a mix of awe and unease. Did Alaric tell you to guard the gates? Reuben exhaled, shaking his head slightly. No, I guess Alaric did this alone. Thulani let out a low whistle as he stepped forward, surveying the battlefield. A monster, that's what he is. Reuben nodded while his expression was grim. You're right, it's good that it's him who's our ally. Before either of them could say more, another set of hurried footsteps approached. Jonathan arrived, panting heavily while sweat could be seen dripping from his forehead. Hey, I guess I'm last. Damn, did you guys do this? Reuben smirked at Jonathan's shocked expression while Thulani answered dryly, no, Alaric did. Jonathan's gaze traveled across the field of corpses, his throat tightening as an old memory surfaced. He recalled just this morning when he tried to assassinate Alaric, and to how easily he had been spared. Damn, to think I threatened him for leaving me alive. His thoughts lingered as Reuben and Thulani started walking towards the mansion, carefully stepping over the bodies. After a brief hesitation, Jonathan followed suit. As the three men stepped into the mansion, they were met with an even more grotesque sight. The lavish hallways were littered with corpses, blood smeared across the floors and walls. The once pristine interior of the estate now resembled a slaughterhouse. Jonathan let out a shaky breath. He really went all out, huh? Reuben shook his head in disbelief. No kidding. Thulani grimaced as he stepped over a body whose face had been caved in. At this point, I don't know if we should be impressed or terrified. Jonathan scoffed. Both, definitely both. As they ascended the stairs, more bodies lay in their path as some slumped against the railings while others sprawled across the steps. The silence in the mansion was deafening as only the sound of their footsteps echoed through the blood-stained halls. They soon reached the last door. It stood grander than the rest. The three of them exchanged glances before stepping forward, pushing it open further. Inside, Alaric sat in a chair, one leg resting over the other, a casual smirk playing on his lips. Before him, kneeling on the floor, was Edward Colston. The once powerful man was reduced to a sobbing mess, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Alaric's gaze flickered to them as they entered. Sup? Jonathan, still slightly stunned by the bloodbath they had walked through, hesitated before speaking. Did you actually kill everyone outside? Alaric raised a brow, looking genuinely surprised at the question. Obviously. Reuben and Thulani chuckled at his complete nonchalance, shaking their heads. Edward Colston, still kneeling, turned his tear-streaked face towards them. His eyes widened in recognition as they landed on Thulani. Why you? I know you. You're that slave who escaped years ago. Thulani's body tensed as his jaw clenched. The face of the man who had once held him in chains and profited off his suffering was now right in front of him. The rage that burned inside him surged to the surface. Alaric noticed the look in Thulani's eyes and smirked. This is my gift for you, Thulani. Reuben and Jonathan remained silent as Thulani's gaze shifted to Alaric, understanding dawning in his expression. So this is what you meant. Alaric simply nodded, rising from his seat. He's all yours, my friend. Thulani inhaled deeply, his fists clenching before he nodded in thanks. His piercing glare returned to Edward Colston, who flinched under his gaze. Please, mercy, I can give you anything. I was just doing business. Colston pleaded, his voice trembling. Thulani didn't respond. He took a slow step forward, then another, until he towered over the man who had once seen him as nothing more than property. Then, without a word, he drove his fist into Colston's face. The force sent him sprawling onto the floor, a sickening crack echoing as his nose shattered. Before Colston could even react, another strike followed, then another. Thulani's fists rained down upon him, each blow carrying years of pain, of suffering, of injustice. Blood splattered across the floor as Colston's pleas turned into incoherent gurgles. His face was barely recognizable, swollen and broken, his teeth scattered like pebbles. Still, Thulani wasn't done. He grabbed Colston by the collar and hoisted him up as his strength showed no limits. With a guttural growl, he slammed the man's head into the wooden floor so hard that the boards beneath them cracked from the impact. Blood spread beneath Colston's twitching form as his breaths turned into weak, pitiful gasps. Thulani's chest rose and fell heavily as his hands coated in the filth of the man who had once stolen everything from him. His eyes darkened as he reached for his greatsword. He gripped the handle tightly and slowly unsheathed it. He looked down at Colston, who barely had the strength to lift his head. With a voice barely above a whisper, Thulani spoke. This is for my family. Then, in one swift motion, he swung his blade. Colston's head separated cleanly from his shoulders. It rolled a short distance before coming to a stop, his lifeless eyes still frozen in fear. His body slumped to the ground as blood was pouring from the stump of his neck, staining the floor in red. The room fell silent. Alaric, Reuben, and Jonathan had been mere spectators, watching as Thulani delivered justice in the only way fitting. Finally, Thulani exhaled. He lowered his greatsword and closed his eyes, letting the weight of the moment settle. He then looked Alaric and stared at Blonde's eyes. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Alaric replied, then walked towards the door. "Let's go." Everyone nodded as they followed Alaric outside the Colston estate. As everyone got outside the mansion, a single person was looting all the weapons, armor, paintings, and every furniture in the mansion. It was Alaric. The one who Reuben, Thulani, and Jonathan accompanied was a clone. "I can't leave all these behind and miss out on a few coins," he thought as he proceeded to touch every single item and furniture inside the mansion. He slipped 10 inside every knocked-out servant's pockets, with a letter containing, "I've given you 10, leave this place and find a new job somewhere." With that, he finally left the mansion. Plus 12,488 11s. 3D. Current balance, 11,244,683 zeros. 1D. 359, 829, 856 R. Individually. I don't think there's anyone richer than me, but consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 47, Chapter 46, All Business. As the title suggests, this is all business talk. Current balance, 11,244,683 zeros. 1D. 359, 829, 856 R. Alaric's office. Alaric, Reuben, Thulani, Jonathan, and several former slaves from Thulani's recent raid were gathered in the Blonde's office. It was 3 a.m., and Thulani was visibly uneasy. He had no plan for the freed men and women, so he brought them to the Kenway estate, hoping Alaric would have a solution. Seeing Thulani's nervousness, the freed slaves exchanged wary glances. Fear lingered in their eyes as they looked at Alaric. His wealth and power made them uneasy, and if not for Thulani, they would have assumed they had merely been transferred to a new master. "I don't mind," Alaric finally broke the silence, as Thulani's eyes widened slightly with hope. "But they'll have to work on the farm." "Yes, that's fine," Thulani nodded, turning to the former slaves. "As long as they're safe here, that's all that matters." "Sure, and don't worry. Proper food will be provided, and they'll receive a weekly wage." Alaric studied their worn clothing before continuing. "This just gives more reason why you should stay, Thulani." Thulani met his gaze but didn't reply. "I'll be visiting Penn later in the morning or maybe noon," Alaric added. "There are things I need to ask him before dealing with your status. In the meantime, they can stay in the house in the middle of the farm." Thulani nodded and gestured for them to follow him. "Ah, if you ever find more slaves, bring them here," Alaric said as Thulani paused to glance back. "We need more hands on the farm. The family will be too busy with the release of our new products." "I will do so." Morning, Penn Estate. Alaric made his way through the grand halls of the Penn Estate. One of the perks of knowing Penn for 14 years was that no one questioned his presence. He could come and go freely, something only a handful of people could claim. Sebastian, Penn's butler, guided him toward the office. Before entering, Alaric instructed, "Boil some water and bring 2 teacups inside." Sebastian nodded and left as Alaric stepped into the room. Inside, Penn sat comfortably on a sofa, with a book in hand. The older man looked up as a smirk tugged at his lips. Well, what brings you here this early?" Penn closed his book and leaned back. Alaric walked over, settling into a chair. "Business." Penn raised a brow. "Business? At this hour?" "Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea Bags, 1 box, 3s. Current balance, 11,244,682 19s. 8D. 359, 829, 855 R. Alaric reached behind his seat and discreetly took out a small package. He placed it on the table in front of Penn. Penn eyed it before picking it up. "And this is?" "Celestial tea. A new product of mine." Penn scoffed. "Tea? You're making tea now?" "I've made several new products." Alaric leaned back, listing them off. Celestial tea, a beauty mask that enhances skin over time, a dish called ramen, and hot sauce for adding spice to meals. Penn stared at him for a long moment. "Are you a wizard? How are you creating products left and right?" Alaric chuckled. "It's been 14 years since Celestial Salve. It's about time I expanded." A knock at the door interrupted them. Jonathan entered, carrying a tray with 2 cups of hot water. He set them down and left without a word. Alaric unwrapped the tea bags and dropped one into each cup. "Let them sit for 15 minutes. Penn watched curiously as the tea slowly infused the water, its aroma growing stronger. "The smell is wonderful, better than the gunpowder tea I usually drink." Alaric nodded, then shifted the conversation. "I need a way for Thulani and the former slaves to move freely around Bristol without raising suspicion." "Ah, of course." Penn straightened. "I wonder why I forgot mentioning this to you over the years." Alaric shook his head slightly and smiled, gesturing for him to continue. Slave owners can get papers from the city hall, allowing their slaves to move through the city. Restrictions exist, but they can still shop at markets and stalls. Vendors don't mind as long as they pay. Penn inhaled the tea scent again, visibly pleased before taking a sip. For Thulani, we can make an exception. Since he's well-spoken, you can register him as a free man. He'll need to dress in fine clothing from now on, but that won't be a problem for someone as wealthy as you. Good to know, thanks, Alaric nodded. Now, let's talk business. He lifted his cup, taking a small sip before setting it down. Support my family business. Use your name to make it a hot topic. Penn smirked. Still using my name, huh? He tried to tease, but Alaric merely chuckled. Alright, I'll do it, but I'll have to charge you. Alaric groaned. Penn, you're already rich. I have to earn my keep, Alaric. Besides, you're wealthy too. Alaric exhaled. Fine, I'll pay up front. 100. Penn raised a brow. 100, make it 10,000. Alaric narrowed his eyes. 1,000. One-time payment. Unlimited promotion. Penn scoffed. Unlimited promotion? With 1,000? You think I'm daft? Then, how about this? Alaric grinned. I'll give you 100 boxes of celestial tea monthly, lifetime supply. Penn immediately sat up and grabbed Alaric's hands, forcing a shake. Deal. Alaric smirked. Good. Now, about London when? Penn's expression shifted to seriousness. I plan things out after receiving a letter. Her Majesty Queen and wants to meet me in a month. We'll travel a week before that with the 40,000 celestial salves. Alaric nodded. 3 weeks from now that works. But after London, I probably won't be returning to Bristol for a while. Penn frowned. What in heaven's name are you saying? Are you making products just to leave them behind? No. Before we leave, I'll have thousands of crates in storage. My family will manage the sales. I make them, they sell. And if your products run out, what then? Thousands of crates, Penn. Not just products. It'll take years to sell everything. Penn leaned back. Well, that's on you. Alaric stood up. Yep. Anyways, I'm off. Penn watched him head for the door. Hey, don't forget about the deal. Alaric chuckled. I'll visit again soon. And with that, he left Penn's office. Hours later. 2/8. Current balance, 11,244,680 11s. 8D. 359, 829, 779R. After concluding his business at City Hall, Alaric walked through the streets of Bristol, sighing as the sun was hot today. The streets were busy with merchants calling out to passers-by, children weaving between carts, and laborers carrying heavy crates. The scent of bread mixed with the less pleasant smells of livestock and sweat. Despite the commotion, Alaric's mind were about his earlier accomplishment. With the papers I got, Thulani will now be considered a freeman, and the slaves can at least visit the marketplace or any stores to buy what they need, he thought, feeling a small sense of relief. Arriving at the Kenway estate, Alaric stepped inside the mansion, making his way toward the dining room. The walls were lined with smooth wooden panels, and the smell of roasted herbs were pleasant to Alaric's nose. Seated at the table were the Kenway family as the kitchen staff moved efficiently around the table, placing dishes before each person. The room was filled with conversation as Leonard and Bernard were animatedly boasting about their combat prowess, each determined to outshine the other. Leonard boasted that he could now last 30 seconds against Thulani in a sparring match, making Bernard grumble that his record was only 28 seconds. Alaric could only shake his head in disbelief that they were proud of such an achievement. Meanwhile, Eleanor and Lynette quietly discussed the financial side of the Kenway farm, strategizing who should manage which products. Alaric shook his head with a chuckle. Despite Edward's absence over the past few months, the household still thrived with energy. Although it's a bit different if Edward were here, he's got some goofy vibes that makes people laugh. He took his seat just as a kitchen staff member placed his meal before him, a classic boneless chicken breast accompanied by fresh lettuce, tomato, and a side of mashed potatoes. Chicken? Shouldn't it be steak and mashed potatoes? Alaric mused to himself. The head chef needs to slow down on experimenting. Still, he shrugged and dug in, enjoying the meal while listening to his family's chatter. The conversation shifted to the Kenway farm, and Leonard mentioned how the crops had begun growing at an oddly accelerated rate. It was nearly 3 times faster than before. It's strange, Leonard said, furrowing his brow. We haven't changed our planting methods, yet the wheat's practically leaping out of the ground. I've heard whispers in town, Bernard chimed in, leaning back in his chair. Some say the soil's been blessed. Others reckon a witch went and cast a spell abundance. A witch? Lynette chuckled, clearly amused. You'd think she'd have better things to do than toss magic dust on our fields. Well, whatever it is, it's working, Leonard said with a satisfied grin. Aye, the harvest this year's lookin' to be somethin' fierce. As for the livestock, they be lookin' heartier too, Eleanor added. More milk, better wool, even the hens are laying twice as many eggs. Could be a passing streak of luck, Alaric offered with a shrug, feigning curiosity. Or perhaps someone secretly working the fields at night. He gave a teasing smile, earning a round of chuckles. If someone is, Bernard said, I hope they keep at it. I suppose we'll never know, Lynette added, but for now, I'll take whatever blessings we can get. Indeed, Leonard agreed. We'll keep planting as usual, and, if it keeps up, well, we'll be richer than a pirate king's treasure hoard. I say we toast to that, Bernard said, raising his glass. To a blessed farm and a bountiful year. The family clinked their glasses together with their spirits high. The discussion soon turned to business, specifically who should manage their growing line of products. Alaric wiped his mouth and spoke up. Father, you'll be handling the ramen, Alaric said, setting his fork down. You've got a knack for handling people and managing deals, so you'll be keeping records and tracking stock for that. He turned to his uncle. UNC, you'll manage the hot sauce. You've always had a taste for spicier things, and you'll be good at organizing orders and contracts for it. Pausing for a moment, Alaric shifted his gaze to Lynette. Aunt Lynette, you'll oversee the celestial salve. Your steady hand and calm nature should fit that well enough. Finally, he looked to his mother. And mother, you'll be taking care of the beauty mask. People trust you, and you'll know how to handle the records for those. Caroline isn't here, however, she will be handling the celestial tea. Alaric spoke to all of them. She's part of the Kenway family, and she has background with the tea business. Let's make her richer than Edward by the time he comes back, hee. Alaric shook his head and leaned back in his chair. We'll only manage contracts and orders. Selling directly through stores or stalls is too risky. Our products are valuable and unique, which makes them an easy target for thieves. He tapped the table lightly. Selling in person would also mean hiring extra staff, which raises the risk of theft, counterfeits, or even sabotage. By focusing on contracts and organized orders, we can keep things secure and under control. I'll count on you all to purchase carriages and hire trusted coachmen. Payments should be made up front to avoid any complications. Allow Tholany and Jonathan to assist with carrying the crates and guarding the carriages as they head to the port or any business within the city. Give them an annual salary of 150 each. We must never send a carriage outside of Bristol. If someone requires a delivery beyond the city, they should arrange for their own carriage to collect the order. Aside from you all, no one else should have access to the underground vault. Alaric paused, then added, don't worry about selling directly. Penn has agreed to help spread the word about our products, and with that kind of promotion, ships from other parts of England and even other countries will come sailing in just to get a piece of what we're offering. The family nodded in agreement. Additionally, Alaric continued, 94% of the net profit from all items will be kept inside the vault underground. The remaining 6% will be evenly divided among our family, Caroline included. I'll handle the taxes. Are you sure about that? Leonard asked, surprised. That's a significant amount to store away. It's all right, I'll use the 94% to resupply and expand our production when necessary. Alaric reassured them. And don't worry about the small percentage. With the amount of money that will come pouring in our pockets, you guys will be sleeping in gold. We're not worried, Eleanor said with a warm smile. We trust you. Bernard added, raising his glass again. If anyone can turn these products into gold, it's you. And if not, Lynette added with a grin, we'll just say it's all thanks to the magic farm soil. The family laughed, and Alaric smiled, grateful for their confidence. The family returned to their meal, laughter and conversation filling the room as they enjoyed their lunch together. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. By the time this chapter came out, it's already chapter 111 or 112 in Patreon. 48, chapter 47, Underground Warehouse. Current balance, 11,244,680 elevens. 8D. 359, 829, 779R. Night came as Alaric stood in the massive vault beneath the Kenway mansion. This vault was his own creation, designed during the mansion's construction. The space spanned roughly 200 square meters. Its walls, floors, and ceilings were forged from condensed metal through Alaric's Fukin, making it impenetrable and resistant even to firearms, explosives, and theoretical nuclear weapons. Despite its purpose, the vault was surprisingly spacious and featured multiple rooms. Each room served to separate the earnings from various businesses and individuals. For example, one room was dedicated to the Kenway farm, filled with chests of uncollected money and an organized ledger. Leonard and Eleanor shared a room for their private funds and collections, while Bernard and Lynette had a similar setup. Alaric had his own room as well, though it was often empty since his wealth was stored within his system. Alaric stepped into his room to find a letter placed atop a chest of coins. He opened it to read. January, April profit, 7,700. Alaric's share, 2,310. Plus 2,310. Current balance, 11,246,990 elevens. 8D. 359, 903, 699R. Alaric smiled at the earnings. 7,700 within 4 months. That's our farm's annual profit last year. Now that I think about it, I can create gold with my Fukin. Activating his EMS, Alaric summoned Fukin. A shining 24K gold bar appeared in his hand. Curious, he opened his system interface. Buy, sell. Selecting, sell, he offered the gold bar. As I thought, Alaric sighed before heading to the, for emergency, room. Inside were a few chests filled with money, nothing more. He placed the gold bar on the long table and activated Fukin once again, producing several more gold bars. That should be enough. Clearing his thoughts, Alaric walked out and secured the vault with a small yet powerful lock forged from compressed metal. Despite its size, it ensured absolute security. His eyes drifted to the opposite wall of the underground chamber. Now, as to why I'm here. Smirking, he unsheathed his Kuzenage, channeling chakra into the blade. Multiple slashes tore through the wall and everything behind it. To stabilize the structure, Alaric performed a single-hand seal, summoning sturdy wooden beams that stretched from floor to ceiling. With that, he continued carving his way forward for a full 20 minutes until he finally stopped. Realizing the darkness surrounding him, Alaric flicked his finger, igniting a floating flame that expanded to illuminate the area. Earth release, I don't know what you're called, but compress. He performed a series of hand seals, compressing all the loose dirt into a small cube. Curious, he touched it and sold it to the system. +2. Current balance, 11,246,992 11s. 8D. 359, 903, 763R. Well, that's fine. With a few more seals, Alaric raised thick wooden walls to line the corners and edges of his surroundings. Wood also spread across the ceiling and floor. This wood release is fire-resistant and stronger than steel, no corrosion too. This is a much better idea. Opening the system interface, Alaric navigated to buy anything that provides light, he thought. It didn't even take a second as the system displayed numerous options. Lantern, it's a lantern, 2D. Wall lantern, it's a wall lantern, 2D. Chandelier beeswax candles, large, ones. Sighing, Alaric purchased multiple lanterns and positioned them throughout the massive room. Wall lantern, 160, 1 SIXS. 7D. Lantern, 40, SIXS. 7D. Chandelier beeswax candles, 20, 1. 2/13. 2D. Current balance, 11,246,989 18. 6D. With his new lighting secured, Alaric surveyed the vast 112M x 112M space. The sheer size of it made him pause, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Not bad. He muttered. Rubbing his hands together, Alaric got to work. He began crafting wooden crates using his wood release. Each crate formed smoothly, piece by piece, filling the space steadily. Hours later, rows of thousands of crates were now neatly stacked and arranged. Each crate contained well-organized stock. Celestial salve, 250 pieces per crate. 10,000 crates. Ramen, 500 pieces per big crate. 10,000 big crates. Hot sauce, 300 pieces per crate. 10,000 crates. Beauty mask, 10,000 pieces per crate. 7,000 crates. Celestial tea, 200 pieces per crate. 10,000 crates. Damn, that was expensive, Alaric chuckled, grinning at the sight. Since I'm using Pen's name, this amount of celestial salves might be okay. It's not like we're selling them all in one day. I'll also sell them with the same price as Pen's. If all of this sells out, how much would it be? After calculating for several minutes, Alaric's eyes widened. Damn, about 262 million? Who has that kind of money anyway? Damn. At least, I can pay the 250,000 annual tax after the 4-year period, or I could just gift some money towards Royal Palace to avoid taxes and everyone's happy. Hyaga Clan's Secret Ointment, 2,500,000X, 156,250 zeros. 0D. Ichiraku Ramen Instant Noodle Cups, 5,000,000X, 4,166 13ths. 3D. Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce, 3,000,000X, 87,500. Kunoichi Beauty Mask, 5,000,000X, 7,875,000. Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea Bags, 5,000,000X, 75,000. 8,197,916 13ths. 3D. Current balance, 3,049,073 18ths. 6D. 97,570, 365R. Morning came as Alaric did his usual routine. He did a lot of push-ups and used Suiton full bathing jutsu to automatically bath himself, using his shampoo plus conditioner and liquid bathing soap. He then headed towards his office, greeting the staff he came across on the way. He knew there were people in the library, so he just opened the door to reveal Reuben, Thulani, and Jonathan, having a conversation. Yeah, I don't Larrick Reuben, who was holding a teacup, stopped his sentence midway as soon as he saw the blonde. We were discussing, about the news this morning, Oh. Alaric's brow raised as he walked towards them and sat on the sofa. Celestial tea's aroma is definitely alluring. I agree, anyways. Reuben nodded his head, then grabbed the newspaper that was on the coffee table and handed it to Alaric. Read the front page. Broadsheet Report Bristol, 1712. In an occurrence that has sent tremors through our fair city, Mr. Edward Colston was discovered lifeless in his private bedchamber. Authorities report that the venerable merchant's estate now lies in a state of profound disarray. Nearly 200 of his loyal guards were found scattered about the grounds, silent sentinels whose service appears to have ended in a most untimely manner. Local constables have been summoned, and preliminary inquiry suggests that the events transpired with little warning. Residents whisper that an eerie quiet descended upon the estate, leaving no trace of the force responsible for this calamity. Magistrates have vowed a thorough investigation, and the people of Bristol await further declarations with both trepidation and a demand for justice. In these troubling times, the fall of Mr. Colston, once a pillar of commerce and society, has cast a long shadow over the community, inviting speculation and sorrow in equal measure. Furthermore, city officials have declared that any individual offering reliable testimony identifying the assailant shall be granted a reward of 10, to be dispensed upon the formal confirmation of the accused culprit. Well, that's boring, and William's the pillar of commerce in this city, not him. Alaric sighed as he grabbed a teacup and a kettle, pouring some warm water on the cup. Does any of you have some celestial tea bag? Reuben sighed and rummaged his pockets as Alaric made a stinky face. Ah, never mind, the blonde sighed as he sipped some warm water. I have some, though. Reuben raised a brow but was left speechless as he finally understood why Alaric made that face. Damn, you've become such a snob. Acting as if he heard nothing, Alaric continued to sip some more while admiring the design of his office. Ahem. Thulani cleared his throat as he stared at Alaric. We're here because of the payment. Payment. Alaric's brow raised as he confusingly looked at Thulani. You need to pay someone. I mean you, Thulani awkwardly said, not knowing what to say. Oh, our mission has finished, right? The blonde could only chuckle as he placed the teacup on the table. Yep, you've looted the ship, right? Like how Reuben and Jonathan looted their targets too, Alaric replied while Reuben was now the one admiring Alaric's office, while Jonathan was genuinely confused. Is there anything I should know about, master? The assassin asked the blonde while glancing at Thulani and Reuben. Okay, geez, why were you guys so bent on coins? Alaric chuckled as he shook his head and hid his hands behind the sofa. 400, 400, 400, 1,200. Current balance, 3,047,873 6D. The blonde then lifted his hands to reveal 3 large pouches that were threatening to burst from the contents inside. He then puts them on the table. Each of you, take one, you deserve it. Alaric smiled as the 3 of them widened their eyes. Reuben even opened his mouth slightly, as Thulani's heart pounded. Jonathan was confused but thankful at the same time. I'll be out of service for a while. Reuben was the first to get up and walk towards the door. Alaric then turned his head towards Thulani. How about you, Thulani? You asked for Avelini's hand yet? What? And no. Thulani widened his eyes and stuttered like a child. I am too unworthy of her. Come on, lad, Alaric replied, staring at Thulani's eyes that were full of guilt. You probably don't know the story of the Scott family. Emmett Scott was an abusive father and husband. Did you forget how he disowned Caroline because she married Edward? Still, I don't deserve her, I am a former slave. Ah, come on, interracial is normal. Alaric grinned as he stood up and made his way behind his desk, sitting on his chair. Besides, Emmett's gone, and Elizabeth, having endured years of hardship under his domineering ways, now values personal happiness above social expectations. She's always believed that true love transcends wealth, status, or race. As long as her children are happy, she is too. Ah, and Elizabeth ain't racist. Also, I'll financially support dash. Fine, I'll do it. Thulani grit his teeth and glared at Alaric. He clenched his fists tightly, determination surging through him. I'll do it tomorrow. Huh. The blonde exclaimed. Why not today? Jonathan, who was feeling left out, glanced at the others with a forced smile. He dismissed himself with a smooth excuse. I have to attend to the male staff in this house, if you would excuse me. Alaric shook his head and looked down on a paper that was sitting on top of his desk. Giving it a little read, he smirked and motioned for Thulani to near him. Yes. Read it. Alaric gave the paper to the former slave, as the latter began reading. Okay, Caroline wants me to accompany her to Bedminster. Thulani's brows raised as he took his gaze from the paper towards Alaric. Why did she specify my name? I can't walk around freely. Who knows? Alaric shrugged with a smirk tug on his lips. And here. Alaric reached for his pocket and took out a few rolled paper that left undamaged, giving it to Thulani. That's your official documents to prove that you're a freeman from now on. The blonde smiled as Thulani widened his eyes. The other papers are for our friends back at the farm. It's hard to give the others the freeman status as they aren't fluent with the English language, he continued. That's why you'll be busy teaching them what to do and what not to do round here. I don't know what to say, Thulani murmured as locked his eyes on the paper. Thanks. No problem. I'm still going to abolish slavery, at least in Bristol. As to when that will happen, I don't know. Your thoughts and efforts are enough, Thulani replied as he smiled towards Alaric. I'll always be proud to call you my friend. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 49, Chapter 48, Thulani plus Avellini. Current balance, 3,047,873/18. 6d. Avellini was at the Scott estate in Bedminster, England. With her father dead 2 nights ago, she had assumed control of the family's tea business. The weight of that responsibility pressed heavily on her shoulders. Avellini felt unprepared, uncertain if she could manage what her father once dominated with ease. Condolences poured in from acquaintances and merchants alike, yet Avellini barely acknowledged them. She didn't care. Not about her father's death. She felt sadness for her mother, but in truth, her father's absence was a relief. The tyrant was gone, and she and Caroline were finally free of him. Yet now she faced a new problem. The tea business was slower than usual. As Avellini sorted through the mess of papers on her desk, she noticed more cancellations than orders. She grimaced, recognizing the names of several merchants pulling out of their contracts. Some cited concerns about supply, others claimed uncertainty in Bristol's future trade. Avellini knew the truth. Her father's death and the collapse of the local slave trade had sent the city into disarray. The news had spread quickly. Emmett Scott, Edward Colston, and others had died 2 nights ago. With key figures of Bristol's slave trade gone, the city had been thrown into chaos. That disruption was now affecting the tea business. Merchants panicked, unsure how trade routes would function without their usual exploitative networks. How do I deal with this mess? She wondered, massaging her neck and gazing out the window. It was still afternoon as the sun was scorching hot. Knock, knock. Milady, Caroline and a distinguished guest by the name of Thulani have come for a visit, her butler announced. Let them in. Avellini exclaimed, eyes widening. The thought of her sister visiting and someone she liked, made her heart pound. Brew our most expensive tea. As you wish, milady. Minutes later, Caroline entered the office with Thulani by her side. Avellini greeted her sister with a warm embrace, but her smile faltered slightly as her gaze fell on Thulani. He shifted awkwardly, his hands clasped behind his back. Avellini's face flushed, and Caroline's amused smirk didn't go unnoticed. Oh. Caroline teased. Didn't know you'd be so excited to see Thulani too. That's not it, Avellini muttered, flustered. Anyway, what brings you here? Caroline chuckled and retrieved a small box from her satchel. The Kenway family has created a new tea, it's called Celestial Tea. She placed the elegant box on Avellini's desk. Its design was simple yet unfamiliar. I thought you'd be interested. Celestial Tea? Avellini asked, intrigued. Before Caroline could reply, the butler returned with a silver tray carrying 3 cups of tea. The warm, rich aroma filled the room, causing Caroline to sigh contentedly. This scent. I can't get enough of it, Caroline murmured, smiling. Oh, this isn't one of our flavors. Avellini lifted her cup and inhaled deeply. It's alluring, it makes me want to close my eyes. Yes, I've instructed Geoffrey to brew the celestial tea, Caroline replied. Geoffrey was the butler of the Scott estate. The 3 sipped their tea. Caroline savored hers with a satisfied smile, while Thulani simply enjoyed the warmth. Avellini's eyes widened. The taste was beyond anything she'd known, delicate yet potent, floral yet rich. It was perfect. This is incredible, Avellini said softly. Leagues better than the blends father favored. Caroline grinned. That's why I'm here. I'm offering you a deal. 5 per box. Avellini's hand froze just above her teacup. £5. She repeated, stunned. That's expensive. I'll give you this box for now. Caroline tapped the small box filled with tea bags. You'll understand the price when you see how fast it sells. Oh, okay, are you coming back to the Scott household? Avellini asked hopefully. You could help me manage all this stress. Caroline shook her head. I've found my happiness with the Kenways. Her smile softened. But this tea will help you. Consider it my way of looking out for you. I see. Avellini muttered. I need to get going, Caroline announced, rising from her seat. I'm meeting with some merchants. Thulani stood as well, but Caroline stopped him with a playful grin. Stay here for a moment, she said. You two talk. I'll manage by myself. Thulani blinked, baffled. Excuse me. You'll understand, Caroline said with a knowing smile as she left the room. As the door closed behind her, Thulani realized what had happened. It seems I've been had by both Alaric and Caroline, he thought with a sigh. The room fell into an awkward silence. Neither Thulani nor Avellini spoke, both glancing at their teacups as if hoping the other would do the talking. The faint crackling of the fireplace seemed deafening in the quiet room. Finally, Avellini broke the ice. Hey, Thulani. Yeah. Thulani looked up from his cup. Avellini hesitated. I know we've never really talked before, but I wanted to say. I appreciate you being here. Thulani blinked, his expression softening. I'm glad I am. Her lips twitched into a small smile. Would you like to stay for dinner? If you don't mind, Thulani said, relaxing at last. So, do you? Yeah, there were. And that was the start of their love story. It was nearing night as Alaric led the Kenway family inside the underground basement. Reuben came along as he had nothing to do at the moment. After passing a well-lighted hallway near the vault, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in amazement as they could see a huge space filled with crates and enough room for many people to move around. Heavens! Larrick. Son, when did you build this? This is humongous. Several voices could be heard, filled with surprises. All of them went inside as Lynette went towards the crates that were filled with products. Larrick, how in heavens were you able to transport this many items here in the mansion without us knowing? She asked, gasping at the sight of the celestial salves. Are these items real? Alaric smiled as he walked beside his aunt while the others were wandering everywhere. Secret, and yes, these items are real. Damn, everyone, look at the amount of ramen. Leonard, who was always calm and composed, shouted as everyone aside from Alaric ran towards his area. Ha ha ha, I'm going to eat all of these. Father, calm down, Alaric chuckled as he saw how uncharacteristic his father looked. These are products we need to sell, don't worry, I'll provide this house with separate quantity. Enough to make you sick of it. Beauty mask as well. Came from Eleanor. How about the hot sauce? And the celestial salves? The teas? Haha, yes yes. Alaric laughed as he nodded towards all of them. Don't worry, everyone ha ha ha. What? Really, Larrick? Lynette gasped. Ain't that Penn's product? Yeah, I'm his student, aren't I? Alaric grinned. He promised to give me some soon, I'll give you guys many. Damn, thanks, Larrick. Bernard laughed as he hugged Alaric. You should be proud of your son, Twig. Eleanor, we're going to be rich. Tick marks formed on Leonard's forehead but sighed as Eleanor laughed softly. Alaric could only smile as they were celebrating. After a few seconds, Alaric cleared his throat. Glancing at Reuben, then to everyone. Everyone, I have something to say. William Penn, Reuben, and I, will be leaving for London in 3 weeks' time, Alaric began explaining. We are going with him to meet the Queen. I will be gone for some time as Reuben and I will journey outside England after London. What? Larrick, stop, wait. Seeing the concerns on their faces, Alaric paused for a second, feeling a pang of guilt. He knew they worried for his safety, and while he was confident in his strength, their unease stayed with him, nagging at the back of his mind. After a moment's thought, he gave them a small reassuring smile and continued. We won't take long. Besides, the items here will last you a while. Eleanor was having mixed reactions. She was happy that her son was meeting the queen of the country and was going on an adventure, but she was also sad that her son was leaving her. It was Leonard, who was able to calmly respond to Alaric. Where will you go? Eleanor looked at Leonard, who seemed to support the idea of their son leaving. Bernard and Lynette also looked at him. After London? Maybe Rome, Italy. Then south of the Ottoman Empire, Alaric replied. I'll probably visit Solomon in Egypt as well. As long as my total travel doesn't take 2 to 3 years. Alaric explained, and the room fell into an uneasy silence. Eleanor's fingers tightened slightly around the delicate fabric of her finely embroidered sleeve, her gaze drifting downward. Bernard's jaw tightened, his usual cheerful attitude giving way to a rare, serious expression. Lynette sighed quietly, her hand resting on a crate as if grounding herself. Even Leonard, who was usually composed, seemed lost in thought, his brow furrowed deeply. It was understandable. Edward became a privateer, and Alaric had already decided to venture. Edward and Alaric were the only children of the Kenway family, and they were deeply adored. With Edward gone, his absence had already been hard enough, and now seeing Alaric leave as well felt like losing the heart of the family once more. It'll be dangerous, lad. Bernard furrowed his eyes, taking this seriously. I know you're strong, however, we can't help but worry. There's no one in this planet that can kill me, UNC, Alaric said with confidence. Even if thousands of men line up to slay me, I'll still come out untouched. Okay, kid, whatever you say, Bernard chuckled. Thousands of men, my arse. You haven't seen what we saw, Bernard. Reuben, who was only spectating, internally disagreed with Bernard. You didn't witness the number of bodies that were scattered on the ground, blood painted on the walls of Colston's mansion, and Alaric, who didn't even have a single stain on his clothes. Eleanor was first to leave as her heart was heavy, while Leonard comforted her, trying to explain that it was all right. Bernard and Lynette were more accepting as their son Edward had already started his life as a privateer. Edward may have anger towards the family, but as parents, they loved and supported their son wholeheartedly. Having already experienced of Edward cutting ties from the family a year ago and his recent departure for privateering just days earlier, they found it easier than Eleanor to see Alaric go. Everyone got out of the underground warehouse as Lynette remained, listing down the number of celestial salves in a crate and how many crates were present in the warehouse. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 50, Chapter 49, I'm glad that business is starting, but current balance, 3,047,873 6D. Light shined through the curtains, waking Alaric from his sleep. It had been 3 days since he had brought the Kenway family down to the underground warehouse beneath the mansion. Since then, the family, including Caroline, had busied themselves with counting and organizing the vast inventory of goods they were responsible for. Yawning, Alaric reached for his gold pocket watch that was on the bedside table. The polished cover glinted as he flipped it open. It's 8. With a sigh, he sat up in bed and stretched, his muscles still slightly stiff. Pushing aside the covers, he lowered himself to the floor and began his morning push-ups, counting his reps. Finished with his workout, he formed a single-hand sign. Suetun, full bathing jutsu. Water rushed over him in an instant, scrubbing away the sweat and fatigue. His skin felt cool and his hair felt light and fresh. I will always be thankful I bought this jutsu. He stood for a moment, savoring the cool sensation before making his way to his wardrobe. As he opened the doors, identical outfits could be seen. White polo shirts with ruffles, black pants, and the same pair of boots he'd owned for years. He grabbed one set and began to dress. I should head toward the city center one of these days. I need a new pair of boots, he mused while fastening his shirt buttons. Pausing by the mirror near his wardrobe, Alaric inspected his reflection. His skin was flawless, smooth like porcelain. Thankfully, I don't need to apply the beauty mask to have skin this clear, he thought smugly before shaking his head with a quiet chuckle. Leaving his room, Alaric walked along the second-floor railing as he glanced down toward the front door. The door swung open, revealing Lynette and Bernard walking hastily inside. Bernard's eyes locked onto Alaric. "Laric, come, lend us a hand." Alaric's brow raised slightly, but the reason became clear when he spotted the documents in their hands. Business is finally starting to sell. Minutes later, they were inside the underground warehouse as Bernard told Alaric. A merchant arrived by the gates with a carriage within the next hour. He ordered 2 crates of hot sauce. Bernard grabbed a paper and quill pen, writing the contents of the contract. He said he's heading to Birmingham tomorrow, and if the hot sauce sells well, he'll be a loyal customer. That's a good start, Alaric nodded, folding his arms. A good start. How about I tell you another one? A merchant ship ordered 5 crates. Bernard grinned, then walked toward the crates of hot sauce. Making William Penn promote our business was a good call, Alaric. Now, help me prepare the crates. We're sending 5 of them to the port once we receive the coin. Alaric nodded his head and smiled. Nice. Pay should come first, and it doesn't hurt to ready the items. Right, you are. I've readied our own carriage nearby, hup. Bernard added then grabbed 1 crate while Alaric picked up 2, 1 in each hand. As Bernard prepared to walk, Alaric stopped him. Put 1 more on each of these. Alaric gestured to the crates he was already holding. Bernard hesitated but eventually placed another crate on each of Alaric's hands. To his surprise, Alaric's arms didn't even shift. Blimey, your hands didn't even budge, Bernard muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Lynette, who was passing by, walked toward them and said, "Alaric, lend me a hand once you're finished. I've got an order for 20 crates. Hearing that, Alaric could only smile wryly. I'm glad that business is starting, but, where are Thulani and Jonathan? Of course, he knew where they were. Hours later, Alaric lied down on the sofa in his office, staring up at the high ceiling decorated with a grand chandelier. His thoughts drifted, from expanding his business and lowering food prices in Bristol to whether he'd need to build new warehouses, or if he should invest in trade routes toward the Americas. He also had thoughts about what to do when he meets the Queen for the first time. I could use the eternal Mangekyo sharing in on the Queen to abolish slavery. No, abolishing slavery right away could cause an uproar, and the palace may have a piece of Eden that nullifies mind control. He shook his head, then summoned the system interface and pressed buy. Let's try finding some high-rank genjutsu. The interface popped up, displaying various powerful genjutsu techniques. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Rank, traps the entire world in an eternal illusion, putting everyone in a dreamlike state, altering their minds forever. 1,562,000,000. Kota Amatsukami, SS rank, subtly manipulates the target's mind without their awareness, changing their behavior or desires without them realizing it. Cooldown, 6 months. 1,250. Tsukuyomi, S rank, traps the target in a time-distorted illusion, torturing them mentally for what feels like days, causing severe psychological trauma. 781 fives. Genjutsu, soul transference, S rank, manipulates the target's soul, making them believe their consciousness has been transferred into another body, leading to severe identity confusion and instability. 875. I wonder if Kota Amatsukami will do the trick. Yeah, let me buy it. Kota Amatsukami, 1250. 1250. Current balance, 3,046,623/18. 6D. The knowledge of the technique flowed into his mind, and Alaric's eyes widened at its sheer power. 6 months cooldown. Better use it on the Queen carefully, he thought. I'll make her favor Penn if the Quaker's past actions are not enough. Jonathan. Alaric called out. Penn has already contributed to the country due to him signing an exclusive deal with the Crown with the Celestial Salves. If our plan shows signs of backfiring, I'll cast it immediately. Moments later, Jonathan entered the room after a gentle knock. Yes, Master. Please brew me some celestial tea. I'm sorry, Master, we've run out. Shall I fetch some from the warehouse? No need. The warehouse should never be touched, unless it's for orders or contracts. Alaric smirked, summoning the system interface. Concealing his hand under the desk, he purchased a box of tea and tossed it to Jonathan. Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea Bags, 1 box, 3s. Current balance, 3,046,623.15. 6d. I'll brew it right away, Jonathan smiled as he went outside the office. Alaric then thought, I should supply the house with lots of teas and other items, as Reuben and I will be gone for at most 2 years. Hyaga Cleanse Secret Ointment, 30x, 1/17. 5d. Konoha Healing Balm, 100x, 1/11. 2d. Ichiraku Ramen Instant Noodle Cups, 5000x, 4/13. 8d. Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce, 300x, 9/7. 5d. Kunoichi Beauty Mask, 600x, 13/17. 5d. Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea Bags, 1000 boxes, 153 2s. 6d. 184 9s. 7d. Current balance, 3,046,439 5s. 11d. Moments later, Jonathan returned with a cup of celestial tea, only to widen his eyes at the sight of lots of items like the elven salves and such in the middle of the office. These are for the mansion, Alaric instructed. Divide the celestial salves among yourself, Thulani, Eleanor, Bernard, Lynette, and Leonard evenly. Elven salves are for our workers in case of injuries. He turned to Jonathan. If any workers have wounds that neither elven salve nor celestial salve can cure, then hire a doctor and don't worry about the money. Alaric stepped closer, placing a hand on Jonathan's shoulder. Our workers should never be neglected in their needs. Even if we have hundreds of workers, we shall provide them with wages and proper food. He straightened, his expression darkening. The Kenway estate will never treat African people like slaves. If anyone does so, fire them immediately. Ramen, hot sauce, and celestial tea should go in storage. The beauty masks, divide the 600 pieces evenly among my mother, Aunt Lynette, and Caroline as my gifts to them. Understood, Jonathan nodded. Lastly, Alaric added, I'll be increasing the estate's budget for food and repairs. I want the staff's salaries raised by 50%, that includes the maids, cooks, gardeners, stable hands, footmen, scullery maids, kitchen staff, housekeepers, and groundskeepers. Jonathan blinked. What about mine? You're getting 150 a year, Alaric grinned. Extra pay for taking on multiple roles, being a butler, protecting the Kenway family members, and assisting with the business. Jonathan's eyes widened in disbelief. Thank you, master. One last thing, Alaric said, stepping closer. Do you have family? Jonathan blinked, then nodded. Yes, my older brothers. Are they assassins as well? Alaric asked. Yes, Jonathan confirmed. Each and every one of them. Alaric's expression brightened. Would it be alright if I hired them to protect the estate? They'll earn 100 annually, with free food and lodgings. Jonathan's eyes widened. I'll send a letter back to my hometown immediately after this meeting. Alaric nodded firmly. Good. Once they arrive, they'll be trained by Thulani, and you should start training with Thulani and Reuben while Baldy's still here. Baldy. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.